A young man named Kang Dong-chul, who was a Class B hunter, greeted his subscribers while looking into the camera. He added that today's monster would be a Class C+ monster, and that in this video, he wanted to show how to attack an arachnid. Kang added that these creatures live in groups, just like ants, and are also arthropods. However, it turned out that they are not at all like earth spiders, because instead of attacking immediately, they first spin a web. They don't spit it out but immediately start shooting at their enemies, and then the team of hunters got scared. But Kang Dong-chul quickly saved them by shielding them with his sword, and added that the filming had gone off script and this would have to be cut. Meanwhile, Meng Shiwu, who was in charge of filming and editing, watched in surprise as everything unfolded. The arachnid's usual fighting style isn't direct attacks during the hunt, but for some reason, the spiders were now spitting webs and trying to scare off their opponent, then spitting venom at the motionless victim, which is exactly why they never charge forward first. Shiwu wanted to say something, but Kang Dong-chul quickly rushed forward, saying they would talk later. After that, the hunter began fighting these spiders, protecting everyone else on the team. As soon as he got there, he immediately sliced the spider in half. For a moment, he stood over the body of the enemy he had just defeated, then tried to catch his breath. Kang Dong-chul didn't even know what to say, since he had previously been certain that the arachnids would start by spitting out webs rather than attacking. And the fact that they did this must have been a last resort for the monster to just pounce on its prey like that. So Shiwu pondered that the spiders were already in such a state that they had nothing to lose. Kang Dong-chul approached him and said that he couldn't act as if he had nothing to do with what was happening here. And when Shiwu apologized, he simply hit him, saying that apologies wouldn't help, since because of him, Dong-chul had nearly lost his life. He said it would be better to gather information, and then, stepping back, added that without any special abilities, Shiwu was useless. However, Shiwu knew he was awakened, but the ability he gained afterward had no special characteristic, and it was absolutely useless for hunting, since Shiwu really didn't know how to do anything. That's why he chose a different approach and analyzed monsters by reading a lot of information. Shiwu could guide others by telling them where the monsters were, and where their weaknesses lay, so he taught the hunters how to attack. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-chul was still angry at his partner because he had nearly lost his life because of him, but then the boy praised himself, knowing that if it weren't for him, no one would have survived. Suddenly, however, the other hunters began shouting his name and looking back in fear. Dong-chul was surprised and looked at them, asking what was wrong, but there was no time left. It turned out that an elite monster had approached them, so the entire team rushed to flee as far away as possible. Dong-chul was one of the first to run, but suddenly he lost his sword and paused for a moment, wondering if he should just keep running if he wanted to survive. And that's when the boy decided he needed a decoy and thought that Shiwu would be the perfect one right now. Dong-chul shoved him, saying that all this had happened because of Shiwu's unreliable information, and added that the boy had to take responsibility for it. The hero barely managed to get up, angry at his boss. However, their argument was interrupted by a creature that appeared behind Shiwu, and he suddenly fell silent after that. The boy realized that his body wasn't obeying him at all, which is why he began to worry that this was his last day alive. For a while, he stood next to the bed where a woman lay, trying to say something to him. He looked sadly at his mother and asked what had happened, to which the woman replied that he must protect Soa. At that moment, the boy realized he couldn't end his life here, at least not for the sake of his younger sister Soa, so he grabbed his sword. Shiwu was terrified, but despite that, he stood before the monster, gripping his sword, and realized he had to survive. Immediately after that, he tried to do something, but fell sharply because an earthquake had started all around him and the ground gave way beneath his feet. Just as suddenly, a hooded boy appeared before him and had barely gotten to his feet when Shiwu timidly stepped back. The protagonist had no idea who this guy was, but he looked confident and was ready for a fight. But just as unexpectedly, when he looked around, he saw another one who was also ready to start fighting using his magical abilities. The second guy who appeared didn't wait at all, and immediately launched an attack, calling the first one a cocky idiot who was always running away. As a result, they both started fighting, and neither of them was going to give up. The battle between them was fierce, but the protagonist had no idea why these two were fighting each other and couldn't stop. Shu suddenly looked back, but unable to get up, covered his face with his hands, not understanding what was happening. Eventually, the guy with white hair also got up, saying he had no desire to waste much time on his opponent. His opponent replied that they still had a very long way to go before all of this would finally end. It turned out that he wanted to go all the way to the very end and had no intention of giving up right here and now. Their battle continued until his enemy said that at this rate, no one including himself, would come out of this unscathed, but it seemed that Tom didn't care at all. The boy said he was leaving that option completely open, then looked at Shuwu. The protagonist himself was very surprised when this stranger began apologizing for dragging him into this mess. The opponent just looked at him in surprise, not believing until the very end that this guy would decide to act exactly like that. They continued to fight each other for a while longer, but then the main character stepped back, sensing that they wanted to leave something for him. Shiwu didn't understand a thing. He didn't see anything, but instead, he stepped back a little further. Literally a few seconds later, the boy found himself in complete darkness, and the two strangers had vanished. Shu looked around, seeing nothing, and was very surprised, not understanding what was happening. Only after a while did the boy walk even further, and almost step on a phone. He picked it up, not understanding what this smartphone was doing there, or how it had ended up there, but he decided to turn it on anyway, and when the connection check was complete, and the manager's position changed, the boy saw a few more people on the screen. For a while, he stared at the screen, not understanding what was happening, and realized he had entered the platform. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-chul and the rest of the team had already managed to exit the cave safe and sound. The guy thought he was really unlucky, since the chances of encountering an elite monster in a dungeon like this were practically non-existent. However, despite this, the other team members said that thanks to him, they were able to survive, since using that idiot Shi Wu as bait was a brilliant decision, so they continued to praise him. Only then did Donchal cheer up, saying that his motto about raiding everything they could was true, and he was ready for it. But very soon, they heard the voice of that same Shi Wu. They had left no one there, and of course, the guy was incredibly angry. He immediately lunged at Donchal to punch him and swung his fist. But at that very moment, Donchal struck him in the face first, adding that the guy shouldn't forget he was an F rank. He said he had no idea how this guy managed to survive, but he was definitely very lucky. Donchal added that he really didn't want to look for a new installer, so Shiwu would still have to be of use to him. The protagonist was surprised, saying that he wasn't going to work for Donchal after he'd left him as bait for other monsters. But the guy replied that Shiwu himself had persuaded him to take the job, saying he desperately needed money for his sister's treatment and that he had helped him out of the goodness of his heart, so Shiwu couldn't treat him that way and needed to repay him. But instead, the main character said he had a habit. If he couldn't accept something, he shouldn't let it slide. Besides, Donchul had often treated him aggressively, and the guy added that there would be a lot of views if he posted it. Donchul just exhaled calmly, saying that he could destroy Shiwu right there and then. To which the guy replied that even in that case, Donchul would lose his entire channel, which he had spent so long building up. The guy then stepped closer, saying that if Shi Wu decided to post this video anywhere at all, his sister would hardly be safe. After that, he left him and turned to the other team members, telling them to pack up their things because it was time for them to go. Meanwhile, Shiwu decided that he wouldn't let anyone insult his sister and would do whatever it took to keep her safe. After that, the boy also returned home and began searching for information about what he had seen, and it turned out that he had stumbled upon GodTube, where there were channels specifically for gods. There were also very popular channels for hunters, and it was a free platform where anyone could upload their videos. But there were also completely different stories and many videos about magical creatures and objects. Among them were various gods from mythology that the boy had encountered before. He also saw figures from history, as well as heroes and legendary figures. He began to wonder if these very beings were controlling what was happening here. But immediately after that, the main character asked himself who that boy was and why he had given him the phone at that very moment. Shu Wu immediately put the smartphone down, thinking only that all of this was very confusing. But he decided that if it was true, and if they really did control the channels, then this could be a good opportunity. The protagonist also thought that most likely they would start with just 1 million subscribers. He continued to look through and scroll through the feed, seeing that it looked quite interesting, and even wanted to give it a try. It was said that to become a participant, he could watch and study lectures on stats, and after that, it turned out that the guy was already subscribed to Zhuge Liang's channel, and that's exactly why he received a new skill. People were fighting against the Demon Lord, and there were 13 heroes, and he also thought that they might have high-rank stats. The main character was very surprised, because he got it just by subscribing to the channel. He wondered why he didn't feel any changes. Maybe it was because it simply improved his focus and intellect, so it would be hard to notice the difference right away. After that, he looked at Heracles' channel, and there was supposed to be some kind of event for 10,000 subscribers. Besides, he was offering a free training session. Without thinking, the protagonist decided he would subscribe to this channel, since he might be able to see the difference right after that. He also noticed that he had received a new stat immediately upon subscribing, and it was SS rank. Of course, he couldn't believe what had happened, but he was even more angry because he had destroyed his laptop, which was lying nearby. Shiwu still couldn't believe that all of this was real, because getting a skill of this level, just by subscribing, was practically impossible. He couldn't make head or tail of what GodTube, the platform he'd been thrown into, actually was. He began wondering if he'd need to reach 100% to fully master this ability, and then he thought about the training from Hercules. Once he got there, the guy looked at the video preview and decided to press play to watch it. Right away, he saw a lot of people who had been watching something intently the whole time. And then he noticed Hercules himself, who was showing them his abilities by lifting a heavy column with his strength. Of course, Shiwu, who saw this, was very surprised, and in general, he found it hard to believe that it was true. He immediately decided to unfollow him, thinking that he couldn't keep up with this. And now, it became clear why this Hercules had only one follower, because the guy knew he would never be able to hashtag redo what this man had done. At that moment, he turned to the protagonist, saying that he could come whenever he wanted but couldn't leave whenever he wanted. Shiwu was still trying to unfollow him, but it was all in vain, and he couldn't do a thing. Finally, Hercules said goodbye, and then the protagonist saw that his boss was calling him. Donchul was sitting at the table, though at first he was surprised that the guy had picked up the phone, since he thought he had already blocked him. He smiled, saying that Shiwu had nowhere else to go anyway, and had nothing to do right now. Shiwu took offense, saying that he was only calling to mock him, even though Dongchul had intended to discuss some business matters since they had worked together until recently. However, Shiwu simply replied that he didn't want to waste time, so he should get to the point. Eventually, Dongchul mentioned that a certain group had offered them a joint stream, so he asked if Shiwu would be willing to work with them. This group was indeed very popular and was the #1 financial company in all of Korea. It turned out that just recently, the group's granddaughter had awakened 2 hunter traits within herself. Donchul also mentioned that they were involved in the same hunting business, and added that they were likely planning to expand their operations for now. That's why they wanted to see what it was all about, and Donchul asked if the guy would agree, but Shiwu refused. Immediately after that, Dongchul said that in that case, he would pay 50,000 per video, which naturally surprised the guy. He still asked if Shiwu wanted to join, since it was 10 times more than what the guy usually gets, and it would be beneficial for all of them. But after another question about the amount, Shiwu said he wanted 50 million. Of course, Donchul was surprised that he named such a sum, and thought the boy had simply lost his mind, and then he thought that Shiwu simply knew that this group was paying him a lot. The young man said that for some reason, this company is trying to work specifically with Donchul, rather than with hunters of other ranks. And this is obvious because the owner's granddaughter recently received 2 high-rank evaluations, so he wants the girl to learn the basics first. And for any hunter, that foundation is monster hunting, which is why Donchul's channel has gained 210,000 subscribers. That was precisely why Han Tasan's representative approached Donchul. It was because of Shiwu's knowledge, not the young man himself. However, Donchul replied that the 50 million the guy wanted was still too large a sum. Eventually, they started arguing over this, but Shiwu wasn't going to give up, saying that if that's the case, then he should just take out a loan. And if he can't do that, then he should find someone else to take his place. Eventually, the next day, they met in a B-rank dungeon along with Donchul. Immediately afterward, the protagonist asked the young man when he planned to transfer the rest of the money. Donchul replied that he would transfer the money as soon as everything was over, and then asked when Han Chi-rin would arrive. Only after they turned around did they see a girl with dark hair, and she said she was the one joining this raid. Shiwu froze for a moment, staring at her and thinking about how beautiful she was. Then the protagonist decided that while he was waiting to get his money, he just needed to do his job well. Eventually, after some time, they came across another monster in this dungeon. The girl standing in front said it was a black troll, and the team stopped in front of the monster. Donchul replied that she was indeed right, since this monster is classified as a rank B+ monster, but its regenerative abilities are close to immortality, so it's important to know how to attack this creature. To defeat this troll, you have to completely tear it apart, and only then will there be a chance to survive. The boy added that they would need to destroy its heart and head before the creature had time to regenerate. But Han Charon immediately ran forward without waiting any longer to take action. The girl quickly found herself right on the monster's back and had already drawn her sword to attack it. Immediately after that, she plunged her weapon straight into the creature's heart. And after a short while, having done what was necessary, she landed skillfully on the ground along with her sword. Of course, the other team members were shocked when the girl said it had been very easy, and Drenchall added that he hadn't even expected her to be able to catch this creature so easily with minimal knowledge. Charon simply replied that there was no need to try to suck up to her, and wiped the blood remaining on the sword. At that moment, Shiwu asked about her weapon and how much it cost, since he had heard of this sword before. The girl looked at the sword and said it was worth about 20 billion. Of course, the two of them were very surprised by such a high price for this weapon. Sharon, however, said that they shouldn't stop at just one black troll, so she wanted to keep going. Eventually, an hour passed, and they managed to go even deeper into the dungeon. Sharon added that there probably wouldn't be any more monsters here, so they could head out. Donchal remarked that she had done a great job, and the girl replied that she was already getting ready to leave, while he pondered that it would be a good idea to befriend the Hunters Guild right now. Shiwu also thought that Donchal must be having exactly those thoughts right now, since he needed money. For the boy himself, this could also have been a chance, but they were interrupted by a strange sound, and it definitely wasn't an elite monster. It was even worse because a boss monster had appeared right before their eyes, already very close to the entire team. The creature immediately began attacking the team, but Charon immediately rushed to defend them and fend off the monster's blows. Everyone else was simply terrified, so they started running back quickly, trying to escape as far away from the danger as possible. As Sharon continued to protect them, she suddenly couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. By then, there was almost no one left beside her. Eventually, the monster began attacking the others who were trying to flee, though not everyone managed to escape. Donchal was luckier and wasn't hit, so the boy kept running, thinking only of surviving. He was terrified, so he thought only of saving his own life. But soon after, the giant stood right in front of him, blocking his path. Of course, at that moment, Donchal thought he wouldn't survive, but suddenly Charon appeared and was able to protect him again. However, she couldn't hold out for long, and the monster threw her far away from itself for the second time, and she hit the ground. Despite this, the girl got back up and began attacking the creature again and again without stopping. It was difficult for her, but Charon didn't stop and continued to attack the monster that posed a threat. Shiwu watched everything from a distance and was afraid, thinking that although Charon was incredibly strong, she was a novice, so it was dangerous here. He knew that this team would definitely not be able to win, so the only thing he could do now was to run as far away from here as possible in order to survive. Shiwu knew he just had to leave Han Charon behind and run away from here, because otherwise, he simply wouldn't be able to survive here. Or perhaps he was thinking of relying on the superpower of a high rank, though he didn't know exactly what rank it was right now. And then he noticed how quickly Donchal ran past him, thinking only of how to escape this place as fast as possible. It seemed that the boy was so terrified that he wasn't thinking about anything else at all and was just running away. Shiwu recalled the boy's words as he accused him of finding terrible and unreliable information, and that was why Shiwu should take responsibility for it. The boy was thinking only of that, but at that moment he simply froze in place, not knowing what to do next. He realized that he simply wouldn't be able to win, despite the fact that Charon held such a high rank. That's why the boy began to run with all his might, because the only thought in his head was that he needed to run as fast as possible. He had no idea what to do, and started wondering whether money or prestige was better, but none of that mattered if he didn't survive. However, the boy knew what would happen if he left Charon there and just ran away, because in that case, he would be no different from Donchal, who had cowardly fled. Donchal had simply abandoned him and fled, which is exactly why Shiwu charged into the attack, no longer intending to run. The girl was surprised to see that Shiwu hadn't fled like the others and had started defending himself, and she was also surprised that he managed to fend off the monster's fist. She seemed completely baffled by who he was, but the protagonist kept charging forward at the monster. He managed to awaken the skill he had acquired and, beginning to use it, continued to fight. Now Charon wasn't fighting alone. Shiwu was standing beside her, so the two of them were now figuring out how to defend themselves against this monster. Not wanting to be as cowardly as Donchul, the main character rushed forward to fend off the creature's attack. Charon looked back in surprise just as the monster began attacking again. The girl reacted quickly, so she began attacking the creature herself with her sword and fighting it. She managed to jump right onto the monster's body fairly quickly so that it would be easier to attack it. Shiwu, watching how skillfully she executed all these strikes, was surprised and already hoped that it was all over. But it turned out that this might be a different type of monster, and they could undergo a double transformation, so the physical transformation would proceed as usual, and they rushed back again to escape. At that very moment, the monster grabbed Sharon and didn't let her go for a long time, despite her attempts to break free. She kept trying to break free for a while, but it was in vain, so Shu, who was free, began attacking the creature again. Eventually, the girl was at least able to move a little now. Just as Sharon continued to struggle, she began to free herself from the monster's grip. And once the girl broke free from him, she also prepared to continue fighting him. The boy also fought the ogre relentlessly, without stopping. At that moment, Sharon ran along the ogre's body, attacking it with her sword and wounding it further. At that very moment, she managed to strike it right in the heart again and struck the monster with all her might. But at the same time, Shirwu shouted that the ogre had 2 hearts, so the second one had to be destroyed as well. The girl tried to get closer to the monster to strike again, but it began to defend itself and push her away. Shirwu thought that Sharon had understood all of this, and at that moment, the girl began attacking the ogre once more, lunging with her sword straight at the other heart. At that moment, Shirwu also joined in, delivering the next blow to finally defeat this creature. Eventually, Charon landed, and Shirwu had to deliver the final blow. He immediately rushed toward the ogre to finish it off and destroy the creature. For a while, they couldn't see anything, because everything was covered in dust, but Charon thought they had finally defeated the monster. Only then did the girl approach Shirwu, who was already lying exhausted on the ground, and wondered who he really was. A few more hours passed, but the protagonist came to in a new place, realizing it was a hospital. And then, a little later, he heard Charon's voice. She was sitting nearby and apologizing. Shirwu was very surprised to see her there next to him, but Charon sat beside him casually. The girl explained that she had brought him to the hospital because Shirwu was seriously injured and needed urgent medical attention. When Charon asked how Shirwu was feeling, he could only think that she was sitting too close. Eventually, hearing no reply, the girl moved even closer, which made Shirwu even more uncomfortable. She touched his forehead to check if he had a fever, while he remained completely still. But it turned out his forehead was indeed hot, and Shirwu did have a fever. However, right now, all he could think about was that she was sitting too close. Then Charon stepped back, saying they didn't even know each other's names, so Shirwu quickly introduced himself to her. But Shirwu was surprised because he thought Charon should already know his personal information, since she was the one who admitted him to this hospital. Charon, however, said she just wanted to find out and hear it from him personally. But Shirwu was surprised, thinking she had just read his mind, but then he remembered that her ability might be a 6th sense. Then the girl said that he probably wasn't feeling very well yet, but she'd like to make him an interesting offer. Shirwu was surprised to hear this, since he really hadn't fully recovered yet, but he agreed to listen. But what puzzled him even more was that Charon offered him to join their team of hunters. Shirwu thought she was offering this because he had helped her defeat that ogre, and asked if that was the case. Eventually, he began to consider the offer, but before he could, Charon asked what he thought of an annual salary of 1 billion won, which cheered him up. She also added that they would split whatever they found in the monsters equally, and Shirwu was stunned because, in that case, he could make an incredible amount of money. Charon said she knew about his younger sister and her blood disorder, then asked why Soa had been admitted to this hospital, adding that her company would cover all the hospital expenses, and he wouldn't have to pay for her. Shirwu had no idea what he had done to deserve such offers from Charon, but the girl said he would need to come up with a strategy. She knew how much knowledge he possessed, so she asked him to develop a strategy for all the monsters she would hunt in the future. Eventually, night fell, and everything was quiet, so Shirwu lay peacefully in bed, thinking about it all. He was still mulling over what Charon had said. After all, at the time, he had simply refused her help, and she understood why, so she had just asked him to let her know if he changed his mind. But the protagonist was still tempted by what Charon had said about the medicine for his younger sister, because Shirwu knew that he had to obtain it at any cost in order to save her. Besides, modern medicine offers no real cure, only symptom relief. But with the help of this divine website, if he could get all these ingredients, he would definitely be able to cure his sister. However, Shirwu also thought about the fact that all these ingredients for the medicine were incredibly expensive. The guy understood perfectly well that he would need an incredible amount of money, but for now, he decided to finish editing the video, which cost 50 million won. As soon as he opened his computer, he immediately saw footage of Charon and happened upon the moment where she was talking about the cost of her weapon. At that moment, the protagonist realized that her weapon was very expensive and thought that if he sold weapons of his own making, he could also earn a lot of money. He might be able to make billions of dollars in a short period of time, but the problem was that he only had 1 subscriber. Shirwu realized that if he wanted an additional subscription, he would have to do something he really didn't want to do. He discovered that the only way to make weapons was to study metallurgy, so after finding a suitable user who posted videos on the subject, the guy subscribed to him. With a look of surprise on his face, he read what appeared on his phone screen again, because just for that single subscription, he managed to acquire the divine metallurgy skill. This man demonstrated how to make weapons and emphasized that there was no need to fear failure. Eventually, some more time passed, and after Shiwu had slept, morning came, so the young man decided to head out to the training ground. Shiwu walked over to the pull-up bar and began working out by doing pull-ups on it. The doctor and nurse standing nearby noticed that their patient was now truly feeling much better, even though not much time had passed. Shiwu overheard their conversation. They mentioned that the doctor was even surprised by such a rapid recovery, as it was very unusual, even for a hunter. The doctor also said that he might be discharged as early as tomorrow, which was indeed much sooner than Shiwu had expected. As he continued to train, his skill continued to improve, but Shiwu knew that if he used this ability too often, his muscles would be destroyed, just as they had been in battle. Suddenly, his sister approached him and called out to her brother with a smile. Soa told him that she had been very worried about him, since the doctors had said that Shiwu had arrived here in very serious condition. They had even said that Shiwu would spend at least a month here, but he was already being discharged in a week, and he thought his sister was disappointed that he would be discharged first. But Shiwu added that even if he wasn't there, she wouldn't be alone, and Soa shouldn't worry about money, at least while she was in the hospital. Then the girl said she had seen Charon, and mentioned that she didn't have any younger brothers or sisters, but Soa reminded her of one. Shiwu was surprised to hear this, and then asked his sister if she had ever met Charon before. It turned out that Charon sometimes came to visit her, but Shiwu was surprised because he had never seen Charon here before. Soa even began to suspect that Charon was doing this because she liked Shiwu, while the boy himself thought that Charon simply wanted to recruit him to the team. So he told his sister that he doubted Charon liked him, and that the reason for her visits was something else. Then the main character told Soa not to worry, and when she asked him what he was doing, he replied that he was going to make a lot of money. A short while later, he found himself in the dungeon and looked around, feeling strange because it was his first time doing this alone. The young man clenched his fists several times to calm himself down before continuing on his way. However, barely a few seconds had passed when he heard a rustling nearby, and it turned out to be goblins who were already preparing to attack him. Seeing that these monsters were starting to run toward him, Shiwu began to run away as fast as he could, and the goblins rushed after him. Of course, he knew that goblins always acted in groups, but there were far too many of them here, and that unsettled him. Meanwhile, he kept running further away from these monsters, but they continued to chase the protagonist through the dungeon. At some point, he finally decided to stop and hold them off, so he repeated a certain move to do so. After striking one of the first goblins, the monster exploded into pieces, losing its legs. Shiwu was a little surprised and covered in blood, because he hadn't expected the goblin to simply explode, and even more violently than he could have anticipated. At the same time, all the other goblins in the group stopped, seeing what had happened to one of their friends. Shiwu then turned back to them, intending to deal with them all as well. Noticing that these monsters were fairly easy to handle, the boy decided he could take care of them all, so he ordered the attack. Before long, he had finished off all of these creatures. Before long, they were lying on the ground, and the boy brought them to another man, asking how much he could make for them. However, the man replied that he had asked him to bring ingredients, not scraps. This man was the head of the So Palguan family, and he said that until he taught the protagonist how to forge weapons, he ordered him to follow him. He had devoted most of his youth to studying metallurgy, and now that he was in his 40s, he decided to try something different. The man said that just because the boy had good materials didn't mean he could easily obtain high-rank weapons, but now he himself was a talented, awakened individual with A-rank stats, which greatly impressed Shiwu. Now he handed the boy a hammer, saying he should try it himself. Palguan didn't really trust him at that moment, though he remembered that this young man had asked him to take him on as an apprentice, or at least give him some kind of weapon. And he remembered that the young man hadn't even asked to join his guild in exchange for rent. In fact, the protagonist was the first to ask him to borrow his workshop for a while, and the man agreed simply because he was curious. But then, noticing how Shiwu worked with the hammer, he realized that the boy hadn't just watched videos and thought it was all very easy. But at a certain moment, when the boy made another swing with that hammer, Palguan was greatly surprised by the result. At that very moment, he was interrupted by a girl who had returned, carrying a large Soyun company backpack on her back. Her name was Kim Soyun. He recognized Soyun, and she jokingly came closer, saying that she was already used to coming to places that smelled so strongly of sweat, Seeing the look on this man's face, she said that she had to come to Palguan in person. She also said that she was a representative of the Soyun company and that she dealt only with the best products. In any case, the girl said that all the ingredients Palguan had requested were there, and he asked her to check everything carefully, because this matter was very sensitive. At that moment, she said they were planning to supply weapons to Charon's group, but then she heard a terrible noise. It was Shiwu making the noise, so she turned to him and told him to be quieter because they were trying to talk. Honestly, the girl had no idea what he was trying to do, seeing how Shiwu was handling that hammer. But then she looked at those very swords and, picking one up, was surprised that it was even called a weapon. Palguan asked what she thought, and the girl said that the blade was very dull and the shape was rough, so it was unlikely it could be used at all. But Shiwu said that she would probably change her mind if she knew that this sword was made from the skeletons of goblins and kobolds, which, of course, surprised her. Besides, the material was in terrible condition, and Palguan added that it had been made by someone who had picked up a hammer for the first time in their life. The man replied that he had tried to make some other mistakes, but had been watching closely how Shiwu worked. In fact, the way this guy worked with the hammer didn't suggest that it was the first time he'd ever held a hammer. The protagonist continued to craft this weapon with the intention of selling it later. Palguan, for his part, had never seen anyone make a weapon out of such material, but Shiwu still declined his offer to become his apprentice. Soyun was, of course, surprised and intrigued by what Shiwu was doing, so she watched him for a while longer. It was clear how difficult it was for him, but he kept at it regardless of the challenges. Soyun continued to watch him craft weapons for some time, and eventually, after some time, the protagonist created his first weapon, which further improved his divine metallurgy skill. In fact, all of this could have been found in the trash, but he managed to turn it all into a good weapon, even though he didn't yet know how to present it. Upon hearing this, Soyun approached him, asking if he really wanted to sell this sword. Immediately after that, she introduced herself, saying she was a representative of the Soyun company, and extended her hand to him. After all, she specialized in the hunting business and considered trust and reliability her core values. After all, this company was quite well known in hunting circles, and Soyun added that they worked only with the best goods in Korea, which was why they intended to buy this sword. The young man immediately asked how much she could offer for it, so Soyun asked to take a look at the weapon before making an assessment. In the end, he managed to close the deal with the girl, and after that, another question arose. He wanted to keep making even more money, so he started crafting weapons like crazy. Soyun continued to buy them, and then she kept selling them, so the number of weapons kept growing. She was incredibly happy because in such a short time, they had managed to sell a truly massive amount of weapons. Eventually, it even turned out that their company officially signed a contract with the SH Group, where Charon was. Soyun added that Shiwu had done a great job, because if it weren't for him, their company would have had a lot of problems. The girl felt he had helped them immensely, so she added that if he needed anything, he should just let her know, as she was ready to help in any way she could. She also asked him to check her account balance, handing him her phone. The guy immediately looked at the screen and noticed the balance was over 284 million. Of course, all of this surprised him, but Soyun was confused because he had mentioned some other numbers, so they asked him to check again. Immediately after that, Shiwu continued to recite all those numbers and finally managed to count up to the total amount of money there, and at that very moment, he was reborn as a slave to money. For a while longer, the protagonist sat there thinking about the money and staring at the screen. In fact, there really was a lot of money there, so he decided he could subscribe to GodTube to spoil his sister. A subscription to all 3 channels cost 300 million a month, but right now, the protagonist could only choose one of the 3. That's exactly why he spent some time thinking about which of the 3 channels to choose. For a long time, Shiwu couldn't decide exactly what he wanted to subscribe to. But at that very moment, he decided he shouldn't hesitate any longer, so he tapped the screen to subscribe. At that very moment, Soyun walked into the room, and Shiwu was already talking to Palguan about crafting weapons. The man asked her why she kept coming here, but Soyun replied that she had come here because of Master Shiwu. He said he had been waiting for her because they had agreed to meet right here. Immediately after that, the protagonist handed her a piece of paper, saying that last time she had said she could get everything he needed, so he asked if she could get this. Soyun took the paper right away, intending to unfold it and read it. It turned out that it listed a century-old ginseng, rune flower, and a few other strange ingredients, and Soyun said it was possible to get them, but it would be expensive. The girl said it would cost about 300 million won, but agreed to give him a discount of 20 million. After all, the protagonist had already subscribed to Hua Tuo's Divine Art of Medicine, since it was difficult to level up on his own. So, he had already spent the money, and Soyun immediately asked if she should try to buy these ingredients, to which the protagonist replied yes. In the end, he managed to get more than 284 million won from her, and spent almost as much, so by the end of the month, he would be left with a balance of 4 million. Since money was a big problem, the protagonist started thinking about Donchal and his YouTube channel. After all, he didn't have much of a choice, which is why the guy decided to give it a try. Meanwhile, a passerby sitting in the subway was scrolling through his feed, realizing there was nothing interesting to see. But after a while, he stumbled upon a preview of Shi Wu, which stated that he was a man who could conquer everything, period. After reading the video title and looking at the thumbnail, the guy decided to click on the video. Immediately after that, the first thing he saw were strange creatures that resembled hippos. A little later, he saw Shi Wu himself, who was trying to pass himself off as one of those hippos. The guy sitting on the subway had no idea what he'd stumbled upon, since he didn't know why anyone would cosplay as a hippopotamus. Meanwhile, the main character began explaining that these were monsters called hippodons in Korea, but in many other countries they are called hippopotamuses. After hearing a little more information, the guy sitting in the subway was even more surprised, since he didn't know that the character for horse would be used to denote a hippopotamus. Shi Wu, meanwhile, continued to explain that these creatures actually belong to the hippopotamus family, and to be precise, to the family of cetartiodactyls, though Shi Wu added that if you get into those details, you'll just get a headache. That's why he decided to show his audience how to tame a hippopotamus and took a red cloth. These guys react very nervously to the color red, and that's exactly the effect Shi Wu wanted to achieve right now. Waving this cloth, he called the hippos over to him, and the animals reacted almost instantly because they really did start to get very nervous around the color red. Just like bulls, they reacted to it and immediately ran toward the guy holding the red cloth. Shi Wu was happy and laughing, saying that everything was going according to plan, and that now they were on to the second step of how to tame a hippopotamus. The guy sitting further back in the subway car looked at the screen in surprise, not understanding what this whole strategy was about. But then Shi Wu instantly ran toward the hippos, throwing the red cloth. When the guy found himself right in the middle of the herd, a violent explosion erupted among them. Only after a while did Shi Wu step back, but the screen was still dark because there was a lot of sand and dust around. However, in reality, all those hippos were already lying unconscious on the ground and weren't moving at all, so Shi Wu said it was easy. The same guy, still not understanding anything, kept staring at the screen. And right after that, Shi Wu added that he wasn't done yet, so he started using rice and buckwheat noodles, scattering them in front of the hippopotamus. The guy was still staring at his phone screen in surprise, still not knowing what he'd stumbled upon. After a while, the video was coming to an end, and Shi Wu said that if this information and strategy were useful to them, they should subscribe, turn on notifications, and give it a like. In the end, he managed to achieve the desired result, as the views were increasing and had already surpassed 3,500, and the number of subscribers was also growing steadily. After a while, the views increased even more, reaching 127,000. Of course, he was very happy because things were starting to work out for him, and he realized that his subscribers liked the concept of the previous video. This time, the reaction was good, solely thanks to the algorithms, but he couldn't keep running around a low-tier monster forever. So, he decided to keep leveling up his gears while he still had the chance. After a while, the guy found himself among the goblins, and as is well known, due to their high adaptability, stimulation requires greater intensity to constantly hold their interest. And that was precisely his specialty, which he loved. After all, analyzing monsters and developing strategies was Shi Wu's main job. That's why 1 million subscribers wasn't just a mere milestone for him. It was literally a major goal. However, just then the young man realized he had only one problem, but at that very moment, he noticed blood running from his nose. Literally within seconds, he began to feel worse and worse and couldn't even continue editing the video. He thought about dungeon raids and deliveries, realizing that it would be too difficult. Immediately after that, he couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground, almost completely losing consciousness. After a while, the protagonist found himself on the floor next to his desk and chair, having hit his head hard, and he was no longer able to get up because he felt terrible and had injured himself, realizing that he had been working too hard. Shi Wu could barely keep his eyes open and couldn't move because he was getting worse and worse. Eventually, after some time, he came to and saw the ceiling. Then he immediately sat up on the bed, but was relieved to realize that, thanks to the strength of Hercules, it had all ended with him simply falling to the ground and losing consciousness. Then, looking at his phone, the guy realized he needed to edit the video quickly and decided to check what time it was. It showed 4:30 a.m., and he was surprised that he had slept for so long. It turned out he had been lying unconscious all day. Shiwoo realized that at this rate, he might end up dying from exhaustion before he even made any money. That's why the protagonist decided he needed to hire an editor so he could have more free time to rest. A couple of hours later, he decided to go to a cafe, ordered a drink, and started looking for someone who could be a good editor for him. Earlier, he had posted a job listing for editors, and it turned out there were plenty of applicants. So the guy started calculating how much he would have to spend on this. He needed to do the math and choose the one who would bring him as much money as possible. That's why he started scrolling through his feed, looking at the sound effects in this video. Plus, there was plenty of humor, and the editing skills were even better than his own. But it turned out that the young man had already arranged to meet this person, yet she hadn't shown up. He clearly remembered that the person's name was Park Dok-gu, but she still wasn't there, even though several minutes had passed since they were supposed to meet. The meeting was scheduled for 1 p.m., and based on the person's manner of speaking and name, Shiwoo had imagined what they might look like and was certain they were an older man. But then the young man thought that might actually be for the best, since he might have more experience in his field. However, after a little more time had passed, Shiwoo sent a message asking how much longer he would have to wait. In the end, after sending the message, the young man received no reply, so he decided to wait a little longer. He was so fed up with it that he was ready to start a fight with this person. But soon, he heard a voice saying that this person had come here for an interview as an editor. It was a girl, and she looked quite frightened when she saw how angry Shiwoo's expression was. Shiwoo was surprised for some reason, as he had imagined this candidate to be completely different. Once they were seated at the table, the guy asked why she was late, and Dongwoo began explaining that she had spent a long time editing a video, then forgot to pack a lunchbox for her younger brother's picnic, and hadn't been able to read Shiwoo's message because she was in such a rush, so she apologized. When the guy asked what kind of video it was, she replied that it was attached to her application. It turned out she had managed to edit the video in just 1 day, but Dongwoo replied that it had taken her about 3 hours, which naturally surprised him. The girl was already starting to worry that something was definitely going to go wrong at this meeting, and she was preparing herself for the worst, thinking she definitely wouldn't get the job as his editor. But Shiwoo had other plans, so he asked when she could start working, and the girl, surprised, said she could start right away. Usually it takes him about 8 hours to edit, but this time it was only 3, so he began to explain that editing a video twice was standard for him, but sometimes it could be 3, and of course, he added that he would pay her extra. From that moment on, he said they would work together. Even though Dongwoo was still nervous, the young man held out his hand to her, calling her his editor. The girl immediately said she would work very patiently and do her absolute best. But suddenly people started fleeing the cafe, saying something about a dungeon breach. They were all in a frantic panic, saying that a dungeon had been breached and was most likely a C rank. Dongwoo said they needed to evacuate as quickly as possible because it could be very dangerous. But Shiwoo remembered that the girl had agreed to work right now. Of course, she didn't quite understand where he was going with this, since she hadn't expected they'd be filming this particular thing. Shiwoo just smiled, hinting that they weren't going to run away and would head straight to the epicenter of this dungeon. After that, the guy handed her his phone, telling her to just follow him. Shiwoo was excited by the idea that they could make a lot of money there, so he was ready for anything. People were running in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away as possible from where the dungeon had collapsed, while Shiwoo and Dongwoo were running against the flow. He started yelling at Dongwoo to start filming right away so they wouldn't miss a thing. The girl looked pretty scared, but she still grabbed the phone and started recording what he was doing. Soon after, they ran into monsters that were already roaming the streets and terrifying people. But the main character, despite their screams, kept running straight toward these monsters, ready to fight them. Right after that, he started landing his blows directly on them. Shiwoo immediately turned to his followers, telling them to leave their likes and not to forget to turn on notifications. After a while, he managed to defeat one of them and thought that right now he could start making real money. At the same time, the security guards were trying to lead people to safety, telling them to go inside. But they were very surprised to see that the head of one of these monsters flew right into the crowd. Of course, everyone, including the security guards, was completely taken aback and stood frozen in place. The protagonist continued to fight the monsters, using his skills, while Dongwoo kept filming. Just a few minutes later, Shiwoo raised his hand in victory, standing atop the monsters, which were now nothing but corpses. The guy turned to the camera, saying that if they liked the video, they should turn on notifications and give it a like. A short while later, Dongwoo was sitting at home, editing the video, still incredibly shocked by what she had seen. The girl had no idea why he was so popular. Of course, she had made an edit of his video, but she just didn't understand the phenomenon. But one thing the girl knew for sure was that her boss was a total psycho on YouTube. She didn't even know if she could succeed, but her sister and brother had come in with a chicken in their hands, saying it was delicious. The kids laughed and said they'd saved some for her, so they invited her to eat with them. But then the girl said she'd have it later, after which they started arguing a bit. But right then Donggu realized she needed to try to succeed, at least for the sake of her brother and sister. Meanwhile, the main character went back to Palguan to continue making weapons. The weapon he made from the loot in the dungeon, unlike the previous one, was crafted from Class C materials, so he hoped for a higher payment. And eventually, after some time, he gained another skill point, but then noticed he had a new quest requiring him to give the weapon away for free. But in any case, his skill had grown to nearly 1.5%, so the guys were pleased. After some time, Soyun and Palguan returned, and the girl was surprised, saying that the quality of the weapons was improving, though Palguan was amazed by Shiwu's progress, since he had only been crafting weapons for a month. The protagonist said he still had a long way to go to make cool weapons, but the man was very surprised to see how wonderful this sword was. Soyun asked if he planned to sell it, and had already started negotiating that she would handle the sale of the sword. She added that it looked much better now, and it was clear that his skills had improved. Soyun added that before, his bags under his eyes reached all the way to the edges, but now everything had improved, though previously she couldn't tell him apart from a zombie, meaning Shiwu thought that ever since Doku started editing his videos, he really did have a lot more free time. Although last time, after he paid her hazard pay, he had little left for other staff's expenses. However, the guy clearly remembered that his former boss was an idiot, and Shiwu had no complaints about Doku's editing skills. Besides, she was trying very hard. After that, the guy asked about the medicinal herbs he'd ordered from Soyun last time. The girl smiled as she pulled out the packet, saying she'd received all the herbs he'd requested. In fact, the guys were surprised that she'd worked so quickly. The girl simply replied that they only sell the best products from Korea and do their work with high quality. The protagonist asked how much it would all cost, and Soyun named the sum of 212 million won. Sharwu laughed, saying that this amount was actually just enormous. The girl then simply said that, as she had promised, she was going to give him a discount. Then she asked where he was going to put so many medicinal herbs. Sherpu replied that he was going to conduct a small clinical trial. After that, he began watching a video by the very man he had subscribed to in order to make the best possible medicine. He explained that the forms of this art are divided into decoctions, powders, tablets, or creams, and that these forms are the most common. The protagonist continued listening to all this information, trying to understand what the old man was saying, but listening to all these details actually made him feel sick, even though he realized that at this pace, he would be able to raise his mastery of the divine art of medicine quite quickly. In the end, his skill increased slightly just after he watched this video. Simply put, this could have been about studying medicinal formulas used to cure diseases, as well as understanding their effects. Still, the young man didn't understand why this man was complicating simple words so much. After his skill had improved slightly again, the young man decided to try this extract, but didn't know if it was actually safe to drink. He'd heard it might be good for the body, but he was worried, not knowing if it could harm him. Eventually, after some time, Shiwu decided to try drinking it, thinking that since it was just a decoction prepared using the divine art of medicine, nothing terrible would happen to him. But literally just a few seconds later, the young man collapsed to the ground without saying a word. He realized it was incredibly awful, and remembering how much he'd paid for it made it even worse. In the end, his superpower skills increased slightly, since this potion was actually beneficial for his body. It hadn't even been 3 seconds before it started working so strongly, which is why he tried it again. But soon after, the protagonist found himself in a new dungeon filled with bats. These were vampire bats, and although they were low-rank monsters, they could be quite a nuisance. From the very beginning, he had come here to film a video on whether bats are rats. And secondly, he wanted to create a new weapon from the ingredients he had gathered. He also wanted to study the diseases of vampire bats and how long they live in small groups that can include several dozen or even hundreds of individuals. He knew that if vampire bats carried diseases related to blood disorders, clarifying whether they are resistant to them could provide a clue to curing his sister. Shiwu knew it would indeed be difficult, but with the divine art of medicine, it was at least possible. At that very moment, the protagonist began to sense something strange, so he listened more closely. After a while, he turned back, filming everything on camera, but realized that these were definitely not flying mice. there were definitely someone's footprints there, and to be on the safe side, he decided to avoid the area. But at that moment, Shiwu was very surprised to see people in front of him, especially those who had previously worked for Danchal. For now, the dungeon in the Hunter's Bureau was assigned to him alone, and other hunters couldn't enter, though sometimes. In any case, Shiwu was certain that this team had followed him in, since the dungeon was an isolated space with no communication. All of this meant that they wouldn't even know if everyone inside was alive. However, Shiwu was pleased, realizing he would find out when he wiped out all these people. The protagonist overheard these people talking about him, as they weren't sure if Shiwu had actually managed to get inside yet. Du-In was certain that Shiwu had definitely managed to get inside, and the other one said the same thing. But their leader was confused because he hadn't seen the guy yet, so they assumed that Shiwu might not have survived. The leader said that was indeed possible, because even though he had the specs, nobody needed them, so they didn't even know why Shiwu had decided to go down into this dungeon. Meanwhile, they kept looking for him, saying it would have been better for this guy to come up with a strategy, but since they considered Shiwu a completely terrible and stupid guy, they thought he was already dead. That's why the team started moving further and further in, and one of them said that after watching the video, Shiwu didn't seem like the type to rely solely on his own strategy. However, anyone could have done absolutely anything, since there was editing or computer graphics involved. In fact, this whole place could just be a set and not a dungeon, and nothing was actually happening here. But at that very moment, they heard a rustling behind them, and then Shiwu himself, the one they were looking for, appeared. The boy immediately stood behind their leader, asking where Danchal was, which made Jivu freeze in fear. He realized that he hadn't even sensed Shiwu approaching, or heard any footsteps, and the boy himself said he hadn't expected a quick response. He hadn't expected anyone to answer him, while the others prepared to fight him. One of the team had already decided to attack the boy and ran forward, ready to strike him. But Shiwu only needed to make one quick movement to fend off the attack, sending one of the team members flying far away. Jiwu began to panic even more when Shiwu moved closer to him, leaving him defenseless and unarmed. At that moment, the protagonist continued to strike their leader without pausing for even a moment. Knowing that they had followed him, Shiwu decided to take full revenge on these guys. The other two, who were still standing with their swords, were ready to keep defending themselves, saying they wouldn't let it go. But with no intention of standing on ceremony any longer, the protagonist threw him as far away from himself as possible. The remaining guy became even more afraid, realizing he was completely powerless against Shiwu. He began to back away, having already dropped his swords from his hands because he was so terrified. This guy was ready to simply surrender and not resist Shiwu, as he just wanted to survive here. But the protagonist said that one shouldn't trust the words of a man with fully intact limbs. Immediately after that, he began asking what Danchal had told them, and it turned out that Danchal had wanted to stab him again. This guy had already started answering his questions after the protagonist beat him up a little. Shiwu wanted to find out why Danchul had wanted to do that, but even after the protagonist started threatening him again, the guy shouted that he didn't know anything else at all. Eventually, the young man asked if this guy knew where Danchul was now, and he admitted that he did. However, after that, Shiwu simply stood up, saying that the boy should gather his friends and run away, adding that he had left them alive but unconscious. But finally, Shiwu told them to tell Danchul that next time, the same thing would happen to him as had happened to his men. Hearing no confirmation, he lunged at him and grabbed his face again, asking if it would be difficult for him to pass on those words. A short time later, they arrived at their boss's place, and Danchal was greatly surprised to see his team in such a terrible state. They started shouting that it was all just a misunderstanding, and then added that Shiwu had only been threatening them, so it was unfair to single them out. It turned out that Shiwu had told them to lure their leader here, so Shiwu praised the guys for their brilliant plan. But immediately after that, this guy started running away, afraid of what might happen to him next. Another one also ran right after him, apologizing to his boss, and in the end, Shiwu was left alone with Dongchul. The protagonist shook his head, saying that the Dongchul should have treated his subordinates better. At that moment, the Dongchul became even angrier, unable to understand how the protagonist could have set him up so badly. Moreover, he couldn't understand how such a weak hunter could possess such power. Shiwu said that the question had been asked just in time, but then he asked to ask a question about one thing, and inquired why the boss was treating him this way. However, Danchal said that he wasn't obligated to tell him anything, but immediately after that, the protagonist lunged straight at him, preparing to start a fight. Immediately after that, the other man grabbed his sword, and they began fighting, smashing everything around them. Shiwu said again that one shouldn't trust a man with intact limb, but in the end, that didn't stop their battle at all, and they continued fighting each other while Shiwu deftly dodged the blows. Eventually, after some time, the young man attacked again and then jumped back to dodge a new attack. Shu said that Donchol was indeed very brutal, and in his thoughts, he admitted to himself that he was truly afraid. Even a powerful blow could have broken the sword, but it seemed he still had enough skill to block the sword of a hunter of that rank. At that very moment, Donchol charged straight at him, and Shiwu knew that his attacks were fast but simple, so they could be dodged. Quite unexpectedly, the boy recalled the past when he worked for him as an installer. Shiwu was treated there as if he were a slave in some kind of prison, and they could beat him for no reason at all. But the young man also remembered how Donchol hunted monsters, and he had filmed it countless times, watching it all over and over again. And while editing the video, he watched it again and again, which is why he constantly analyzed his boss's behavior, all those movements and how he dealt with the monsters. At the same time, the protagonist's stats had risen again after another blow. He wasn't going to stop there, so he attacked Donchol again, and for a while longer, they continued to fight each other. This surprised him greatly since he was a Class B hunter, and Shiwu had a lower rank than him. So he couldn't understand how this guy could be stronger, but in an instant, he knocked Donchol away from him. His boss's body began to tremble because this was practically impossible, and he couldn't understand how it could happen. He had studied Shiwu's strength through his videos, and had seen things he simply couldn't believe were true. Donchol was ready to destroy him right then and there, so he was ready to unleash the power of his sword. Shu shouted that this was definitely not it, but realized that Donchol was now going all out, so he had to try his hardest to win. Now that it had come to this, the protagonist had no choice but to defend himself and win. He also wanted to give it his all. Even though his muscles might tear, he tried to use his skills, knowing he wouldn't last long. Immediately after that, he approached his former boss, preparing to strike one last, final blow. Shortly thereafter, other rescuers and security guards arrived at the scene of the damaged building. The woman leading them ordered the area to be cordoned off and checked for anyone inside. They were from the inspection bureau and began checking the buildings for anyone inside. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in the middle of the ruins, holding a sword in his hand. The woman approached him along with the other inspectors to assess the situation. She was serious and asked if he was a hunter named Meng Shiwu. The young man then said that it was indeed him, and Dongshul was lying completely helpless in front of him. The girl then showed her EI, saying her name was Li Minju, and that she was the commander of the 4th Guard unit at the Inspection Bureau, so she ordered Shiwu to go with. After a while, they were already inside, and there Shiwu explained that the Donchol had been planning to destroy him, and that he even had video evidence of this. Minju said she had verified the video, though it wasn't something one could easily overlook. She knew that Shiwu was listed in the database as an awakened one, with no specific characteristic. The protagonist had heard earlier that squad leaders were appointed from hunters of at least Class A, and her aura was indeed extremely powerful. Then the boy decided to ask if the characteristic rank was unrelated to the hunter rank, and Minju added that Shiwu also belonged to the E+ rank. The young man said that was indeed the case, but then asked if there was really a valid reason for him to answer that question, since he himself was the victim here. The girl apologized to him, saying that because of her job, she had a habit of suspecting everyone. But now, based on the video footage of the Arachnid dungeon and the abandoned building he had sent, she agreed to look into it properly. Minju reported that Dongchul might never see the sun again, so she said they could end things there and thanked him for his cooperation. Shiwu left, saying that in that case, he was leaving Dongchul in their hands, and said goodbye. A short while later, another woman entered, and was surprised to see the commander there, since she had seen Shiwu leave, and was certain that Minju had left as well. She was a guard from the inspection bureau named Jung Sua, and the commander then asked what her current rank was. Suo was surprised, not understanding why she was asking her that, since she had only recently been promoted to rank B. A moment later, the woman was lying in front of her, having lost her balance. Minju continued to sit there, watching, while Suwa looked at the squad leader. The commander said she wasn't surprised, since So-A couldn't handle it right now. So-A replied that it was obvious after all, since Minju was an extraordinary guard, and a stronger one at that. They also talked about how she was even going to be promoted to S rank and called a human butcher. But then the girl started talking about what happened with Shiwu, namely that the boy felt absolutely nothing, although So-A was also very surprised because she knew this boy's rank. For both of them, this was an incredibly strange phenomenon, but So-A asked why, in that case, the leader simply sent him back, since hunters who hide their rank must also be punished. But Minzu said it was because this guy didn't act strangely, and he gave off a human scent. So, A was only able to get up after the leader left, still not understanding what had happened. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking home through the dark streets, thinking that it was all over, and that was fine. But he didn't know when it might happen again, and ultimately, if his channel became more famous, he could become a target for various organizations. After all, at his level, even Donchal in the ranks was a tough opponent, and without the synergy of knowledge about his opponent's behavior patterns and habits, he wouldn't achieve anything. On top of that, his stats and superpower hadn't increased at all, and still remained at just 1%. Shuwu had no idea what was going on or why, and then he went to Heracles' channel and saw that he still had only 1 subscriber. Much later, morning came, and the boy went out to the training ground again. He continued watching Heracles' videos, and Heracles, seeing him, was very surprised, since he didn't know how someone could be present on his channels. He explained that if things continued this way, he wouldn't be able to conduct a one-on-one training session on his own. Shiwu thought that in that case, there was nothing he could do, but Hercules replied that the problem was he couldn't go to where the guy was, so he simply couldn't conduct a face-to-face training session. The protagonist had absolutely no idea how he'd managed to connect to this channel, and recalled the blonde guy who'd left him a phone, as well as the guy with white hair they'd fought. Hercules then said that even if he couldn't correct his student's posture himself, he could at least teach him how to do it on his own, so he suggested starting right away to avoid delay. Right now, Shiwu's body balance was completely out of whack, especially the muscles in the back of his body. Hercules explained that by this he meant all the muscles on the back of the body, and that the back muscles were just one part of them. After that, he began talking about the lats and also that the back muscles included the triceps. Eventually, the protagonist learned about the ideal muscles, which caused his superpower to increase once again. Hercules explained that there are many types of back muscles, and since they're all located on the back, it's impossible for him to see them himself, which is why many people simply forget about them. But he also mentioned that these muscles are incredibly important for the body's overall balance, especially when making bold movements. Hercules explained that this is called the divine martial arts, which he created himself. He added that there was nothing special about it, since he had simply gathered all his fighting techniques into one system and systematized them, calling them divine martial arts. In any case, the muscles of the back are also very important for these techniques, and the lower body serves as the pillar that supports everything. After that, Hercules asked what would happen if these pillars fell during the construction of a building, and Shiwu replied that everything built would collapse. Hercules explained that the same thing would happen to the body in such a case. After some time, the protagonist had mastered the physical science of superpower, and his superpower skills had improved slightly, and Hercules said he would explain some training methods that would suit him specifically. He spoke about the basics of breathing, which involve exhaling when you lift off the ground, and Shiwu thought this point was much more reasonable than he had expected. Meanwhile, while they were training, Doku continued editing the video, thinking that her boss was a bit of an unusual person. She was curious to see what kind of strategy he had come up with this time. Finally, she opened the video and saw Shiwu in a new bat suit, and he mentioned the cave that his viewers could now see, explaining that it was home to vampire bats. He moved closer to the camera, saying he wanted to show new content for his channel, Conqueror of the World. Shu said it would be a speed run, and Doku was already thinking about adding sound and effects to make the video look even better. But in the end, the girl had no idea why he wanted to film the flying vampire bats, since they live in harsh conditions with poor visibility, which makes filming very difficult. But Shiwu just wanted to draw attention to himself again. The guy said that after some research, it turned out the current record hadn't even reached a minute, and it was set by an S-rank hunter from the Fire Witch channel, a girl named Yu Hanoi. The main character said he was going to break that record and was about to get started. Doku was still watching this video, thinking about editing the timer for this part. But immediately after that, he said something about a feast challenge and stomped his foot hard on the ground. Doku, who was sitting behind the screen, had no idea what was going on and froze in place. Meanwhile, Shiwu said he needed to get the ingredients, but the raid was over. The girl sitting at the editing desk had no idea what nonsense she had just watched, but she still thought Shiwu was a good person, so she wanted to do her best. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the stats again, thinking they weren't bad, and noticed that Yu Han, who had 41 million subscribers, had left him a comment. The fact that the Fire Witch herself had written him a comment had already had a huge impact, but Shiwu realized that if he collaborated with her, his subscriber count would grow even more. In that case, he decided he needed to shoot even more provocative videos for his channel. After that, he decided to check his superpower level, and it turned out it had increased to 2%. Then, after receiving personal training from Hercules, the skill that had never improved finally did. So, he realized that there was indeed a point to these divine martial arts, and decided that next time he would ask Hercules to teach him. But much later, when the boy spoke with him, Hercules replied that he would not do so, flatly refusing. He didn't understand why, since he had managed to win after all, but Hercules replied that these were completely different things. Personal training is entirely different from divine martial arts, and even their names were different. Moreover, for someone like Shu Wu, building muscle isn't the only issue. Hercules added that divine martial arts would be a method he himself had created to prove his strength, and without the superpower he used, Shu Wu wouldn't be able to use these arts. Then he asked the boy if he was using his power, to which the protagonist replied that he was, since Hercules himself was giving him individual training right now. The man replied that it was just a private lesson, but not at all for the purpose of learning his superpower. Shu Wu didn't understand a thing, because in reality, he had actually managed to learn this superpower, which of course surprised Hercules himself. He remembered that the characteristics of the gods could be learned on GodTube, and he thought that what he had learned was Hercules' superpower. For a split second, the boy didn't understand anything at all, since he didn't know what was happening. He simply decided to show what he had managed to learn, and demonstrated that very aura to Hercules. Of course, Heracles was even more surprised, so he rushed at him, asking how the boy had managed to do that at all. Heracles now understood that the boy had learned his superpower simply by subscribing to his channel, and the same applied to the other gods. In fact, it seemed strange that he could simply subscribe and gain their powers just by doing that, but Shi Wu replied that he had managed to do it precisely because of the subscription. Come to think of it, Hercules was actually surprised that the boy could connect to GodTube, since he knew that Shi Wu was definitely a human without any divinity. At that very moment, Shi Wu pondered the words Hercules had spoken, and remembered the boy who had left him the smartphone. Now, it all made sense to the boy. It was precisely thanks to that smartphone that he had been able to enter this place. The young man told the whole story, and Hercules replied that the two guys he had met were most likely also from GodTube. But Shi Wu was surprised because no one from there could enter the real world, not even Hercules. But in any case, the young man couldn't and shouldn't have gained the power of the gods just by subscribing to them with a manager's account, because if that were possible, managers would become the gods of the universe. Nevertheless, Hercules was certain that the young man had received his superpower, which is why Shi Wu asked him to take him on as an apprentice. However, Hercules turned away from him again, saying that there would be too many problems with that. Shi Wu added that he had already mastered the superpower, so the main part was done. But Hercules began explaining again that these were two completely different things. Besides, even providing individual training was difficult, and this guy wanted to add divine martial arts to the mix, so Hercules refused. In that case, Shi Wu simply asked if he could ask him one question. Hercules agreed, so Shi Wu asked what subscribers on GodTube actually meant, to which Hercules replied that it could be perceived as an element of divinity. It means that the more subscribers you have, the higher your divine status rises. And although the guy didn't quite understand what that meant, he figured the more, the better. And that's exactly why Hercules continues to give him his lessons, even though it annoys him. In other words, subscribers were the only thing that interested him besides muscles, so the guy suggested another idea. He said that if he didn't get 100 subscribers on his channel, Hercules would have to teach him his martial arts. The man had no idea how he was going to do that, since it's impossible to even get in here, but Shi Wu added that he wanted to try. He asked if Hercules would trust him this time, and before long, both his subscribers and views had increased on his channel. So Hercules even agreed to become his servant after what the guy did. Shi Wu said that starting today he would share interesting ideas for content, but Hercules had to teach him what he had asked for. The young man asked again what the number of subscribers actually meant, and now Hercules added that it could be considered a form of trust. Their divine status is formed through the trust of others, so the more people know about them, the stronger that status becomes. Shi Wu realized that it was actually quite complicated, but he understood that divine status grows as the number of subscribers increases. In any case, Shi Wu wanted Hercules to teach him his martial art, and Hercules immediately agreed. So he began explaining what needed to be done to learn it. And Hercules said there were certain muscles that needed to be mastered first. After a while, he explained that these were the muscles of the brain, but he wanted to demonstrate it, as he believed a demonstration was better than an explanation. Suddenly, the protagonist's head began to ache severely, and he clutched it. Meanwhile, Hercules began to demonstrate what he meant, moving very quickly. At the same time, Shiwu realized that Hercules' movements were impossible to capture in a single frame, and because of this, his head began to ache. But at that very moment, he was also able to grasp Hercules' divine martial arts and enhance his superhuman abilities. Finally, Hercules turned to him again and said that the boy couldn't handle this, so he needed to approach it very carefully. He might even have said that the level of his soul was still insufficient. If he used divine martial arts in this state, his subconscious would be destroyed first, so to begin with, he needed to tone his brain muscles. In other words, these brain muscles could be called the soul's counterpart. To put it more intuitively, one could say this is mental strength, meaning he needs a strong psyche to master the divine martial arts. Shiwu asked again why he hadn't explained everything from the start, but the boy inquired if he would be able to learn this sooner or later. Heracles replied that in most cases it was impossible, but since this was Shiwu, and his abilities were unique, it could very well become a reality. The whole point was that the boy could obtain their power, so it might be possible. Shiwu realized that if he could obtain the power of the gods, specifically the mental power capable of sustaining Hercules' extraordinary strength, then he would be able to master it. Hercules then recommended Master Kong's channel, that is, Confucius's, since it could be a great help in his studies. Shiwu realized that right now he would have to subscribe to this channel and pay that insane monthly fee. In the end, with no other option, the boy clicked the subscribe button, and soon he had only 153 million won left. A little while later, Soyun returned, carrying her backpack full of ingredients on her back. She then showed him what she had managed to bring and added that it would cost exactly 113 million won. The guy thanked her, but realized that he now had only 40 million won left in his account because he had been spending too much. The girl asked one last question. Where was he planning to use the ogre's tendons? He replied that he wanted to make some weapons. Ogres are A+ level monsters, so he can't hunt them on his own yet, but since he wants to learn divine martial arts, he'll need a whole billion won, which means he has to use high-quality materials to make good weapons and sell them for a high price. Eventually, the boy got down to business, realizing he needed to work harder to earn more money. After a while, Palguan approached them and asked why Soyun had come here, while the girl herself watched in surprise as Shiwu worked. Now the two of them stood there, unable to comprehend how this was even possible. A short while later, the protagonist was already holding the metal gauntlets in his hands, though he realized that even though he'd given it his all, it was still a one-time product. Palguan and Soyun rushed over to him, asking how he'd managed to do all this so quickly. The girl continued to examine the equipment, asking if he wanted to sell it, but added that it was beyond her capabilities, since none of their clients could afford equipment of this caliber. Shiwu realized that in that case, there was no point in making such gloves if he couldn't sell them. But he also understood that if he subscribed to Confucius, he would pay for Hua's subscription and be able to pay for his sister's medicine. That's why the boy asked her to sell this item anyway on his behalf, since it was disposable anyway. Soyun ultimately couldn't refuse him, and then asked if she could use Palguan's name to sell these gloves. The girl decided to put them up for auction, which surprised the protagonist. Meanwhile, the woman working there was already ready to present the next lot. She herself was amazed when it came to those gloves and announced that they were an item even Master Palguan couldn't help but admire. And after that, removing the cloth, she revealed a pair of high-quality gloves. The woman explained that they were made from ogre tendons, which made them very durable, meaning there was no need to worry about them breaking. She added that they were not enchanted items, and furthermore, the enhancement was quite small, only about 5%. People began talking among themselves, realizing that these were still items with a special effect, and would be quite effective overall. Judging by the commotion, the woman realized that people wanted to get their hands on this item as soon as possible, so she announced that the starting price would be 10 million won, with future increments of 5 million won. People immediately started calling out completely different prices, and within a short time, they had raised the amount to 50 million. After a while, someone offered 350, and the bids kept going up. But suddenly, someone shouted out the next price, 2 billion won. It turned out that Sharon was present and was willing to pay that much for the item. Of course, this surprised the woman greatly, so she asked if there would be an even higher bid. At that moment, Minju said she was willing to pay 2 billion and 1 million. Then people started talking about her, knowing her as the butcher Minzu. At that very moment, Charon shouted that she was ready to pay 3 billion. Minzu didn't back down and raised the amount by another million, intending to take the weapon for herself. But Charon didn't back down either, naming the next amount at 4 billion, so the woman who was a shareholder asked if there would be a higher bid. Since no one else said anything, she announced that the gloves had been sold for 4 billion won. Charon left the hall, completely satisfied with herself. At the same time, Soyun was watching what was happening at the event and admitted that she would never have thought these gloves could fetch such a huge price. That's a lot of money, although they'll have to pay a commission and taxes, so the net amount will be a little less. But in any case, the main character was very grateful to Soyun for the idea and for helping him sell the gloves. He hugged her so tightly that Soyun said she couldn't breathe, and only then did he let go. Shiwoo apologized afterward, saying that he must have gotten a little too excited, and even wanted to give her something for the trouble she went through finding all those ingredients. But the girl refused, saying that he had already paid for her services and that, from the very beginning, she should be grateful to him and their company since they were able to become VIPs at the auction house. Then the young man turned to Palguan, and he said he wouldn't mind, since after all, he hadn't done anything himself, period. In that case, the young man decided he would practice the Allegro rhythm he had recently learned from Hephaestus's video. Shiwoo understood that if he wanted to study the divine martial arts, he had to commit and couldn't be greedy. But in reality, it was a lot of money, so it was hard for him to part with it. After a while, he went to a restaurant with his older sister, even though Soa thought the place was too expensive. She added that they should try something like that at least once in their lives. It cost 600,000 won per person, but since he had that much money in his account, he realized he could afford it. Shu decided he would just watch GodTube until the food arrived. After a while, he checked out Confucius's channel and found that he already had 34,000 subscribers, which is quite a lot. So the guy thought that all of Confucius's students had subscribed to his channel. Considering that this isn't a combat-oriented SSS rank skill, it can only mean something higher than the most divine martial arts. The man sat calmly amidst nature, beginning to speak about something. He said that if a person cares for others and those around them, it will help them. But the protagonist began to feel only that he was getting very bored. Hercules appeared right next to him a little later, and although the protagonist was able to do something with his brain connections thanks to Master Confucius's video, it was all imperfect. The man said that divine martial arts were not something that could be used at Shiwoo's level. It was like changing the laws of the world, and it wouldn't be a simple use of superpowers. The boy would draw mana by focusing on his veins and pressure points, and mana would be the source of existence. To use it more actively, one would need an amplification organ to facilitate the effect on the mana. Although the protagonist currently thought all this was very boring, and most likely considered it all nonsense, Hercules knew this. That is precisely why he decided to show him what could be done with this power. It seemed as though the boy simply wanted to learn divine martial arts and obtain this power, rather than study difficult concepts. Shiwoo said that Hercules was right, but added that he had come up with a way to help him master the divine martial arts more easily. The answer lay in Shiwoo's muscles. If his body was in poor shape, his mind would suffer, so he could move on to more complex concepts on his own, as he built up his muscles. Meanwhile, at the SH Group headquarters, they were discussing the fact that Charon had bought a new weapon. The man had heard that it cost 4 billion, though it would be impossible to compare these gauntlets to Master Aurelian's sword. The girl looked at the gloves, saying that this was the equipment that could help her, and she felt that her skills had risen to a new level just because of this gear. Han Tae-san, who was the leader of this group, was happy for her, and added that if the girl needed anything, she could turn to him. And then Charon immediately brought up the S-rank dungeon raid. Meanwhile, as evening fell, the protagonist continued to train, realizing that mastering the divine martial arts would be very difficult. He still couldn't raise his level at all, so he doubted whether it would work out at all. These deities said there was a way not to lose a battle that could never be won, and the answer was that one must never end the battle. Shiwoo recalled that Hercules had once been human, and he was a hero who had put in a great deal of effort. The young man knew that Hercules had also struggled immensely, but it seemed that he had been disappointed more than once, for the divine martial arts cast doubt on whether a human could ever achieve this at all, and it was not merely the art of combat. Despite the fact that the young man was already doubting his own abilities, he continued to train. With his eyes closed, he stood on the training ground and tried to reproduce the necessary movements. His levels of righteousness, wisdom, and a few other aspects had risen slightly because he had performed a few movements. And then, when Shiwoo opened his eyes, he saw that he hadn't done anything because of his power, and a huge gaping hole had appeared. Shiwoo laughed, realizing that he would most likely have to find a new training center, though he didn't know how much money he would have to pay to compensate for what he hadn't done. Meanwhile, Doku continued to watch the video her boss had given her. It was exactly the same video with the vampire flying bats as last time, but the Fire Witch had broken Shiwu's record on her channel and taken first place again. And it seemed completely unbelievable, since it took her only 11 seconds, but shortly after, Shiwu greeted his viewers again, saying that he was the very person who would conquer the whole world. Of course, he had also heard that just recently, the Fire Witch had broken the record again, and he himself was amazed by how quickly she had managed to do it. Shiwu knew his followers would be curious as to why he had suddenly set his sights on Yuhana, but he understood that with such successes, they might simply burn him. That was precisely his strategy, which is why he said that today he would reveal a strategy to defeat her, despite the fact that the girl had taken first place. Dakagu was completely shocked by what she saw on the screen in front of her. She was puzzled by the movements Shiwu was making while recording it all on camera. He had simply lifted his leg and kicked the ground. After a while, the camera lost its balance and fell to the ground, but a portal he had created appeared right nearby. Daku still didn't understand what exactly she was looking at, because it looked incredibly strange. She nervously kept her hand on the mouse, paying attention to how long the video was, and it turned out to be only 4 seconds. A short while later, the protagonist was already back at home, watching his subscriber count rise rapidly. Thanks to his divine martial arts, the number of views and comments had also increased. He watched all of this intently, but suddenly read some news about Han Charon and that her rank had been re-evaluated. Journalists didn't immediately swarm the girl, and they reported that it had become known today that Charon had failed the S-rank dungeon raid. But despite the fact that there were no casualties, this news disappointed many. Shiwu read a few more comments and news articles, and wondered how she was coping with this setback. But then the guy tossed his phone onto the bed, thinking that it didn't concern him at all, since he didn't have time to think about Charon anyway. He was too busy himself. Meanwhile, the girl had already returned to headquarters on the top floor and met with another woman. She was the director of this group, named Han Mina, and greeted her niece. The woman saw that her niece was quite disappointed right now, so she asked her to look at her and realized that she had just come back from the director. Mina also went to see him and added that the company was a complete mess, just like their investments. The woman added that it wasn't her niece's fault, since they themselves were to blame for having placed all their trust in Nadi. Mina walked away from her, saying that Charon would be better off staying away, as she might run into her brothers. Meanwhile, the main character returned home, and So-Ah met him there. She also had to take her medicine. Shiwu reflected on how pleased he was that his martial arts skills were constantly improving, and that the potion he had just created was more palatable than the last one. As he continued to hone his skills, all his attributes improved. Not only his divine martial arts, but also his metallurgy. Meanwhile, Soa drank what he had prepared again, and it became noticeable that her complexion was improving. Shiwu realized that if he continued to perfect the art of medicine, he would be able to cure his sister. The only problem was money. After all, his current funds weren't enough to cover the monthly subscription. He thought it would be good if he could sell these medicines, but medical products cannot be sold without special medical certification. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and they were surprised because they weren't expecting anyone. At that moment, a voice asked if this was Shiwu's residence, and he stepped closer to the door. This man said he was Charon's personal secretary, and his name was Minjae. Shiwu let him in, and they sat down at the table, after which the man explained that Charon wanted to go through the dungeon a second time. He already understood that the girl wanted to go through the dungeon again, and needed his help. He already understood that Charon wanted Shiwu to come up with a strategy for her, and the secretary confirmed this. He also added that he hadn't heard any details about the dungeon, but he knew the girl hadn't said that help would be absolutely necessary. From the very beginning, Charon had wanted to go through it herself, but since many people were watching her, she was forced to send her secretary. Ming-jae asked if the guy could talk to her, but at that moment, he caught a scent, specifically the sweet smell of Nutuba, after he'd taken a few more videos there. After a while, they headed to their group's headquarters, and the girl practiced skillfully in the gloves he had made. Ming-ji said he would call her, but the boy stopped him, saying he wanted to wait a little longer. Shui-woo realized that training with people like this could be very beneficial, as he had had a similar experience some time ago. The young man added that he might have to wait a little, but for Charon, this could be a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, the girl continued to train regardless of anything. The protagonist thought that all this might be happening because his understanding had improved after studying a certain skill in divine martial arts. But what this girl was doing wasn't just random movements. Moreover, Charon had learned proper swordsmanship. One of her traits was called sword talent, and her talent for swordplay overshadowed her roughness, as if she could use a superpower, even though the girl hadn't studied divine martial arts to systematize that power. Shiu pondered that fencing skill, based on brute force, would eventually reveal its limitation. If the girl learned to use martial arts properly, she could grow significantly. The only way to develop was to join the sect as a disciple. However, the young man didn't know why she needed this. And besides, the group would hardly allow such a thing. After all, if Charon joined a sect, she would no longer be a member of this group. But in reality, aside from this girl, she could be supported by the martial arts she could learn on GodTube. After all, there were a lot of videos on this topic from various users there. They regularly posted videos on all sorts of topics. Although they were actually a bit crazy, the boy realized that she could try to learn martial arts. However, there was also the problem that Sharon couldn't watch videos from that site. It was at that very moment that Shiwu thought about how he could learn them himself, and then simply pass that knowledge on to her. Although he would need to pay for subscriptions to the channels, he could later get money from Sharon. It didn't matter how much it would be. Maybe he would even manage to get extra pay for teaching. In the end, while he was thinking about all this, he realized that the problem was that he was still a low-level fighter, while she, on the contrary, was high-level, and it was unclear whether she would take lessons from someone like him. After all, he could only teach her what he had learned himself, and he didn't know if it was possible to teach someone martial arts while still learning it himself. But in the end, he wasn't going to give up so easily, and eventually the girl approached them. Sharon was very tired from the training, and was breathing heavily as she wiped her face with a towel. After a while, looking at him, she said he should go wash up before they talked. And then the thought flashed through his mind that she was very beautiful. Eventually, after a while, the girl came out and agreed to talk, and Shiwu said he'd heard she needed his help. At that moment, he started asking what had happened inside the dungeon, and then Charon began to tell him. She said that when she entered the dungeon, there were no monsters inside, even though that sounded strange. The girl repeated that there were no monsters there, but then they did encounter one after all. This monster looked like a wolf, but it was hard to call it a monster since she had never seen anything like it before. The young man began to think about all this, but he also remembered that in dungeons of this class, wolf-like monsters are almost never encountered. The girl also said that at that moment she couldn't do anything, and even though she was a hunter of Charon's rank with her class, she simply couldn't say such a thing, and it was hard to believe she wouldn't be able to handle it. Besides, the girl wasn't alone on this raid. She was accompanied by talented team members with good gear. But despite that, the raid turned out to be a failure. In the end, there was only one monster in the dungeon, and this monster was so strong that even Charon couldn't handle it. The young man pondered what was happening for a while, and wondered if it might be a mutation. This monster could be a capo monster that controls all the mana in the dungeon. If they encountered one, it was quite likely that no one, not even Charon, could handle it. When the boy voiced his guesses, the girl said she had never heard of a species like a capo monster. Yu said at that moment that it would be better to abandon this dungeon since it could end fatally, but the girl said she had to do it. He asked why, and Charon replied that because of the failed raid, she wasn't the only one with problems. The young man recalled that her group had also failed miserably because of this raid, and hundreds of billions of won had vanished in just a few minutes after the article was published, which was exactly why she wanted to fix everything. Shiwu realized he couldn't talk her out of it, but this monster was of a very high class and hadn't even existed before, so it wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, he agreed, saying he would have one condition. Now he asked her permission to start uploading videos to YouTube in which she would appear. He also added that he simply couldn't stoop any lower than that. The capo monster was a monster that had never appeared before, and Shiwu wasn't even sure if a strategy could be devised. In the end, they agreed on all their terms and arrived at the S-rank dungeon the very next day. The girl stepped forward, saying she would lead the way, since that was part of their agreement. In truth, Shiwu was afraid to go in there alone because it was dangerous, but for the strategy, they had to go inside. And of course, the atmosphere here was very different from that of a lower-ranked dungeon. At that moment, the girl took out some gloves and put them on ahead of time. Shiwu saw that they were a little uncomfortable on her, so he said he could adjust them. He didn't know what size the person wearing them would have, so he made them to fit his own hand. Sharon was a little surprised because she hadn't thought that Shiwu was the one who had made these gloves. But very suddenly, the two of them heard a sound coming from nowhere that startled them. Shiwu was surprised to hear it and looked around fearfully, not knowing what it was. Stunned, they stood there watching as something began to happen. Shiwu realized this monster was on a completely different level, but Charon asked him to step back. It turned out to be an S-rank monster, the same kind Charon's team had encountered last time. Now he didn't know if Charon could defeat this monster, so he thought he should join her, but they weren't ready for battle. That's why he decided to use his superpower to buy more time. He told Charon that they needed to run right now, as fast as they could. Immediately after that, They rushed to flee as far away from the monster as possible. Shiwu couldn't be sure they would win because he had never fought such a creature head-on, though he knew Charon could land a blow on this monster. The young man asked in surprise how she and the team had returned alive from that monster. The girl replied that they had been lucky back then, but Shiwu asked if she was ready to do the same thing again. Then Charon said that if Shiwu came up with a strategy, the team would do everything to win. After that, the boy agreed, saying he would contact her as soon as he analyzed the monster. The protagonist tried to find information about this monster and discovered that it was a species that was a modified version of a common monster, so there must be an original version from which it originated. Even after using his skill, Shiwu still couldn't find a single clue to solve the mystery. Eventually, after some time, he set the matter aside, deciding to focus on training and improve his skills a bit. The young man sat on the ground, looking at his phone, and when Hercules asked what he was doing, Shiwu replied that he had recently been analyzing a monster, but hadn't found any information. The young man explained that he had been trying to analyze it for 3 days now, but still couldn't figure out what it was. Hercules asked him to let him take a look, and the young man handed over his phone. The man stared at the screen for a while, but then said that it was most likely Fenrir, though Shiwu had never heard that name before. Hercules explained that it was a mythical creature from Norse mythology, and that it was also known as the demonic wolf, or the wolf of divine cruelty. The reason for this name was that it was the creature that brought about the end of the world. After all, with its upper jaw reaching the edges of the sky, and its lower jaw reaching the edges of the earth, this creature is capable of many things. It simply devoured everything between itself and its opponent, and in the end, this creature devoured the entire world, biting and destroying Odin, who was a mighty deity in mythology. Shiwu was surprised to hear this story, so he asked Hercules how this creature had managed to enter their world, but the man could not answer that question. Given the circumstances, Hercules was most likely the only one who could have gotten here, so the boy simply asked if he was sure it was Fenrir. After all, he had once fought this creature and managed to defeat it. Then Shiwu asked what would happen if he fought this monster himself. Heracles replied that if the young man wanted to do it, it wouldn't even take a second, and the protagonist was surprised. Only then did Hercules add that not even a single second would pass before the young man lost. But even from this, it was clear that the creature had become very weak. However, it would still be very difficult to defeat it, since it was a very large and powerful creature. Hercules also added that it was wearing an ornament he had never seen before, and pointed to the phone again. Looking more closely, Shiwu asked what kind of handcuffs they were, and what they meant. With a monster like that, it might take a minute before Shiwu would still have a chance to escape. The 847 guy started wondering how this creature even got here and why. But if this black wolf really is Fenrir, there's almost no way to defeat it. Hercules then said he could tell a story, and Shiwu promised that if he told it, he'd share the idea for content to get 200 subscribers. And of course, he agreed. Meanwhile, Charon walked past the journalists and everyone else who kept asking why she kept going into that dungeon, and how determined they were about the upcoming raid there. After a while, the girl joined her team, seeing that everyone had already gathered there, so they got ready to set off. When the question arose about who Shiwu was, someone from the team said that he was filming a video for YouTube and would go with them. This guy also added that Shiwu was the one who came up with the strategy for this dungeon, even though it seemed absurd to them. The conditions for supporting the team members here were unusual, and on top of that, they had dragged in some stranger they didn't know. That's why this hunter thought Charon must have been deeply disappointed by the defeat if she was willing to go to such lengths. This hunter told her not to worry so much, then asked what she planned to do once the raid was over. The guy kept filming absolutely everything, but this really annoyed one of the hunters. Shiwu connected with his followers, telling them about the situation, but the hunter couldn't understand him at all, as he considered it pathetic at such a crucial moment. But after a while, the team stopped when they saw the very beast they had come for right in front of them. At that moment, Charon wondered if she had made the right decision by returning here, knowing that for someone, this could end very badly. But realizing there was no turning back, she thought about how this raid wouldn't be easy. It would be her group's first foray into the hunting industry, so they had to become the strongest for this venture. Immediately after that, the girl prepared to attack, gripping her sword and her gauntlets. But suddenly, Shiwu approached her and calmly began to tell her about the mythical beast they had just seen, adding that it was called a demonic wolf, a creature from Norse mythology. After a while, the beast came even closer to him. Enraged, the protagonist began to use his power. He was already ready to use his superpower to figure out how to defeat it. Shiwu said that he was the one who would conquer the whole world, so he had to deal with this monster as well. He stepped closer, asking if Sharon was ready for the battle to begin. Without waiting for an answer, he charged first, and a powerful explosion erupted around them. Shiwu lunged forward straight at the wolf, intending to strike it while the rest of the team stood back. But it was already too late. The boy had already lunged forward, and she noticed that his body was no longer visible beneath the rocks. However, it turned out he was fine, and Shiwu prepared for his next strike. Immediately after that, he struck the wolf again, trying to knock it down. And however, despite all this, he wasn't going to give up. But at a certain moment, the monster lunged straight at him, and he stepped back. The young man slammed his back hard against a tree, after which hundreds of small stones rained down on it. Sharon stood next to her team, saying that it was time for them to move as well if they wanted to win. Without waiting another moment, she immediately rushed forward, determined to protect Shiwu from this creature. He was in grave danger, for Fenrir was already closing in on him, and Shiwu realized that although he had previously thought it might be possible to defeat this creature, it turned out not to be the case. He recalled the words of Hercules, who had said that it would take at most 1 minute before he lost, but Shiwu couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds. This monster was already ready to attack again, and was standing very close. Yet Shiwu stood up, not intending to give up just yet. In the end, he thought it wasn't so bad that he couldn't win, because the worst would only happen if he couldn't attack. But just at that moment, very unexpectedly, Sharon attacked the creature herself, landing a powerful blow on it. Suddenly, everything got even worse, because her blow provoked even more rage in the creature. Everything burst into even more flames, and the team was terrified. It turned out that they had managed to create this fire sphere thanks to the fact that there was a hunter who possessed magic. However, they realized things were going badly, but the order not to retreat had already been given. Shu said that if you looked closely, you could see the chains restraining the creature's body, and the boy asked if she had noticed that. But immediately after that, the monster lunged at them all, while Charon tried to protect the team by attacking it. Shiwu tried to calm down and give himself time to use his own power, thinking that he needed to calm his emotions and focus on his senses. A little more time passed, after which he was able to attack by lunging straight at the Fenrir. Of course, he struck. Shiwu realized at that very moment that he needed to keep pressing and strike the exact same spot if he wanted to achieve any result. However, at that very moment, he couldn't hold on, because the monster struck him, and the young man fell to the ground, wounded. But he also remembered that before the monster touched his body, it had paused for just a moment, as if it were unsure of something. Charon didn't stop either, continuing to fight and managing to land a powerful blow as well. Shiwu realized he needed to pull himself together, for he had to seize every opportunity to defeat this creature. Immediately after that, he rushed at the monster again, despite already being quite badly wounded. He was ready to continue the fight, despite having such a severe injury. Right after that, the young man realized that right now was the best time to use his full strength. After that, Shiwu grabbed the chains leading to the monster's handcuffs and began pulling them with all his might. Of course, Charon, while Shiwu was dealing with the shackles, she used her sword against the monster to defeat it. The rest of the team stood behind, safe but deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. The other hunters, though they thought it was all over, were still deeply unsettled by what had happened. Only then did they notice that the handcuffs were still on the monster's paws, and it was growing increasingly agitated. One of them, the young man barely opened his eyes, unable to understand why Fenrir, who was bound by Gleipnir, possessed such strength. After all, he was restricted, yet they still couldn't defeat him. Charon, at that moment, the young man remembered what had happened in the dungeon with the black troll, and perhaps Charon had intended to save the members of her team who had followed her on the raid. Shiwu now realized that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to defeat this monster. Despite all this, he still got to his feet, and even though he had no strength left, he was ready to try again. Besides, he had just realized one thing. The boy didn't say a word and just rushed forward, realizing they still had a chance. Even though he felt terrible, the young man still moved closer to the monster. Charon, who was ahead, asked why he was doing this, and was generally surprised to see that he could move on his own. Shiwu didn't say a word and simply stood in front of the monster, preparing to defeat it. And it turned out that the monster wasn't attacking, but was just angry and staring at him. Charon was scared for him, telling him to step back because he simply didn't understand what he was doing. But at that very moment, the protagonist stepped even closer to the creature, which began to radiate even more of its energy. Attacking such a powerful creature in a group like this was foolish from the start. But only now did the young man understand why he was still alive. He also realized why all the other team members had managed to return from there alive and unharmed last time. Charon moved closer to him, asking what he actually meant, since he hadn't explained anything. Only then did Shirwu explain that if this monster had wanted to, it would have destroyed them long ago, and no one could have returned alive from that place no matter how hard they tried. Another hunter asked how, then, they had managed to return from there unharmed. The boy replied that Fenrir had simply decided on his own to let them go, and that was the very reason the entire team had returned alive. Shiwu said that this monster was telling them to flee because he didn't want to cause them even the slightest harm. Of course, it was very hard to believe, even for him, but if you thought about it, Fenrir never attacked first. If he were just a monster, that wouldn't make any sense. At some point, Fenrir destroyed Asgard, and as soon as he was born, he was cast out. So from the moment of his birth, he had to struggle with hunger and loneliness. But he kept surviving and didn't give up. So rumors spread that this creature was alive. The gods of Asgard came to find this creature and began by playing with him, asking if Fenrir was strong enough to break the rope. They easily threw the rope over him, pretending they just wanted to play, and Fenrir didn't even think to refuse. After all, it seemed like an invitation to play together for a creature who had always felt lonely, and it seemed to him that he might finally have friends. Fenrir was incredibly happy, because it seemed to him that he had managed to befriend the gods, and finally he wouldn't be alone. But in reality, the gods' mission was absolutely not to play with this creature, and they thought quite differently. They feared that this creature could lead to destruction, so they created those very shackles to bind him forever, and then they came to him again. Only then did Fenrir realize that something was wrong, and began to suspect that they were not his friends. Tyr, who was the god of war, threw those chains at him again, saying that if Fenrir couldn't free himself and the gods refused to let him go, he might harm them. At that moment, Fenrir believed that this man wanted to be his friend, for Tyr was the only one who had come to Fenrir when everyone else had turned a blind eye to him, and had also given him food in the barren land where there was no food to be found. But it was in this way that Fenrir found himself bound by Gleipnir and could never free himself again. As expected, none of the gods wanted to free this creature, and in the end, Tyr also turned a blind eye to him. As promised, Tyr thrust his left hand into Fenrir's mouth, saying that he had deceived him. But this creature still could not tear his hand off despite this. Nevertheless, the gods feared this creature's strength, and even thrust a sword into his jaw, ensuring he could not close his mouth. Fenrir was destined to remain in these chains until Ragnarok. But despite this, he remained incredibly lonely and felt excruciating pain every second. After Ragnarok began, this madness consumed Fenrir, and as a result, he devoured the entire world and completely destroyed his enemies. Yet he still failed to destroy Tyr, who had also betrayed him earlier. Tyr was the only one who ultimately returned to his abandoned essence, and was the friend who gave food to a creature so desperately starving. As always, Fenrir considered Tyr his best friend, and perhaps that was naive and foolish of him. The protagonist also knew that, in mythology, Fenrir was certainly not a wolf worthy of being called a wild, demonic creature. Shiwu then said that Fenrir definitely didn't want to harm them, because if he had, he would have destroyed them all here long ago. The hunters were very surprised by this statement, and said they couldn't just take his word for it. Charon stepped closer to him, saying that if they treated a dungeon of such high rank this way, and on top of that, a dungeon breach was occurring, there would definitely be no turning back. Even if the dungeon isn't destroyed, Fenrir could escape while it's happening, and there's no guarantee that this creature won't be dangerous to people. The girls said they would retreat and report this to the association, and also seek help from high-ranking hunters. Charon added that she would refuse to clear this dungeon precisely for that reason. Shiwu understood that she was right. After all, to prevent any catastrophe, they would still have to destroy this creature regardless of their wishes. He understood what this creature was doing here, and why it treated them this way. He wondered if it could be that Fenrir had been abandoned again, so he began looking for new friends and grew bitter. After all, in mythology, the end of the world is called Ragnarok, so after that, Fenrir might have escaped. For some reason unknown to anyone, he found himself bound by these shackles again, and perhaps Fenrir had been abandoned right here once more. And this dungeon was used as a barrier to lure him into a trap, so the creature couldn't escape to another place. The myth stated that he was abandoned immediately after birth, so that he could bid farewell to life in solitude. And this could also explain why the dungeon's rank changed to the highest, since only the mana of the dungeon itself, in which Fenrir was imprisoned, was measured, not the creature's own mana. Charon approached him again, saying that it would be better for them to turn back now, but Shiwu was disappointed in himself because he understood that with his own strength, he could do nothing to help this creature. Because that would be too stupid, and just like in the myth, everything would end the moment they left this dungeon. And even if this creature was Fenrir, it wouldn't be able to stand up to a squad of top-tier hunters. All they need to do is gather the hunters and clear out the dungeon. And if Fenrir is weakened and chained up, they'll definitely be able to attack him, and that will be enough. Shiwu was still convinced that this creature didn't want to harm people, but it would have to be dealt with. However, even if they went ahead with this now, there wouldn't be any problems. All they needed to do was keep living as usual and return to their daily lives. That was all he could do right now, but something was still holding him back. He just couldn't take those steps out of the dungeon and stopped in his tracks again, even though the others were calling him. Immediately after that, the young man turned back, even though the other hunters were telling him not to go there. The boy understood that this wolf had simply been abandoned by everyone, but it certainly didn't want to harm anyone. It simply didn't dare to hurt anyone, even when it had suffered incredibly itself. But in the end, it was a monster in the dungeon and a demonic creature that supposedly threatened people, which is why they wanted to get rid of it and couldn't let it live. Yet, Shiwu felt sorry that there was no other way. They didn't give up even when they realized the fight would never end, which is why they were able to achieve the impossible. So, the boy decided that if there was no way out, he would destroy this dungeon himself, and they would create a new one. Sharon stood there, not understanding what he was about to do. Shiwu realized that the problem ultimately lay within this dungeon. It was the very barrier holding back Fenrir, but this place could be easily destroyed, and that was his only way out. While the other hunters said it was impossible, Shiwu himself understood that summoning such a level of power was still dangerous, but he wanted to try. The river did not drink its own water, and the trees did not eat their own fruit. The sun never shone just for itself, and flowers do not bloom on their own, so he began to use his own power. Shiwu thought that right now he really was talking like some kind of scientist, but he could only laugh because no one would acknowledge it, and in the end, he wouldn't even be able to make a living from it. However, despite this, even if someone gets angry because others don't acknowledge him, there's no need to get angry, even if the whole world doesn't acknowledge him. In today's world, it's enough just not to be called a complete idiot. But for some inexplicable reason, the young man simply wants to be an ordinary person, not someone who is good in and of himself, but someone who treats those around him well. He had no idea why, but this thought came to him very spontaneously after he watched a video of Confucius. And then, when he saw the wounded Fenrir, that thought came back to his mind. That is exactly why he decided to act in this way, applying the divine arts of Hercules. Hercules had previously said that divine martial arts can be used not only for fighting, but that space is the main law by which the world lives. So, the boy began using the first technique, summoning his own superpower. Immediately after that, he also began using the dragon strike he had recently learned. After a while, the barrier began to break, and Charon, as if spellbound, continued to watch what was happening. She was certain that this was definitely impossible, and had no idea what it was. However, a moment later, the girl saw Shiwu lying on the ground, so she immediately ran to him, checked his pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief when she realized he was still alive. Charon looked again at the barrier, which continued to crack and crumble. At that very moment, Fenrir approached the two of them, but didn't attack, even though he had the chance to destroy them. Charon had already come to believe that the creature wasn't a threat to them, so she lifted Shiwu's head, thinking that he was truly an extraordinary awakened one. After all, it had been evident even back when the boy was fighting the troll. In fact, it was very strange and eerie, for within him lay a power capable of shattering the entire dungeon. But in the end, there was no time for wonder now, for they had to get out of there. So Charon took Shiwu by the arm and walked away. Even though Fenrir now had the chance to destroy them, since the two of them were defenseless against his power, he didn't do it. The girl knew that as long as the dungeon hadn't completely collapsed, they needed to get out of there. Eventually, after some time, the protagonist woke up in bed and immediately started wondering where he was. Looking around and sitting up in bed, the young man realized this was the VIP ward of the SH group at the hospital. Charon was sitting nearby, and she was also in a hospital bed because she had been injured. He first asked what Charon was doing there, to which she pointed to her arm where an IV was attached, and said she was a patient too. When Charon asked if he felt uncomfortable there, he just thought that no one could feel uncomfortable next to a beautiful girl. He then began to recall what Confucius had once said, but eventually just got up from the bed. Shiwu realized that it was all nonsense, and then Charon asked again why he wasn't even curious about what had happened, since he clearly didn't remember part of it. However, Shiwu said that Charon had pulled him out of the dungeon before it finally collapsed, and then they ended up in the hospital. Charon didn't understand how he could remember it so clearly, since Shiwu had been lying unconscious for some time. As a result, the dungeon was declared cleared, and the fact that Charon had managed to conquer it caused quite a stir among the people. The young man asked what had happened to Fenrir, and the girl replied that she couldn't know for sure, except for a few details. Shiwu could only hope that since the dungeon had been destroyed, Fenrir would be able to return to the realm of the gods and live out the rest of his days in peace. Charon added that she hadn't revealed any details, and had also asked her companions to keep their mouths shut, so they simply announced that they were the ones who had conquered the dungeon. Shiwu suggested saying that Charon was the one who had cleared the dungeon, and then asked if there was any particular reason she was hiding her power. Since he was very nervous, he took her response as a question directed at him, and said he couldn't hide his power, because if he did, he wouldn't have started his channel. The young man also added that he had no intention of hiding his power, especially given the current situation. Now it was necessary for this group to be known as the one that cleared a high-ranked dungeon, so he wanted to say that it was Charon who had conquered the dungeon. Shiwu realized that the girl was likely a bit unsure of her abilities, and wasn't sure if she should announce such a thing. Despite the fact that she had no skills to clear this dungeon, and after all, in this case, the dungeon was special, the young man said that she was fully capable of clearing a dungeon of this rank. At that moment, it seemed to Charon that he just wanted to comfort her after what had happened, but he replied that he was simply stating the facts. She just thanked him, but then added that she wanted to tell him one more thing. Charon was visibly nervous, but asked if he would like to continue working with her. A few more hours passed, and the young man was sitting on the bed, holding his phone. His superpower had been increasing by less than 1% every day, but just now, it had suddenly jumped by as much as 13%. His mastery of divine martial arts had also increased significantly, and on top of that, all his other stats had taken several steps forward. The boy wondered if this could be the result of using the Dragon Strike, since up until now, in his videos, he had only shown how he cleared dungeons that way. But this time, he had destroyed the space in the dungeon itself, which was why it had been obliterated. And after that, he found himself in this state. After all, compared to his previous ability to use divine martial arts, this already seemed significantly better. Eventually, after some time, Charon left the hospital, got into the car, and asked to be taken to her grandfather. The driver thanked her for her hard work on this raid, since her grandfather was also incredibly pleased with the results. The driver also asked what exactly Shiwu had said, and inquired if the boy had decided to refuse again, and the girl replied that he had. Charon explained that this time, he had said they would need to get along only with people, not with a group. On the other hand, people form gangs but don't cooperate with each other, though the driver didn't understand much of it. But the girl continued, explaining that instead of being colleagues or teammates, Shiwu added that he only occasionally likes working together. She also mentioned that he had asked her if she wanted to learn the art of fencing. The driver thought this meant that Shiwu had agreed to be her fencing mentor, and he acknowledged that this boy had unique abilities, but in the end, he was just a low-class guy. The girl added that she wouldn't mind learning fencing, but then the driver didn't understand why. In that case, they were going to her grandfather's. Charon simply replied that she would like to pay for the lessons first, and the car sped forward. Eventually, the protagonist sat on the hospital grounds, looking at his phone and trying to decide which option would be best. He was considering whether to choose the king's divine sword that destroys the heavens, or the one that subdues dragon, and he also pondered the founder of the Udan sect. He had a truly vast choice, but among the three techniques, there had to be one that was necessary and most suitable, and that one would be right for Charon, so he decided to demonstrate all three techniques and let her choose the one she liked best. Right now, the protagonist was thinking only about the fact that he needed to pay for the subscription, but then he realized that it wasn't that important, since in addition to the 10 billion, he would also receive a monthly training stipend. But at some point, he looked at his phone screen again and was very surprised because the subscription cost not 200, as he had previously thought, but a full 2 billion. The guy began nervously scrolling through the feed, realizing that this was a very expensive channel, and at first simply couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. In fact, it was hard for him to believe that this was even possible, but the last time he checked, it was definitely only hundreds of millions, yet it had increased to 2 billion. Most likely, the subscription cost increases as the number of channels the guy continued to subscribe to grows. And that meant the amount shown now wasn't final, and could be much higher, since the total would likely keep growing. In the end, he calculated that the total bill would be 9 billion, but he thought about subscribing once and then canceling it, though he didn't know if he could do that after signing up. This only meant that he would be forced to pay this huge amount every month, but he thought that the subscription should be canceled automatically, even if he was just using one device to teach Charon. But now it seemed so complicated to him, because he realized that the amount would increase after subscribing to the next channel, and they would add up. Shiwu realized that no matter how much money he earned, There was definitely no end in sight. But suddenly, he was distracted from all these thoughts by a certain energy that seemed incredibly familiar. Moreover, the boy realized that it did not belong to a human. After a while, he stood up and walked a little further, seeing a strange creature in front of him. It was something that resembled both a small bear and a dog in its behavior, but Shiwu knew for sure that it was Fenrir. Shiwu crouched down beside it, noticing that the creature had become much smaller than before. But suddenly Fenrir spat something out of its teeth, and it turned out to be a mouse. The boy was a little surprised and reached out his hand toward the mouse, but suddenly it stood up, and he realized the animal was still alive. Fenrir himself suddenly bolted away at incredible speed, without looking back. Later, the protagonist told Heracles everything, and Heracles began to say that the boy had done everything wrong since he had already taught him how to defeat this creature. Shiwu recalled that Hercules had mentioned that the creature's weak spots were on its sides, and that it wouldn't be able to use its full power if grabbed by the tail, but the young man added that none of these methods had worked. Eventually, Hercules began to explain further, and Shiwu snorted, saying that he could have at least told him all this earlier, but Hercules replied that he hadn't thought his student would be quite so weak. The young man simply added that it didn't matter now, since he had only asked Hercules to tell him about a strategy suitable for his level, and didn't want him to teach him his own combat style. Shiwu just sighed heavily, thinking that fortunately everything had ended well, since in the end, this raid could have been fatal for him, and the video he'd filmed in the dungeon had been completely erased, which greatly upset the boy. After all, the clip featured not only that creature, but also Charon, so the video could have had millions of views. That video could have been incredibly useful and profitable, but it's gone now. A moment later, the protagonist saw Fenrir again, who quickly ran closer to him, and the young man stood up. He decided to go over and see what was happening, and it turned out that there was a pigeon lying there that the creature had brought, which, of course, surprised not only the protagonist, but also Hercules. Unexpectedly, the bird stood up just as the mouse had done back then. So unexpected was it that the pigeon quickly flew away and flew out through the open window of the chamber, while Hercules was left with a lot of questions. Shiwu thought that Fenrir simply wanted to bring him something to eat, but it all seemed very strange. After all, this creature wasn't even a cat, so for both Hercules and the boy himself, it all seemed incredibly strange. However, Hercules said that if it was bringing him all this, it meant that all these animals were its prey, but it looked as though Fenrir still didn't want to hurt other creatures. Hercules said that in that case, it was unclear why this creature was bringing other animals here, as if asking to put them out of their misery, but the boy himself didn't know for sure either. Besides, none of them knew where this creature had come from, or why it was bringing animals, but Shiwu began to figure out what was going on. Hercules said that all of this was very strange, because this creature shouldn't even be appearing in this world. After all, it couldn't even exist there. Shiwu said that he would also be very curious to find out, but Hercules was the only one who knew how to get here. The man replied that it was all nonsense, since the two worlds couldn't intersect with each other, so it was completely unknown how another creature had ended up here. But it turned out that Hercules was the only one who didn't know any of this, even though he begged the boy to believe him. The man said that all of this was completely unfair and that he had to believe him, but the boy just laughed at the whole thing. Hercules simply replied that, in any case, the boy had managed to survive after using the dragon strike, so he became curious to ask how Shiwu had used it. When Hercules heard about his luck, it surprised him, because his own dragon strike couldn't be used simply by relying on some random stroke of luck. Shiwu smiled and simply asked if Hercules could teach him the new technique, and Hercules replied that it wouldn't be difficult, but he said the boy had to give him something in exchange, so Shiwu agreed to let him see the contents of the next video. Meanwhile, a man sitting with two women continued drinking alcohol, but suddenly he was informed that a new request had come in for them. His name was Meng Shiwu, and he was also a Class D hunter, so he told the two girls to leave them alone so they could talk. The masked man repeated the hunter's rank again, which surprised their leader, since previously they had only dealt with high-ranking hunters. Meng Jiguan was the head of the Upper Pandemonium, and said that dealing with a hunter of this class was incredibly ridiculous and humiliating. Then the masked man said that this hunter was unusual, even though his rank was indeed low. He then spoke again about how Sharon had managed to clear the dungeon on her own, since that's all anyone was talking about online. But it turned out that Shiwu, the subject of the inquiry, was also connected to this. This man said that most likely the hunter had helped Charon, and they needed Shiwu to be confirmed as an awakened one. He wasn't even interested in the methods they would use, and what was more important was that this order had VIP status, yet Jig Wang said he couldn't carry it out. It turned out that Min Jung had made her move, even though they hadn't expected it at all right now. The boss said it was unknown what she had found there, but because of this woman, they had a lot of problems. However, it was strange to hear that the head of Pandemonium was worried about a mere security guard from the Inspection Bureau. However, it turned out that if Min Jung caught him, no one would return from there unscathed. Moreover, a new branch manager had recently been appointed in Korea, so he didn't want to create these problems right away. The key figures and leaders of Pandemonium were divided into 5 categories, but there were also rumors that one head, whose name is unknown, had destroyed one of the 13 heroes. It also turned out that there is now a leader in Korea at the Scar level, which is the highest position, but Jigwon told him to keep quiet about it. He fell silent for a moment, realizing that this was indeed very bad. In other words, this man wanted to say that they could help the new leader establish himself in his new position, since this was a chance to win his trust. Jiwon said that in that case he would agree, then asked about the conditions, to which the other replied that they simply needed to bring that guy back alive. In other words, he understood that keeping Shaiwu alive didn't mean keeping all his limbs intact. Meanwhile, Shiwu was sitting on the hospital grounds, watching with satisfaction as his vitals improved, when something distracted him again. It was a rabbit that Fenrir had brought here. Just like the previous animals, the young man also saw Fenrir himself, who, just as before, began to run away after bringing the prey. Shu hoped that this creature would finally calm down soon, since several days had already passed. But Fenrir didn't stop, and not long after, brought a whole deer to the boy. The very next day, he brought an eagle, which also greatly surprised Shai Wu, since he had hoped it would end. After that, the boy joked that Fenrir would one day bring him a bear, and the very next day, that's exactly what happened. Fenrir's eyes clearly showed that he hoped to please Shaiwu, but in this situation, the protagonist realized he needed to take more serious measures. Eventually, a whole week passed, and Shiwu was discharged from the hospital, so he returned to his sister. The young man added that he was fine, because it wasn't such a serious injury, so everything turned out okay. Although, when Sharon felt unwell, she could have lost consciousness, and who knows how that would have ended. He asked if Soa had been taking her medication and if she'd skipped doses just because he wasn't around, and his sister said she wasn't doing that anymore. When the young man asked if Soa had been taking herbal remedies, the girl immediately turned away, saying she felt nauseous just thinking about it. Shaiwu realized that Soa was still having a hard time, so he decided he needed to improve his mastery of healing techniques, and then added that he wanted to ask her something. The young man asked if she liked puppies, but even though Soa said yes, she didn't know why her brother was asking about it so spontaneously. Shiwu wanted to explain everything first, but Fenrir immediately came out to them, and Soa immediately rushed straight to him to hug him. Soa thought her brother's warning that he might bite was just nonsense, since with such tiny teeth, he could hardly do anything. The girl asked if he had a name, then immediately added that if he didn't, she'd like to come up with one herself, and Shiwu agreed. Soa immediately exclaimed that she would call him Black, since that name had come to her right away. She noticed that Shiwu didn't seem to like it, and it seemed to him that his sister had no idea what kind of names to give. But it was also clear that Fenrir was happy with the name, so Shiwu decided not to interfere. In the end, Soa was satisfied, and Shiwu went back to the SH Group headquarters to meet with Charon, but he was a little late. At first, Charon suggested settling up with him and signing a contract, with the deposit amounting to exactly 9 billion. The girl told him to check his account since the money should have already been transferred to his card, and Shiwu confirmed this. She also wanted to discuss the cost of the lesson she had learned after seeing Shiwu's sword skills. The guy added that he would demonstrate everything live right there, and then Charon would decide how much it was worth, although Shiwu wasn't really sure how much to ask for it. So he wanted the girl to determine the amount herself. He only asked the girl to lend him a training sword, so he could demonstrate everything. Shiwu also said there would be 3 techniques, since they were all good, but he wanted Sharon to choose the one she liked best. The young man had also considered joining their team, but figured it would be quite expensive, and the longer he stayed, the more he'd have to pay. In the end, he came here having watched only the trailer, so he was worried about whether he'd be able to perform well. But eventually, he got ready and said that the first technique would be called Divine Sword Mastery that rips through the heavens. Sharon watched everything closely, but she still couldn't see the sword's movement because it was too fast. The girl continued to watch all this, while Shiwu kept swinging his weapon. But suddenly, after the next strike, Charon realized she couldn't move. Even though this movement was slower than the previous one, the pressure had a strong effect on her body. Immediately after that, Shiwu offered to demonstrate the sword style that had subdued the dragons. He began to use the next technique, which Sharon was still watching in fascination. Finally, the boy decided to demonstrate the Taeguk sword style, though Sharon was already doubting whether it was even possible to learn it. This time, the energy was green, and the girl stood at a distance, closely watching the weapon's movements. When it was all over, Sha Wu said that these were the 3 techniques he could teach her, so he asked her which one she liked best. Meanwhile, a car was parked in front of the group's headquarters, already waiting for Shi Wu to come out of the building. No one could confirm that anyone had come out of the building, though it was hard to understand why, since they had been waiting for a long time. Jig Wang said that Shi Wu might have offered some services to Charon, and in the end, even though he looked menacing, he would behave completely differently. He also mentioned that Shi Wu had a younger sister, and smiled as he came up with a new plan. The assistant said they might run into trouble because the inspection bureau might find out about it, and Min Jung would also get involved, but Ji Wan replied that there was no need to worry so much. He added that the higher-ups would handle everything, so he just wanted to pay a little attention to Shai Wu's sister, and it was unlikely to make things worse for them. And instead of wasting time now, Shai Wu would crawl to them on his knees, begging them not to touch his sister. So, Jig Wang told the driver to head straight to the boy's house, where they would find Soa. 1153. Meanwhile, Charon was still in shock from what she had just seen before her. The protagonist asked again which technique she liked best, and which one she would choose for herself. Since he noticed she was a little hesitant, he decided to hand her the sword and told her to try it herself first, and then choose the one that felt most comfortable. After that, the girl concentrated and, taking the sword in her hands, tried to replicate the very movements they had just seen. Within seconds, Charon began using these techniques, mastering more and more of them. Shao realized that her movements were no different from his own, but unlike his, something was missing. Despite this, he encouraged her, saying she should try other techniques first. After all, he wanted to help and earn his pay. Then he spoke with Hercules, saying that with his help, he could learn divine martial arts. But Hercules explained that Shi Wu simply had the ability to use the power of the god. Hercules explained that when the boy first asked him to teach him divine martial arts, he had refused and asked if the boy remembered why. Shi Wu replied that Hercules had told him he could only learn the divine martial arts once he understood how to use his superpower, and at that time, the boy's mental state simply wouldn't allow it. But Hercules said that wasn't what he meant, and explained that just as the boy was learning the basics of divine martial arts, he must also learn the martial arts of the other gods. Since Charon didn't know the basics, she couldn't redo them, but the fact that she was able to repeat the movements could also be considered a feat. And then Hercules added that Shi Wu was a certain exception in their world. Besides, he had never had any attributes before, but they had awakened. However, the protagonist didn't know why Hercules was asking him about this. Her husband began to explain that a new existence cannot be overwritten onto something that already exists, and that what they call attributes is what makes it impossible to overwrite existing attributes onto a specific leg. That is exactly why the boy could study the characteristics of other gods without any problems, and that is exactly why he was able to access GodTube, which means that, apart from himself, no one else can learn about the capabilities of this site. Hercules said that maybe that was indeed the case, but Shiwu realized that in that case, he simply wouldn't be able to teach Charon what he wanted to, and he got upset, because he'd lose a lot of money that way. But Hercules began to reassure him, saying that he might be able to teach her because he'd figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, one of the Pandemonium members was already standing at the door of Shiwu's apartment, ready to break in and get to his sister. Immediately after that, he reached for the doorknob and ripped it off the door. Literally a few seconds later, the man entered, heading straight for the first room. After a while, he reached Soa, who was sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of anything, and didn't even wake up from what had happened. But very suddenly, he heard a strange sound. However, this seemed odd, because until then, he hadn't noticed anyone else's presence in the house. However, after a while, Fenrir came out, whom the man mistook for a dog. Shiwu continued talking with Hercules, asking how best to teach Charon, and the man said that although humans cannot master their martial arts, once Shiwu masters them, he can teach others. After all, everyone learns martial arts from here, and the fact that she won't be able to learn them isn't going to disappear. But Hercules said that among the techniques the boy listed with Master Taiju, the story would be a little different. Hercules added that this master was a very important figure in the world of martial arts, and had even helped Hercules when he was just learning these techniques. So if she subscribed to this master's channel, there was a good chance Shiwu would be able to learn his art as well. And once she mastered it, she would be able to build her own style based on it. Hercules also said that it's impossible to learn a martial art directly, but you can create a new martial art based on others and teach Charon that, so there shouldn't be any problems with that. The boy was also delighted, realizing that he too would be able to practice martial arts and learn them. After that, he thought about his own martial art and how creating it wouldn't be all that easy, but he was confident that it shouldn't pose any major problems. Immediately after that, Hercules brought up again the video the boy had promised to give him after the training. Shounen replied that he would take care of it and let him know as soon as it was ready, but this time the video was a bit more complicated. Right after that, they said goodbye, and the bus doors opened at the right stop, so the boy got off the bus and headed home. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was immediately alarmed by the sight of a torn-off doorknob. Starting to worry intensely about his sister, he quickly ran inside, afraid that something might have happened to her. But the young man breathed a sigh of relief after entering her room and seeing that the girl was sleeping peacefully in bed. However, shortly after that, he heard Fenrir's growl. The young man went further and saw the beast standing next to a wounded man who was barely moving. Shiwu realized that Fenrir had protected his sister, so he thanked him and petted him, saying he was a good boy. He also noticed that the energy clearly belonged to an awakened one, and not an ordinary person. And although the young man didn't know how the man had gotten into their house, his intentions couldn't possibly be good. Shiwu thanked Fenrir again for his help, and then asked him to keep an eye on the house and his sister for a little while longer. After a while, the man from Pandemonium woke up, but by then, Shiwu had already tied him to the chair with ropes. The young man also noticed that the man recognized him, but he didn't say anything out loud. Instead, he said he wanted to ask a few questions. However, the man just laughed and shook the ropes off, saying that tying him up like that wouldn't work. But even though he managed to shake the ropes off, Shiwu approached him, using his strength to immobilize him. Shiwu ordered him to shut up, and added that if his sister woke up, he would forget about any questions and would finish him off right there. Then he added that he wasn't the kind of person to take someone's word for it, so he wasn't going to let him go just like that. Eventually, after some time, leaving Fenrir with Soa, Shiwu went to where the other members of Pandemonium were, and they were very shocked by what they saw before them. One of their colleagues was lying on the floor, and behind him stood Shiwu, whom they had been trying to find. For a moment, he just stood there, already preparing to use his power, while the other members of the group warily prepared to counterattack. They were very surprised to see this guy in front of them, but they were truly alarmed when they saw what he had done to one of their own. Shiwu stepped closer to one of them, and the man said that Jig Wang was their leader, so if the guy didn't want trouble, he should leave right now. But instead, the protagonist simply started asking where their leader was and demanded an answer immediately. When he didn't get one, he injured the man, who fell to the ground, causing the rest of the team to panic even more. They all noticed that this guy was very confident in his abilities, so they decided to rush at him all at once to take him down. But the young man immediately used his skill, stomping his foot hard on the ground to unleash his power. They didn't even have time to react and kept running straight at him, but at that very moment, Shiwu himself lunged at the two men and began fighting them. He threw one of them aside and turned to the other, asking again where their leader was and demanding an answer. Meanwhile, much later at the Hunters Inspection Bureau, they were informed that Pandemonium had made its move, and Minju was asked if they already knew where these people were. Sua replied that they didn't know yet, but the tracks were distinct enough to follow, so the team should be able to track them down soon. Minjung ordered all members of the 4th Squad to assemble immediately, and also instructed them to gather reinforcements from all available guards. The woman also realized that she herself should set out, but suddenly someone stopped her, immediately apologizing for interrupting her duties. A man said they had received an urgent request and they needed her badly, but Minjung said she couldn't help right now, even though it was a special order. Only then did she turn back, having heard that it was a special order from the chief, because a Class C dungeon had appeared nearby, and she needed to head there as quickly as possible. The woman asked if she really needed to go there, and requested that another team be sent instead, since she had other matters to attend to. Then he stepped closer, saying that it might be better to decline this request, and besides, the chief would hardly be able to turn a blind eye to it. So he told her that he could not take responsibility for the consequences of her choice, so Minjung must be prepared for this. Regardless, the woman simply pushed him away and walked off, saying that he could do whatever he wanted, but she was going wherever she saw fit. Meanwhile, the Pandemonium group had already gathered almost in full force, and they were determined to finish off that guy who wouldn't leave them alone. Shiwu realized he couldn't let them get away with this. Even if he showed the slightest weakness, those idiots would start up again and want to target the same place. That's exactly why he decided he had to destroy all of this. He wanted to deeply instill fear into these people's instincts instead of trying to reason with them. He wanted these idiots to understand that they shouldn't cross his path, and to scream in terror just at the sound of his name. That's exactly why, right after that, he charged straight at them, determined to destroy all these people. Only the men were frightened and stepped back, saying they shouldn't rush at this guy right away in the heat of the moment, because he was far from an ordinary person. At that moment, Shiwu realized that when fighting multiple opponents, they would attack 3 at once, but no more than 5. They knew that attacking a large number of opponents would always lead to chaos, so it was far less effective than fighting one-on-one. Dozens of people forming groups attack in unison, so this doesn't lead to chaos, and they perfectly exchange tactical information among themselves. And though it's too absurd to call it an art, to some extent these people were trying to imitate it. One of these gods said that the key to developing the art is very simple, because there were only 2 paths to life and to its conclusion, and to begin with, one must learn to distinguish between them. Even if he tried to recall all of this, he didn't even understand what this man was talking about, but he could just barely see it all, so he began to apply these skills. Shiwu rushed at them, thinking that this was the great door of life, and as he began to unleash his power, a massive explosion occurred. The other team members watched all this in awe, and were only more frightened by what they saw. The human body had several vital points, and that was exactly what the protagonist was relying on now. The doors leading to the end of life were absolutely everywhere, and he couldn't see the door to life anywhere, but soon enough, he was completely surrounded by all the others. However, the young man did not give up, and recalled Heracles' words about how no one can stand against a group, because fighting it immediately becomes difficult, especially when many weak ones gather around, and sometimes you simply cannot see a way out when you are surrounded. Recalling all this, the young man began to use his strength and prepared to attack, employing the power Heracles had taught him. Jigvan arrived at the scene shortly after, and his assistant approached nervously, unsure of what to do next. Their leader was truly shocked by what was happening here, but the others couldn't explain it either. Seeing what had happened to their leader, the protagonist immediately lunged at him, and Hercules himself had said earlier that leaders always show up at the end. Without waiting another second, the protagonist knocked him down, and Jigwan slammed into a nearby wall. Of course, the others were very surprised to see what he had done to their leader, since it was a knockout with the first blow. Shu stood nearby and was already ready to attack his opponent again, unwilling to give up. It seemed to him that this guy didn't look particularly strong, but he also realized that if the attack had been unexpected, he himself wouldn't have lasted long here, and eventually their leader got back up. Jigwan began to approach the boy, and at that moment, the protagonist asked about his sister, and only then did their leader realize that Shu Wu was standing before him. Now it became clear that this was the face he had seen on the website, but it had been said that his rank was low, though it would be foolish to believe that. When the protagonist asked again if it was he who had ordered his sister's capture, the man simply replied that it was indeed so. Hearing this, Shiwu immediately lunged at him, intent on taking revenge for what he had tried to do to his sister. He wanted to push his senses to the limit right then, but Ji-wan, aware that despite this he had barely dodged the blow, realized that his opponent was truly strong, but he had no intention of giving up, so he used his strength combined with physical enhancement, adding that the weaker the boy became, the stronger he himself would become. After a while, he managed to push the protagonist away from him, and the latter barely managed to stay on his feet. Despite this, the young man still managed to strike him, but no one of such rank could be expected to tolerate such a thing. The leader stepped even closer, saying that the boy had done enough, so it was time to finally open his eyes. Only much later did his assistant approach him, but Jigwan simply ordered him to shut up and stay put. Jigwan said that since he possessed so much power, there was no point in living an ordinary, boring life. He said that superhuman beings like them would not live such a life, for there was no point in sacrificing themselves for the weak. The man said that it is precisely the weak who must make sacrifices to them, precisely because they were super beings with superpowers. It was they as powerful beings who created a world where strength determines power and justice, and where there are no rules or laws. Because if you want something, you just have to take it. You can get drunk or rob someone. The protagonist just asked what nonsense he was talking about now, and although he wasn't really listening, he added that perhaps this man needed to talk, so he decided to stay silent for a while. Jigvan thought that all of this was because of that guy's sister, since he believed that giving in to such emotions was very low. He added that if you let attachment control you, it means you'll be a weakling, but instead, the protagonist said that in that case, he would be a human being, and not such a lowly creature as this one. The leader merely replied that it was all utter nonsense, for he was impressed by his opponent's abilities and had therefore given Shiwu a chance. But it turned out that the young man was willing to sacrifice his life for his own sister. And that's exactly what saved him, so he began to fight. But suddenly Ji-won was thrown far backward, despite his attempts to resist. He didn't even fully realize what had happened or when it occurred, but the boy had already managed to land the next blow. Literally a second later, he lunged at him again, charging with tremendous force. Now it became clear that this guy was on a completely different level, and it was nothing like what had come before or what he was used to. After the next blow, Ji-won simply couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. Shu stood over him, saying that he could take the risk again if he wanted to, but added that in that case, he would destroy the entire pandemonium right before his eyes. Ji-won was surprised that this guy wanted to fight him one-on-one, but the young man told him to look more closely. It turned out that the leader hadn't been mistaken. It was the very same superpower that was so unattainable that no human could resist it. Shiwu began to wield the divine art of Hercules in its first form. Immediately afterward, he used the falling dragon strike and unleashed it directly on his enemy. Meanwhile, Minjung and his assistant had already arrived on the scene to assess the situation. One of the team members reported that it was all over, but it would be easier to see it for themselves than to explain. They described how, when they arrived, the area was already littered with bodies. The woman walked forward, looking around, and said that first they needed to find out who had done all this. She wanted to identify everyone who was still unconscious and check each one for any criminal records. If they had any, she ordered them all to be eliminated. The man said he would carry out the order, and Minjung called Sua to follow her, saying she needed her help. The woman stepped closer and saw the body of Jigwan-ah lying just as lifeless on the ground. She knew who he was, but even if all the enemies of the fourth squad had attacked him together, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him, and she knew that even that might not have been enough to succeed. Meanwhile, Shu tried to heal his wounds and used the divine medicine skill to do so. After a short while, he began to feel better, as rapid regeneration set in after he used a few needles. He began to recall that there were certain skills that could not be used on humans, and he hadn't used his full power, just as he hadn't in the Fenrir dungeon with Bo. If he had, things might have ended much worse than they were now. Nevertheless, he realized that he could control his magic thanks to his training. Shiwu also acknowledged the fact that Jigwan was indeed a rather strong opponent, and Danchal wouldn't even come close to being his match. After all, this was a war between the Guardians and the criminal rankers, so at any moment he could find himself back in the thick of battle. But first, he wanted to deal with the guy who had broken into his house and nearly snatched his sister. If it weren't for Fenrir, Shiwu knew how this would have ended, and understood that his sister could have been in danger. A short while later, an assistant came to the head of Pandemonium, reporting that Jigwan had been injured, and the head asked who had done it. When he was told it was that same low-ranking guy, of course, the head was greatly surprised. It was hard to believe that their leader could be taken down by a hunter of such a rank, and Juwan hardly believed it. Instead, he said that his assistant had relayed information he wasn't sure about, and then the assistant replied that there was an inspection bureau there. The man added that the place had been immediately overrun by inspection bureau personnel, and although there were survivors, they had all simply gone mad for some unknown reason. He also added that most likely, Shiwu had done exactly that, and prior to that, Jiwan had received a specific order. The target of the order was this very hunter, and while they were carrying out the order, this incident occurred, and in the end, they couldn't even catch Shiwu. Juwan wondered who had given the order and what it entailed, and perhaps it was all just a coincidence. But he also didn't rule out the possibility that the inspection bureau was behind all of this, because knowing Minjung, she might be capable of. Even those who survived among their members simply began to lose their minds upon hearing Shiwu's name. And the leader realized that, judging by all accounts, it was indeed that same low-ranking individual who had done it. But the mystery remained as to why he held such a low rank. It was because of him that their entire group and everyone in the criminal underworld was still in danger, but Juwan decided they could take advantage of this situation. That's why he gave the order to track down this guy and relay it to all the other members of Pandemonium so they could bring him to him. In the past, they would have simply eliminated him right away, but now the Inspection Bureau had intervened. This wasn't good, and although he was certain Minjung wouldn't reach them, they didn't know how this might end. Meanwhile, Minjung herself went to the chief's office to report everything, but he was furious that she, as the commander of an entire unit, had caused such a bloodbath. He was angry because she had ignored his direct order and had killed dozens of people. Minjung apologized for this, but added that all these people were repeat offenders. The commander got angry that she even dared to say such a thing, and try to justify herself, and said that she didn't even understand that the unit hadn't defended itself, but had simply wiped out those people, and it was after that that the commander ordered her to hand over her uniform. The others standing behind her, of course, wanted to stand up for their commander, since they believed she was worthy of the position. Despite this, the commander shouted that he was their boss, and if they didn't want to lose their uniforms too, they should keep quiet. Despite this, they argued that it was very unfair, especially after the woman agreed to hand over her uniform. He reacted very strongly to the other subordinates' response, saying they had no right to speak that way. Minjung stepped closer, saying she would give up her uniform, but didn't tell the boss to back off from her team. Eventually, he calmed down when another voice said their commander should be left alone. They were very surprised to see director Baek Seong-jae there, but he said he had heard about pandemonium and decided to come. Then he approached the head of the department and said that, as director, he was well aware of how dangerous pandemonium was. He had also heard that they were eliminating criminals, and the man began shouting that it was all a misunderstanding, but the director simply replied that the investigation would clarify everything. After that, he looked at Minjung, asking if she was the squad leader, and called her over to talk. When they went to another office, he asked her directly if she was the one who had done that to those people. The woman looked at the director somewhat suspiciously, for he was the one who had cut off the air to many criminal organizations in Korea, and the very fact of his existence frightened criminals. And he was the son of Seongpyeong, one of those who saved humanity. And the director said he had already heard about what had happened and asked if it was really necessary to destroy those people. Minjung replied that before the demon world intervened in theirs, the awakened ones had become the hope of humanity. Peak Seonjae added that the more stable the world becomes, the more everyone starts thinking about money. But his father also said that this is normal, and he added that it's worth fighting for years to ensure a good and normal world. As I said, his father always saw justice as obvious, but he thought otherwise, because justice is far from always being obvious. Of course, there is a certain limit, but if you work in the mud, you can't help but get dirty. So he reiterated that during the group's dismantling, forced extermination of people occurred. But the woman disagreed, saying she had checked all the surveillance cameras but couldn't figure out who it was. Minjung added that they couldn't say anything because they were so scared, but some kept mentioning a certain hunter. The director thought they were talking about some high-class hunter, but the woman objected. She said these criminals were talking about a hunter who was only a D-class. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to feed Fenrir the meat he loved so much. After a while, his sister returned. She had just woken up and noticed that her brother had gotten up very early today. Shubu could only think about how he had barely managed to fix the handle, since he thought his sister might start to suspect something. And quite suddenly, a spontaneous but very good idea came to him, to build a new house. The young man thought that if he built a new house using divine metallurgy, it would be protected from any attacks and would be safe. But the question was, where exactly to build this house? Because after all, his sister still needed treatment, so they couldn't leave the city. But in the end, he had more than 10 billion, so he thought about buying the house where they currently live. Just a short while later, the young man stepped out briefly without saying where he was going, but suddenly the company director met him and asked if he could talk to him for a moment. Shiwoo was surprised to see this man in front of him, and remembered seeing Song Jae somewhere in the news. Eventually, he did realize that this was the director of the inspection bureau, but he had no idea what this man was doing here. The young man began to worry, thinking that the bureau wouldn't have ignored everything that happened yesterday, and that he should have anticipated this. But in the end, those thugs had gotten to his sister, and so he had lost control of himself. However, it wasn't at all clear why the director had come in person, and so quickly at that. But then, Shiwoo began to calm himself down by telling himself that these were all just his assumptions and nothing was certain yet. That's exactly why he said that was really his name. And immediately the director asked, was he the guy who caused all that chaos yesterday? Sun Ja added that he had done such things to people yesterday and was living peacefully today. And then the boy really got scared, realizing that the director knew everything. He began to worry about his sister and thought about running away with her. Suddenly, the director stepped closer to him and put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he wanted to become a guard. And in the end, everything worked out. And a moment later, the boy was sitting at the bus stop thinking about what the pay was like. But those who serve for a long time can make really good money. He couldn't even believe what had happened, but he thought about how B hadn't turned down a salary like that. However, the director had left before the young man agreed, as if he hadn't even been hoping for anything. But then it wasn't clear why he had come. Shiwoo wondered if the man had come because of yesterday's incident for the sake of the investigation, which could be bad. But then he realized that it was only his business and no one should be bothered by it. After a while, He finally went to the woman who owned the house and said he'd like to talk to her. He didn't beat around the bush and asked if she wanted to sell the house. She replied that as long as she and her sister were living there, she had no intention of selling it. Besides, housing prices were so low right now that selling wouldn't be profitable. Interest rates had risen, and even before that, she hadn't wanted to sell the house until she had children. But then the guy said he'd like to buy the house if she was considering selling it, though she was surprised he was even talking about such a large sum. Shu simply replied that he was one of the awakened, so he was well off, and that's why he wanted to buy the house. Of course, this pleased her, and the guy said he had grown attached to this house, and she was even ready to sell it for 150 million. However, it seemed to him that this was too small an amount, and after all, if she put it up for sale, she wouldn't get that much anyway. However, Shawu added that if it weren't for this woman, he and his sister would be living on the streets, so he said he would give her 1 billion for the house, which shocked her greatly. A little while later, the guy was already sitting on the subway, staring at his phone screen, wondering if building a house was much harder than he'd thought. There were so many details to sort out with the paperwork, registration, and permits, and it would take several months to get them all. On top of that, he couldn't even upload his video, and people were asking in the comments why there was no update. All of this was starting to get on his nerves, and he began calculating again how much he would have to spend. After a while, he sighed heavily. A little while later, he arrived at headquarters to meet with Sharon, who soon came out to see him. It seemed like she was getting more beautiful every day, and then the girl asked how long the training would take and how much it would cost. He named a figure in the tens of billions, and the girl immediately agreed, which surprised him greatly. Then he thought he should have ignored his conscience and asked for more, but Sharon added that she had expected that amount. Her grandfather wouldn't let her spend more, and besides, this wasn't a one-time purchase, but a fee that would need to be paid monthly. Shiu said that in that case, they'd agreed on 10 billion because, after all, the total annual amount was indeed large. He also said he was planning to build a new house, and added that it was administratively difficult, although the girl was surprised that he was going to handle it on his own. Without even waiting for a response, she added that she would help, and Shaiwu was surprised that she had understood everything so quickly. After a while, they went to train, and the boy realized that the weapon he had chosen could only be used once due to the poor quality of the material. Palguan asked in surprise if he had been training all this time, but the boy replied that it hadn't hurt him either. Charon agreed to take on all the administrative issues and everything related to paperwork, so there wasn't much left to do. A short while later, Soyun arrived again to see Palguan and Shiwu. She said she was just passing by and thought of them. Seeing the main character, she walked over and greeted him, asking what was new. Shiwu recalled everything that had happened very recently, but replied that nothing interesting had actually happened. Soyun simply added that if he ever needed her help, he could always count on her. That's why he decided to ask her for a favor, and inquired if she could help him with some building materials. Soyun just replied that it wasn't difficult, but asked why he suddenly needed them, and the guy said he wanted to build a house. She was surprised that he wanted to do it himself. Even though he had maxed out skills, it was still a bit strange. After all, crafting weapons and construction are slightly different things, but the guy handed her a list of the necessary materials. The girl read everything written there and saw that it included ingredients made from monster remains, which surprised her even more. But Shaiwu really did say he wanted to build such a house using those materials. Meanwhile, Assistant Park approached company president Song Jae to ask a question. He reported that Ju Won hadn't accepted anything, so it was most likely clear who was behind it. Song Jae was surprised that Park was looking at him so intently, but Park simply asked why the director hadn't done anything about him. The director had already guessed that he was talking about Sherwoo, and the man replied that he hadn't done anything because Min Jung herself was the commander of the 4th Guard Unit. She said that things weren't at all what they seemed, and that there was much more humanity in this boy than in others. After all, they had awakened a long time ago as children, and then they trained, and eventually Sun Ji's father told him to go out and see the world. So he spent another 5 years doing just that, and then joined the Bureau, where he worked for 20 years. During that time, he managed to catch a lot of criminals. Though many wanted to destroy him, he was the one who destroyed them instead. Perhaps that's why he grew tired of being human. After all, people are far worse than monsters, so he simply felt that Shiwu was definitely not a criminal. He was truly speaking honestly, because in his eyes, almost everyone looks like a real criminal, but there are still people who continue to believe in him. In reality, it wasn't that easy, because sacrifices have to be made. That's why all parents are worthy of admiration. But Song Jae added that there was something else about Shi Woo. Park Wee said that this guy was involved in such activities and was lying about his skill level, since he had almost single-handedly wiped out all the criminals. The director tossed aside the can, saying that they must remember that the blades of their swords must always be directed at opponents and criminals, and that he liked a society where people lived in peace. That was exactly the kind of world his father had defended, and immediately after that, the man said he was heading to the SH group. This surprised his assistant, and the leader said that their swords must always be aimed at criminals. Shiwoo, meanwhile, said that he wanted to build a house himself, which surprised the others. The girl said it would be hard to find these materials, but added that she could find them, since money wouldn't be a problem. But then she changed her mind. After all, there were red dragon scales from golems, and they aren't ordinary monsters, so the materials can only be obtained from high-rank monsters. Soyeon replied that these were materials hunters always needed, and it would be difficult to obtain enough of. She said they would cost at least 3 times the market price, so she said 3 billion won would be enough. Of course, at first, this surprised the guy a lot, and of course, he thought he could lower the quality of the materials, but he wanted the house to be safe for his sister. Then he asked if Soyeon could definitely get these materials, and the girl promised to do her best. In that case, he thought he'd have to farm them himself to make sure everything worked out. But the monsters he'd need to hunt would be high level, and the problem was that his level was low, so getting a hunting permit was simply impossible. That's why he decided there were 2 ways. The first was to improve his skills and succeed, or to retake the exam. At first, the first method was the only option, but then an awakening occurred and a second method emerged. The exam, something like a confirmation of the awakened. Those whose abilities are awakening, or those whose existing abilities are being enhanced, must take it. That's why the boy decided to take this exam, considering that his abilities aren't actually that bad. Sometime later, Charon arrived at the SH group, surprising her aunt since she hadn't been there in a long time. Han Mina was the director of this company, and she began talking to the girl, thinking that she wasn't going through the best of times right now. But in the end, thanks to her, the company achieved stability, although Charon said she was simply doing her duty. The company's stability was due to its director. However, the girl then said that she had come to see Mina today as the director, not as her aunt. After all, she knew that her brother had abandoned this girl, just as the whole family had, since they were competitors there. And ultimately, when the girl's parents also didn't survive, she was left under pressure from all sides. Under such circumstances, it was impossible not to change, and in the end, Mina also knew that she wouldn't have survived if it weren't for her father and brother. That is why Sharon began talking about wanting to build a house. So she asked if she could use the influence of this group. The woman thought that her niece didn't like the house where she currently lived and, in that case, didn't want to stay in Storon. Mina said she would inform the president about the construction plans, and if they didn't attract others, they would be able to build quickly. But the girl said the house wasn't for her. She needed the company's permission. Meanwhile, the protagonist didn't waste any time and arrived at the waiting room to take the exam. After a while, it was finally his turn, and he approached the device that determines skill levels, thinking that his high-level skills had awakened after the explosion in the high-class dungeon, so he had high expectations for the test. But in reality, the result greatly disappointed him, as it turned out he was just an ordinary person who didn't even reach the lowest class. A re-examination was conducted using a scanner that confirms a person's awakening. He was asked to stand on the footprint sensors, and that's when the measurement of his power began. The young man was already thinking that soon, the agency and the whole world would change, and he reflected on how he'd wasted so much time hesitating to undergo the test again. So, he decided there was no longer any reason to worry, and the others were greatly surprised by what they saw on the screen. Shewu was already thinking that he had become the first to reach the SSS level, and was waiting for the results to be announced. But then, glancing at the screen, he noticed that his level was still lower than the lowest possible, indicating he had no abilities. He thought it must be some kind of mistake, since that simply couldn't be true, but they told him the test was over and asked him to leave. Of course, the protagonist was very disappointed, since he thought it was impossible, so he began to wonder if the test simply couldn't detect divine power. Hercules had told him earlier that he was nobody, but his personal abilities never appeared, so perhaps the test results hadn't changed either. Shiwu was very disappointed, but he understood that he had no way of knowing the abilities of the gods, and it was unlikely that they could be learned and used. Then he realized that he was the only one who had been given this opportunity to study it, and he remembered again the blonde man who had given him the smartphone. Shu wondered if that guy might have known about him, and that was why he came. Because the young man remembered that the blonde guy had said he knew it would turn out exactly like this. even though he felt bad about dragging the guy into it. In any case, the protagonist realized that the test hadn't helped at all, and now he would have to increase the number of dungeon raids to raise his rank. And suddenly, he remembered one thing: the very video that was perfect for a situation like the one he was in now. Sun Jae then walked over to another man who realized that matters were serious if the director was coming in person. The visit was very spontaneous. Kwanguk wasn't surprised. He asked what the reason for the visit was, and the man said that their company was the backbone of the entire Korean economy. But in the end, he was the chief inspector responsible for security throughout Korea. The director's portrait suggested that one shouldn't forget about family because sometimes you have to be ruthless, even for the sake of your loved one. Then he mentioned Shi Wu's name, saying that Gwanguk was likely familiar with it, so he thought the director had already found out everything. He had found out that they wanted to push Charon out of the company because that guy had helped her with the dungeon raids, even though he had hoped that nothing had been uncovered. After all, this man was one of the 13 heroes who had saved humanity. His company could influence politicians, and no matter what the inspection bureau did, Sun Jae was someone they simply couldn't pressure. Then the director stepped closer, telling them to stop creating this chaos both in the family and in the company. Sometime later, the main character met with his editor, who immediately began apologizing and begging him not to fire her. In fact, Shiru didn't understand why she was so upset, but she added that they weren't getting paid until their subscriber count grew, and besides, they thought the guy was going to shut down his channel. It also turned out that the girl hadn't received her salary, but ultimately the working conditions there weren't bad, and the boss was nice. She just hadn't worked that much. Shu simply replied that he had promised a base salary from the very beginning, but ultimately he hadn't planned to shut down the channel. He had met with her today to discuss new content. Besides, today was payday, so he had already sent her the money, telling her to buy something for the younger one. The young man added that when he was little, he was very happy when his mom brought home delicious chicken after work. After that, they started talking about how he could just call her by her first name, and then Shi Wu said that if he addressed her informally, she could do the same. Finally, after the discussion, the young man went to the Hunter Administration office to raise his own level. He approached the right place, and the woman recognized the awakened one, who had come a few days earlier, and remembered his name and stats. Shi Wu greeted her and said he wanted to check the evaluation standards, and she began looking at something on the computer. She saw that this young man was an awakened below class F, so what he wanted to do was effectively impossible. Shi Wu was told that he needed to complete 200 dungeon raids at his current class level, and only then would he be able to advance to the next one. But based on his current raid count, it would take him a little over a year to reach that level. The guy asked how many dungeons he had already cleared, and it turned out to be only 16. If he planned to go on a raid today, she offered to reserve a spot for him, so she asked what exactly he wanted. Then the protagonist said that he didn't really care, but he wanted something closer, and the woman said there was a D+ level dungeon nearby. She began explaining how to get there, and wished him good hunting, though she thought it would be too difficult for him. After a while, the young man returned, and she thought that a dungeon of that class was too difficult for him, which was why he had come back so quickly. Then the protagonist began to talk about how he wanted to start a new project, which he called Becoming an A-rank hunter in 1 month. The girl was surprised by this proposal, and when he was at the bureau, he asked the woman if she could combine everything into a single raid, or at least 50. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates ran up to the chief of the Hunter Inspection Bureau. He had no idea why the subordinate was shouting so loudly, but it turned out that the hunter, Shi Wu, had started a massive raid and was clearing one dungeon after another. In fact, it sounded strange, even though the test showed that the guy was a completely ordinary person, and the subordinate said they had even checked the results. The chief was surprised, as he knew that to reach that level, one had to clear more than 200 dungeons. Meanwhile, Sua came to Minjung and reported that they had received a request from headquarters. The girl explained that one of the hunters had raised his rank to C, and headquarters wanted them to conduct a small investigation. The woman had already heard a familiar name, and thought that this guy was going to officially register his rank, even though he had just recently taken a retest. Yu Ah-rin, who also worked in the inspection bureau, said that she had encountered awakened ones, who had obtained their power through black magic. But the girl added that, unlike ordinary magic, black magic uses a different concept of magical power, and ultimately, a fireball might just appear in the air for no reason, or lightning might strike. So, this kind of magic is even capable of changing the rules. The girl also explained that joy, anger, excitement, fear, love, hatred, and envy are commonly referred to as the 7 passions of humanity, and it is precisely because of these that black magic exists. A soul can burn out quickly, and the fate of those who seek power through black magic is well known to everyone. They lose their human form and become monsters who only want to destroy. And Rin said that you don't even need to know magic, because most likely they just look as sinister as possible. Minjung heard that the director recently met with Shi Wu in person, and even offered him a job with them. She also said she wants to tell the management that they'll handle this themselves, and there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, the guy read the specifications and realized that this definitely isn't a weapon, maybe because he's planning to create lower-level tools. But in any case, it was time for him to level up his hunter rank again. Since the building materials hadn't been obtained yet, he needed to raise his class in time. Eventually, after a while, So-yoon arrived, and Shi-woo looked up. He had literally just been thinking about her. Shahu asked how things were going with the building materials, and the girl replied that it was hard to find that much, but they had asked her younger brother for help. She said his name was Lee Jun, and he would soon be celebrating his 20th birthday. He was also one of the awakened and had become a hunter. After all, these weren't just materials, but parts of high-level monsters, and they were inaccessible to the main character, while So-yoon's brother was at level 5. The girl added that she was always worried about him, but his regeneration abilities always saved him. She said there's an ability that enhances regeneration, and it's almost the same as what trolls have. Even if you cut off his arm, it can regenerate. So, the girl said there's no need to worry because she's sure her brother will help, and they'll definitely be able to get that amount of materials. A short while later, Palguan came to them, and she told him about the materials from the Global Metallurgy seminar. Shi-woo realized that So-yoon's abilities weren't enough to raise his hunter level, so he wanted to obtain the materials on his own. Meanwhile, Doku had finished 184 videos, which in total lasted more than 22 hours. For other hunters, the time it takes to advance from one level to the next usually takes over a year, but this guy managed it in just 3 days. On top of that, she noticed that he had already advanced from level C to level B, which surprised her even more. After that, she checked her balance and saw 10 million won, and Shi-woo had written that he'd sent the editing bonus. On top of that, she was supposed to receive additional bonuses if the views were good. Shi-woo knew this girl was an excellent editor, since there had been nearly 1 million views in just one day. Meanwhile, So-yoon was trying to call her brother, but he wasn't answering. The girl explained that she couldn't get in touch with her younger brother, who had entered the Dragon Turtle dungeon yesterday and hadn't responded since. The young man asked if she had called the office, and they said they had recorded her brother entering the dungeon. Shu tried to calm him down, saying that maybe her brother had just decided to go out for a drink with his squad to celebrate clearing the dungeon, since that often happened. But So-yoon said her brother wasn't like that. But Shi-woo pointed out that he was supposed to have super regeneration abilities, and besides, there hadn't been any bad news from down there either. Nevertheless, the young man said he would report this incident to the inspectorate, but Lee Jun himself was actually in danger right now, tied up in some dark room. Earlier, he had hired a squad and attacked the dragon turtles to help his sister, and they had decided to celebrate and have a drink. But now, he suddenly found himself here, and a man appeared who ordered him not to move, explaining that he had made these chains specifically so that even a top-tier hunter couldn't break them. He approached Lee Jun, asking the young man if he had ever heard of a legal awakened one. This psychopath started ranting, saying that they didn't recognize his efforts, so he was destroying them, even though he just wanted to make these people stronger. This guy was from Pandemonium. His name was Du Yop Cheol, so he said the result was bound to be good. Meanwhile, the main character and Charon were training at their headquarters. Tai Chi was the core skill based on the interaction of yin and yang, entities as diametrically opposed as earth and sky. Shi-woo said that although they seem opposite, they are actually interdependent. Based on this technique, the boy wanted to learn fencing, a skill that could turn even a simple strike into an art form. But no one can call themselves a master of fencing, so he simply thought he could develop his skills to the highest level. He wanted Charon to feel the interaction of yin and yang and try to apply it to herself and the sword, but suddenly he knocked it out of her hand. Charon was disappointed, but Shi-woo knew that without his skills, she wouldn't understand much either. She would simply have to listen to his explanations. After that, he added that they could call it a day and said he would definitely resolve the issue within a month. She also brought up another matter, and the boy assumed she was referring to the construction, but she replied that there was nothing to thank him for yet. Shi-woo was disappointed, but he thought the problem lay with her group. Meanwhile, Sua went to her commander, saying that a report had come in about Lee Jun's disappearance, and the girl asked how it had happened. Then she read what was written on the letter that her subordinate had delivered, and it mentioned an illegal awakening. Sua said that these were the hunters suspected of interacting with illegal awakened ones, aside from Lee Jun. This guy's ability was super fast regeneration, and that could be the reason he was the one who got kidnapped. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting somewhere in nature, preparing to chat with Hercules about the content drop. But since Hercules wasn't responding, he decided to contact him later. However, right in front of him at that moment, new monsters appeared. They were volcanic golems of the rank, already ready to attack it. The protagonist was waiting right there for them, and added that there are three main elements in martial arts, namely the soul or heart, energy or mana, and the body or physicality. Mind and heart corresponded to Confucius, while Hercules' mighty strength equaled the body. Energy served Tai Chi, and it was precisely this ability he was about to use right now. Extending his arms forward, he concentrated and used this skill. The young man still had his eyes closed, thinking about how the awakened use magic and how mana is drawn from nature, for it is the life force present in every living creature. To use it, one must know the purification process, and the effectiveness of mana usage depends solely on how well this process is carried out. Immediately after using it, there was an explosion, and only then did the boy open his eyes to see many golden orbs on the ground. The recoil was also very strong, and his hands were trembling, so he realized he needed to train more, as his current state was insufficient for this. But Tai Chi had never been a power that a person could use, so he was simply lucky. Shiwu never thought he would ever need to use Hua Tou's healing skills, although he could only use this power partially for now. It allowed him to regulate the power of Tai Chi. The young man had signed up for it solely to heal his sister, but it turned out that this technique was more useful than he had thought. After that, the boy looked at the camera, which had nearly broken after falling, so he decided to find someone to help him film. On his way home, the young man knew that to reach the required rank A, he needed to complete another 500 raids, and only then could he think about the necessary building materials. He was carrying a sizable bag of beef for Fenrir, and had spent 700,000 won on it all. His expenses were very high, and one could estimate that it came to about 60 million a month, though that was significantly less than what he paid for some subscription. After a while, the boy finally returned home and met his sister, asking how she was doing, but she suddenly added that they had a guest. The boy walked in, not knowing who might be waiting for him, and it turned out to be Min Jung sitting there. Before starting a conversation with her, the boy poured out some meat for Fenrir, and Min Jung was surprised at how much he ate. Sha Wu immediately asked why she had come, but the girl looked very surprised. Only later did they start talking, and she told him that she had some news about Lee Jun. Realizing that the news wasn't very good, he suggested they go outside to talk. Once outside, Min Jung told him that the boy had been kidnapped for experiments. The woman replied that this was the most likely scenario, and Shai Wu began to worry even more, recalling that he himself had once been an awakened without any special abilities, which was why he had tried to awaken his abilities through experimentation. Each of these methods ended in embarrassment and excruciating pain. After all, that's how all home experiments turn out. And if these were criminal experiments on humans, the guy realized that even if Lee Jun had near-perfect regeneration, he could simply lose his mind, so they needed to find him as soon as possible. Shu Wu asked why the girl had come to him, and she explained that it was because of pandemonium. These criminals use a certain device to influence the mind and brain, and this device can even erase the traces captured by surveillance cameras, so it can fool even a high-ranking hunter, which is exactly why they didn't know where this group was hiding. Not long ago, pandemonium and the criminal underworld were wiped out thanks to a single incident. The woman said it happened suddenly, but in missing persons cases, there is what's called the golden hour. And if it's a kidnapping, once the golden hour is over, the chances of finding the person alive are almost gone. She was the head of an entire squad, and now she was ashamed to say this, and her pride was deeply wounded. We see Shai Wu trying his best, even though, in reality, this guy is a complete stranger to her. However, the protagonist could also sense her emotions well, thinking it was due to his own skills. Minjung was truly very ashamed, and she even stepped over her pride, so he felt sorry for her. Shi Wu simply said that his sister was at home right now, so he asked the girl to stay with her while he went to investigate. Judging by the information she gave him, it all started in the Dragon Turtle Dungeon, where Lee Jun's last raid took place 3 days ago. After the raid, he went out for a drink with the squad members, and the bar was the last place he was seen, so the guy thought that was where he should start the investigation to find a lead. Fenrir's sense of smell turned out to be very keen. He could pick up on even the slightest scent, but the protagonist could sense a magical trail as well. Literally a few seconds later, Fenrir turned to him, dragging the boy along behind him. Meanwhile, Yop Cheol continued to torture So Yoon's younger brother, and he was very glad he had caught him, as this was the best option. Lee Jun realized he couldn't take it anymore. He just wanted to close his eyes and feel nothing. However, Yop Cheol then said that if Lee Jun passed out, his own sister would take his place. If he couldn't hold on, the T-Post would have no way out. But since they shared the same blood, their abilities might also be similar. Lee Jun replied that she had no abilities, but realized that this guy couldn't be stopped, so he knew he had to hold on to keep this idiot from getting to his sister. He simply couldn't wait any longer. It was hard for him, and he wanted to protect his sister. Realizing this, Lee Jong wanted to come up with at least something, but suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Shu appeared behind him and approached Lee Jong immediately, saying that his sister was very worried. But the guys were very alarmed by the fact that Lee Jun was in incredibly bad shape, and a person with regenerative abilities shouldn't have wounds like that. In this state, the body was already so exhausted that it wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and the guy thought that Lee Jun had simply gone mad from the pain. Realizing there was no time to waste, he pulled out a needle and decided to help him, telling Lee Jun to hang on a little longer for his sister's sake. Literally a minute later, the boy spoke up, asking if his sister So-Yoon was okay, and Shi-woo was overjoyed when he saw that he was starting to feel better. But Yop Cheol suddenly arrived. He was very surprised to see another stranger there and started shouting loudly. The scientist said that this was his place alone and no one else had the right to enter, repeating this several times. Meanwhile, Shi-woo looked around and saw a lot of body parts there, as well as quite a bit of red liquid. He was surprised by what this guy was doing, and then, glancing at this crazy scientist, he asked what all this was for. Yop Cheol just started shouting that this guy was definitely unusual and demanded an answer from him right away. Lee Jun, who was still very exhausted, began telling Shi-woo to run away as fast as possible because things could only get worse. But Shi-woo wasn't going anywhere, and very suddenly, this scientist turned into a monster, asking what ability the boy had since he was about to conduct his experiment on him as well. Crossbreeding different plant species to create a new one was popular, and Yop Cheol was the one capable of doing something like that. However, the very person capable of crossbreeding and able to do so hated himself for such a weak ability. He simply lost his mind and eventually began experimenting and crossbreeding the awakened ones with each other to achieve at least some kind of result. Yop Cheol also began conducting completely different experiments on himself, after which he became what he is now. When Shi-woo decided not to stand idly by but to attack, he realized that Yop Cheol was regenerating his body, though he thought it couldn't be regeneration. Then the scientist said that this newcomer was very strong, but he wasn't just an ordinary human anymore. And Yop Cheol was already completely different. He wasn't just a human, but a being that surpassed every human. It was already too late to flee, and at that very moment, the monster began attacking them, enraged. Lee Jun had already thought that he would indeed meet his end here, as he didn't think it was possible to survive against such a creature. But Shi-woo quickly protected him with his superpower, and Yop Cheol just laughed and said that this was actually quite funny. He was amazed at how this boy could possess such immense power that it could even affect him. But noticing that Shi-woo was able to attack and inflict damage on Yop Cheol surprised him greatly. The scientist began to say that humans simply aren't capable of such things, and that they can't be that strong. He also began asking whether this boy had been born with such abilities, and then started spewing hateful words, saying that people with such abilities shouldn't be allowed to live. Yop Cheol replied that the scientist knew absolutely nothing, since he himself had no abilities, which made it difficult for him, and he felt so terrible that he had to deal with this. He was weak and said that Shi-woo wouldn't understand him, since he was born strong and could never comprehend how miserable a slave's life like his was. The fact that some people were born with abilities was considered a gift, because from the moment they were born, they possessed incredible power, but didn't even try to earn it. They received it purely by chance, because they were born with it. And then they tell the weaker ones that they are so weak because they don't even try. That is precisely why Yul Cheol was so angry, even though Shi-woo used to think the same way. Shi-woo had once asked Heracles what he was thinking at the moment he was performing the 12 labors. It was those very labors that made Hercules a great hero, and Shi-woo wondered if the man had been afraid while doing all that. But what Hercules said puzzled the boy, because he said he wanted to kill himself since he was in despair, and when madness overtook him, he destroyed his entire family. So, because of his guilt, every day seemed terrible, and that's why he felt he didn't want to live anymore. But Theseus stopped him at that moment, saying that by taking his own life, he would not be able to atone for his guilt. All those feats were meant to ease that burden. It was very difficult, for he himself was on the brink and thought every day that he couldn't do it and that he needed to give up right now. Noticing Shewu's expression, Hercules realized that he didn't believe him. And this was true because this man had always passed the trials with ease. So he thought that Hercules was an ideal who always won without any problems. Hercules also said that results are important, but in Hercules' own opinion, they are not the most important thing. He believed that what matters is how exactly you achieve those results. And after all, no one is born strong and powerful. Only the trials make one great. That's why he believed that while there are different situations, sometimes victory is simply impossible because there are circumstances that cannot be overcome. However, in order to achieve this greatness, you must go through the impossible. And it's important to simply ask yourself a question. The question of why you want to become so great and powerful. You need only one reason, even if it's silly or childish. But you must always remember this reason. After all, it is precisely that one reason why you want to do this that will help you achieve your goal. That is why Hercules was here now, speaking of this greatness despite what had happened in the past. The strong are distinguished from the weak by innate strength. Therefore, the protagonist said there was no need to pretend that Cheol knew everything, for he simply wanted to justify himself to himself. He began to harness the power of Hercules, combining it with the harmony of strength and the energy of the body. Using his second skill and Hercules' magical combat technique, the protagonist directed this power at his enemy. Li Jun, who was still sitting on the ground, looked around in surprise, not understanding why the world had turned so white. The backlash was too strong, and from the very beginning, the protagonist had no intention of using this martial art, but he was very annoyed by what he had heard from the scholar. His hands were trembling, but the young man remembered that normally, he would have simply lost consciousness, yet now, he was still standing on his feet. Li Zhong was still very surprised, but then said that his body seemed to have recovered, but despite that, he was still in chains. They said that even a top-tier hunter couldn't break them with brute force, but the boy decided to try. And literally a second later, the chains were gone, and Shiwu said he could get up and leave. Shiwu began to explain that he was her sister's boyfriend, but Li Jun immediately thought he was So-Yoon's boyfriend. However, Shiwu emphasized again that they were just friends, and he had no reason to lie to him. The young man also added that his sister had been worried about him the whole time, so he suggested they go back and reassure her. Although he looked fine now, it was hard to explain everything because his healing ability wasn't as good as Li Jun. The boy immediately thanked him, and the protagonist added that it was time for them to go home. Meanwhile, Ju Won, who was the head of Pandemonium, was informed of what had happened, and he saw it all with his own eyes. The assistant said that most likely a strike had been launched, but the bodies were never found. It was hard to believe that the body had simply vanished, so the head asked if any research materials remained. But the assistant, having searched absolutely everywhere, found nothing. They were planning to mass-produce weapons from humans by merging the personalities of those who had awakened and creating monsters through crossbreeding, and they had been working on this plan for several years. The assistant also said that an inspection bureau would be sent soon, so they needed to flee, but Ju-won could only think about who was capable of doing so. Meanwhile, the main character had already returned home and began talking to Min Jung, who, as it turned out, had told his sister that Shiwu was currently on a mission, thinking that So-Ah knew her brother was a hunter, since he even had his own channel. The girl said she had merely hinted at what had happened, because the inspection bureau was involved, and since she had come to the hunter, she thought she should explain to his sister that her brother wasn't to blame for anything. But the woman understood that while he had reasons not to tell her, Shiwu hadn't done so simply because he didn't want his younger sister to worry. He thought that since she didn't know anything, he was supporting and protecting her, but in reality, his sister had always covered for and protected him as well. Min Jung just added that he had a good sister who was very smart, but they also called him a very good brother. It turned out she also had an older brother, and she said he was 14, but he didn't age because now he existed only in her memory. After all, he had awakened the ability to merge with the abilities of other awakened individuals, and she also said he had managed to merge with other monsters. Shiwu thought it was impossible, since Hercules had said that abilities are unique, so it's unlikely one could acquire another's. The woman said that he should know better, whether it's possible or not, but in the end, you lose your own personality and abilities. Pandemonium had planned mass production of such monsters, and it's terrifying to imagine how many victims there would have been if B hadn't thwarted their plan. That's exactly why Min Jung, after this conversation, simply thanked him for putting an end to it. After the failure of the mass production of monsters, the Inspection Bureau launched a full-scale investigation, but this terrified the public so much that the investigation was kept secret from the rest of the world and the press. Lee Jun calmly returned to his sister, who had to stay in the hospital for a while. The protagonist's abilities continued to improve, and none of his skills or abilities were affected. But in the end, he simply destroyed all his equipment, which was very expensive, so he didn't know how to continue filming. He didn't even know if he could find someone who could help him film, although at least the video wasn't damaged. The young man also thought that competition for dungeon reservations would be tougher, but he was finally able to clear his own. It will take him more time to acquire some materials, but eventually he will become an A-class hunter. Sometime later, when the guy went out into the city, he ran into Lee Jun, though he was surprised to see him there. Shiwu asked how he found out where he was, and it turned out he had been told by the administration. The guy said they didn't exactly tell him outright, but the dungeon reservation list had run out, so they gave him a list of all the cleared dungeons. It turned out that Lee Jung had been searching for the young man in every dungeon, and it had been very tedious. It turned out his sister had told him everything, and he already knew that Shiwu was planning to build a house and was looking for building materials. And since Shiwu was the one who had saved his life, he wanted to help. The young man said he didn't need help. And besides, Lee Jun was a high-class hunter, so he didn't want to exploit his abilities for no reason. But Lee Jun added that he didn't need to pay, since he'd heard that Shiwu had helped his older sister, and of course, the boy liked that. Shiwu simply replied that his sister helped him too, so there was no need to worry, but Lee Jun still insisted that he take him along on a raid at least once. It turned out the young man was talking about the Dragon Turtle Dungeon, and it was so popular that it was impossible to get in. Reservations were booked months in advance. Lee Jun suggested they go there together and wanted to prove he could make progress, and that everything they obtained would go to Shiwu. The young man also realized that Lee Jong wouldn't be deterred by any refusal, especially since if he gave him everything they found, the young man would definitely lose nothing. But the protagonist pondered the fact that Lee Jong was a Class B hunter, even though his regeneration ability was Class A. Even if he gets hurt, he'll definitely recover quickly, even from divine martial arts, so there's no need to worry about him during the fight. That's exactly why Shiwu agreed, and, approaching him, asked if the boy knew how to handle a camera. Meanwhile, Shiwu began training and leveling up in order to obtain the necessary material. Instead of breaking, the armor simply vanished from his perception, though he didn't understand what was happening. The last time the boy used the super fist to destroy something, he was hunting a dragon turtle. This technique reduced the hardness of the dragon turtle's armor, and it perfectly complemented his skills. After that, Shiwu asked Lee Jong how the filming was going. The guy himself was very shocked that Shiwu was able to destroy 24 turtles in literally 1 minute. Shiwu also said that his salary would be 10 million won, but he wouldn't receive any view-based bonuses. However, the guy said he would get a hazard pay bonus for working in dangerous conditions. Meanwhile, Dokgu saw that her boss had hired a cameraman and was now filming a video with him. Lee Jun told him to leave everything to him, saying he could handle it all on his own. But very suddenly, he simply fell to the ground from a monster's blow. However, this didn't scare him at all, and he said they wouldn't get rid of him that easily. Besides, he had a very expensive camera, so he would keep fighting. Dokgu, still watching all this, was very surprised, but she could see how happy Lee Jun was to be the cameraman for the person who saved him. When it was all over, the main character went to the seminar and met Soyun there, greeting her. Lee Jun told her that Shiwu was helping him study, although the young man denied it and said that it was actually her brother who was helping him, and that he no longer had to worry about the camera breaking. Even though Lee Jun isn't experienced, he took on absolutely all the responsibilities himself. The girl, however, said that he had saved her brother anyway, so she didn't know how to thank him for it. She said that Lee Jun was already starting to call himself her brother-in-law, which was very strange, but then she turned away again and ran off. In any case, the main character will soon become a high-level hunter, since he's about to reach hundreds of followers, and he's gathered almost all the necessary building materials. Preparations for building the house were almost complete. Meanwhile, when the young man returned home, he realized he'd been so busy all these days that he'd ignored several calls from Hercules and forgotten to call back as well. Feeling very anxious, the young man began quickly dialing the number to call him, and, a moment later, sighed heavily. Finally, Heracles' voice came on the line. He sounded quite calm, and added that it had been a long time since they'd spoken. His voice really wasn't angry, and Heracles then added that he'd been very worried earlier that the young man wasn't answering. Shiwu added that he had very important things to do, and Heracles said that he was, of course, sad that the guy had ignored him, as if he didn't care at all. The The guy replied that he hadn't done it on purpose. Heracles added that someone as important as him must indeed be busy, and his affairs are much more important than Heracles's. It turned out that his channel already had 99,000 subscribers, and the young man hadn't even mentioned it, although after the last video, the subscriber count had risen to 100. So it's unclear what Hercules had been doing that caused the number to drop. Then he himself said that he had simply been resting all this time, but today they would be training Shuwu's body. After a while, he had him do push-ups and told him to focus on his back. Hercules said that the guy was being very lazy, so he ordered him to keep going. He added that the protagonist was to blame for this, since he shouldn't have disappeared for so long, and said he needed to do another 10 push-ups. After a while, the boy finally finished and noticed that his skills had improved significantly after those workouts. 3% had been added after that, and he felt a different level of strength, as if something were rising inside him. But he couldn't keep doing this anymore, because it felt like he was about to pass out, so he wanted to just use Tai Chi for it, but he didn't even have the strength for that. Hercules approached, saying he wouldn't let him rest and wanted the boy to keep training. At the same time, Shuwu no longer felt his own body, and thought Hercules wanted to kill him with such training. Instead, the man added that the real training was just beginning, and ordered him to do 3,000 burpees. Meanwhile, standing next to the pyramids, he watched as someone flew up to him. It was a girl who was half Egyptian cat. She approached him, asking why Hercules had come and what he wanted. Hercules replied that it didn't matter at all, and that he simply wanted to hear a few riddles from her. But before that, he added that he wanted to do things a little differently and introduce a new rule. Shu shared this idea and said they could compete in riddles with the Sphinx, as it seemed like a good idea to him. Shiwu added that there was a video about this on her channel, but no one had solved that riddle yet, and Hercules himself thought it was impossible to solve. Shiwu believed that nothing was impossible for Hercules, and perhaps that was the whole point of the riddle, although Hercules added that he didn't understand almost anything. Hercules recalled Thoth, the god of wisdom, who had also lost to the Sphinx, and although she had once lost to Oedipus, that was a long time ago, and the Sphinx's last defeat. Shuwu laughed, saying that even despite his abilities, Thoth had played and didn't know how to win. But he added that victory wasn't their goal. However, Hercules didn't understand anything at all right now, so all they needed to do was present the answer in the right light. So, facing the Sphinx, Hercules said that for every wrong answer, she would get a slap on the cheek, and she thought it was some kind of trap. Hercules replied that first she would ask 2 questions, and he would ask 1, and that was fair, and if she didn't guess correctly, she could hit him. After that, the Sphinx agreed, thinking that this would be a wonderful opportunity to beat him. Finally, Hercules told her to ask her questions, and she flew closer and began to speak about the first one. This thing was born in water, but if it returns there, it will not survive. If it leaves the water, it will live again. At first, she was even afraid to hit him, thinking it would end badly for her. It turned out that the correct answer was salt, but Hercules didn't guess it, so he took a blow. Seeing that he was already coughing up blood, the Sphinx thought it was bad, but Hercules said everything was fine and asked for the next question. Seeing that Hercules had answered blow for blow, she posed a second riddle, and it was something that lies on the ground and cannot be taken from there or painted over. Hercules said it was sand, but the correct answer was a shadow, so she pounced on him again. All that was left for her was to give the correct answer to the riddle he would pose. He said that the Sphinx must know about the centaur, and remarked that it was expecting a child and needed to say in which half the belly would appear. This was difficult for her, because both the human and animal halves had organs capable of causing pregnancy. At that moment, she was greatly surprised because she realized this was the one question she didn't know the answer to. Hercules said he was pleased to remember this moment, and that now it was his turn to strike her. At that moment, she was terrified because she thought Hercules was definitely going to destroy her. He said everything was by the rules. Since she didn't know the answer, she would take a hit. And Shirwu, with whom Hercules had spoken earlier, noted that even though they had posed this riddle, no one had said they knew the answer. After that, he decided to strike, even though the Sphinx had already started to run away. But Hercules began to use his strength. Using his mega-strong fist, Hercules rushed after her in pursuit. Because of this, Sharwu witnessed Hercules' full-fledged magic and admitted that it was cool, and his skill improved. At that moment, Han Min was told that Charon was acting on behalf of Shirwu, and she asked to speak with the director. She was confused that her niece was asking for this because of this person, so she became curious to find out what kind of relationship Charon and Shiwu had. One of the assistants said that they spent 2 or 3 days a week together, so he assumed that Charon and Shiwu were dating. Han Mina wasn't thrilled that Charon was involved with someone who treated celebrities that way, and that he was such a jerk. Hercules, on the other hand, thanked Shai Wu for helping him reach his first 1,000 followers, and apologized for having been harsh with him. Shai Wu was surprised that so many had signed up overnight, but added that Hercules shouldn't bow so deeply. He added that he had promised to come up with something earlier, though it had taken quite a while, so Hercules might have been disappointed. However, Hercules exclaimed that this was nonsense, since Shi Wu was building a house and was naturally busy, and that it was his own fault for rushing and not being able to wait. Shi Wu decided to change the subject, so he asked what had happened with the Sphinx, and Hercules replied that, of course, nothing had ended fatally. The Sphinx begged him to spare her so much that he took pity on her and didn't strike with full force. You could say the Sphinx slipped away from him right under his nose, but she left something behind as a token of gratitude. It turned out to be a free subscription to her channel, so Hercules thought of his teacher, Shi Wu, and gave it to him. Shi Wu was very happy because this way he would be able to save many millions of won. Hercules added that he was very grateful to Shi Wu for everything, and then said that the Sphinx had left him something else, so he would give that to him as well. It turned out to be a dinner with Cleopatra, and Hercules added that she was a beauty, so he asked Shi Wu not to be shy. A short while later, he arrived at the restaurant, and the waitress brought their order. The young man thanked her, but he still felt very strange about being on a date with Cleopatra. But just as Hercules had said, Cleopatra was very beautiful, and it was impossible not to notice. He was a little nervous, but thought he needed to calm down and took a sip of his drink. However, she immediately turned to him, and, without hesitation, proposed marriage. He was greatly surprised by such a proposal, and said it sounded very strange. She explained that she had said this because she thought Shi Wu might be thinking the same thing right now. Cleopatra added that he was the first person to treat her this way, since usually others were ready to give up everything, including their livers, when they saw her. Shi Wu wasn't surprised, because seeing such beauty, it's no wonder one would want to give up everything possible. So, Cleopatra asked again if they would get married, but Shi Wu was surprised that she had come to that conclusion again. He asked if she was joking, but it turned out that Cleopatra was serious about all of this. She asked if he didn't like her, and if he thought she was unattractive, but the protagonist simply replied that they just couldn't be together, and it came as a shock to her that love requires physical intimacy. Shi Wu replied that perhaps it wasn't necessary, but to what extent was it truly essential, though in reality, he believed it was indispensable. Cleopatra said that in that case, he didn't feel anything for her, and the young man replied that he wouldn't give in to this temptation, and if he were to sacrifice his liver or gallbladder, it would be only for those he truly loved. Cleopatra said that she had actually fallen in love with him, and he thought it was nonsense, but Cleopatra spoke his thoughts aloud. His skill level continues to rise, but he didn't know what would happen if he gave in to her. Shi Wu simply added that, in any case, a human cannot be with Cleopatra, although she added that he didn't seem like a human, especially when he didn't give in to this temptation. Then the girl said she could offer him the chance to become a god, and this surprised him greatly. Shi Wu simply reiterated that he was human, but the girl replied that she too had once been human, and if he were to become a deity, they could be together. In fact, there was a way for them to meet even if he didn't become that deity. She said she could simply visit him from time to time, and so they would be able to meet. The main character asked how that was even possible, since as far as he knew, there were no connections between their worlds, though, as it turned out, there had been one before. Cleopatra explained that there had once been a human who had escaped from them, but when asked who it was, she replied that it was a secret, because if the boy found out, she wouldn't be able to use it later. Meanwhile, Han, Mina, and the driver ordered 2 portions for 2 and arranged a meeting. The woman recalled that this young man had been genuinely interested in Charon, and she wanted her niece to meet a truly good person. Of course, she knew the girl could figure things out on her own, but she thought she might be seeing things through rose-colored glasses, so she didn't want her niece to be taken advantage of. Cleopatra, meanwhile, continued to say something and seemed to keep trying to persuade him to agree. She said that Shi Wu was very strange, since most people liked the way she behaved, but he still wanted to know how to cross over to another dimension. Cleopatra replied that she could only say a little, but if she told him, she would likely never see him again. Period. She seemed to start reading his thoughts again, since she considered him incredibly straightforward. Shi Wu realized that if this continued, people would likely think he was crazy, since everyone else just saw a locked phone. Cleopatra simply added that she wanted to meet him again, so she asked him to subscribe to her channel. Now he understood what she really wanted and why Cleopatra had been talking about marriage and so on. The girl admitted that it had been like that at first, but not anymore, because now she genuinely wants to meet him. Period. Shi Wu asked how this was related to subscribing to the channel, and the girl replied that only then would they be able to meet again. She also began explaining that every deity from there has their own channel that they run, but after a while, the date came to an end, and even though it had been a little crazy, he managed to improve his skill by a few percentage points. So he decided that going on dates like this every now and then wasn't such a bad idea. But then he caught himself thinking that was nonsense, and started thinking about how he could level up as quickly as possible. Just then, he saw a message from his sister, and immediately started worrying, thinking something might have happened to her. But it turned out she was writing about her birthday, which was today. Meanwhile, Mina had already arrived at the location with the driver, and the others asked her why she had come in person, even if she was interested in the guy her niece had met. The woman replied that it was because the matter concerned Sharon, and the driver said, "Wait for her here while I figure out where we're going next." However, she didn't get a chance to leave, because immediately they started saying that a ruptured underground tunnel had been spotted within a few meters. Of course, it was a terrifying situation that was hard to believe. They began to announce that this was not a drill, because the underground passage was in Class 5, so it was truly a great danger. Meanwhile, the main character returned to his sister's house, and they began talking about Fenrir, and how he was truly very intelligent. They decided to introduce him to their parents, since he was now part of the family. But it was also the day their mother had passed away, and the boy couldn't forget the day it happened, because that was when the whole family had gone out to celebrate Soa's birthday. At that moment, his sister brought up whether he remembered when their mother passed away, and she recalled that there had been a breakthrough in the dungeon at that time. Soa also asked if he remembered what their mother had said, since she couldn't recall it herself, though she thought there must have been something important there. Shiwu actually remembered and knew he would never forget it, but he told his sister that he couldn't remember anything either. Suddenly, however, they also heard an alarm, and were informed that a dungeon had ruptured nearby. A dungeon breach is a phenomenon that occurs when the dungeon's magical power escapes outward, and it has two consequences. You have to deal with the fact that monsters might break out from there, and that's not so scary. But the main problem was the explosion itself, when the dungeon's magical power explodes. Even without considering the consequences of the explosion itself, people might not survive after being struck by the magical power. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they often fell ill, and sometimes, only if the magical power resonated, rare awakenings could occur. Eventually, things got even worse, and Mina and the whole team started running into the building since it might be safer there. The woman looked back when she saw a man who was also trying to reach a safe place. But realizing he had already fallen, she knew it was too late and there was no way to save him. But suddenly, Shiwu appeared and quickly ran toward the man to save him, despite her attempts to dissuade him. Shiwu immediately ran to him and helped him get closer, even though the man was having a very hard time walking at the moment. But soon the boy realized it was too late to lead the man into that room and panicked. However, realizing he had to act, he stepped away from him and then began using his power to protect it. He understood that the laws of nature must be upheld, for nature is real, even though everything in the universe can change due to two sources. Even magic or any dungeon is also created thanks to nature. Shiwu was then able to block the explosion using Tai Chi, but he still couldn't neutralize it. But just at that moment, Fenrir appeared, approached the man, and began helping Shiwu. It was thanks to this creature that they didn't have to worry about the magic of the explosion escaping into the world. However, the boy also realized he couldn't hold on any longer, and would have to take the Class B magic explosion upon himself, though he doubted he could withstand it. Of course, he understood all the risks, and didn't want it to end this way, but he saw no other way out. And after a while, the main character did just that. When it was all over, Soa quickly ran to her brother, worried about it. She didn't know why Shiwu had done it, but he replied that it seemed to have started on the day their mother passed away, and he asked if she remembered what she herself had said. Back then, their mother had said that Soa shouldn't worry, and that she was fine. She had asked Soa never to mention that their mother was no longer with them on that day, and hoped that would be the case. Since it was her daughter's birthday today, their mother wanted her to be happy and not cry. But Soa never forgot this, and still remembered that very day, because she could never forget it. Shiwu knew that their mother didn't want them to make such a tragedy out of her birthday, so he told his sister what their mother had once said. The man he went to help was a father, and he was screaming that it was his daughter's birthday today, and he couldn't die on a day like this. When he realized he simply couldn't run, he just shouted that he was so sorry to the father that everything had turned out this way. That's exactly why Shiwu thought of his own mother at that moment, and couldn't help but help this man. After a while, it was all over, and Shiwu opened his eyes, staring up at the ceiling in surprise. But then, he heard a voice nearby. The young man realized he was in SH Hospital, and understood that he had lost consciousness after the blow. He thought Sharon was already there, but when he glanced to the side, he saw a completely unfamiliar woman there, and fell silent for a moment. Shiru also saw that this was definitely not an ordinary ward, judging by the size and furnishings, so he realized it was a VIP room. Then the woman introduced herself, saying her name was Han Mina, and that she was Charon's aunt, adding that she had come here specifically to talk to him. She asked if Shiwu wanted to know what had happened here, and how he'd ended up there, since she could explain it to him. The young man simply replied that this wasn't the first time this had happened to him, and then immediately asked where his sister was now. Mina replied that So-ah was a little shaken, because after her brother lost consciousness, she had also fainted. Of course, Shiwu started to worry, but the woman assured him that So-ah was fine now, that she was in the next room, and that she had already regained consciousness. Then Mina said she agreed to something, and when Shiwu asked what it was, she replied that she didn't mind him dating Charon, since she thought they were already dating. Shiwu knew that he and Charon met twice a week for fencing, but he didn't understand what his aunt meant. Mina was a member of the family that owned the group, and she was the director, so Shiwu thought that he had asked for a very large sum to teach his niece, which is why she had become suspicious. Shiwu simply thanked her for everything, and since Mina had allowed him to do this, he thought it meant permission for Charon to learn fencing, so he was delighted. However, Mina then added that it would be harder to get permission from their head, but Shiwu replied that Charon seemed to have already spoken to him about it. Mina was surprised, but the young man replied that Charon had told him she had already received permission from her grandfather. Mina was overjoyed, but she couldn't even imagine when Shiwu had managed to do all this, since so little time had passed. Later, she brought up Shiwu's new house and said she could help him, so she asked if there was anything specific she needed to find. Mina explained that Charon wasn't the type to rarely ask for help, so Shiwu shouldn't be surprised that the girl had also asked him for help. The young man replied that he would need more materials than he had anticipated, because some of them were impossible to obtain, which was why he was busy with raids. He also explained that he wanted to build a house out of monster remains, though Mina didn't know if that was possible. Shiwu said he wasn't sure he could build it, but would like to try. But Mina then said she liked the whole idea. And even though it was strange, she wanted to help him and pay for everything. Of course, Shiwu was surprised. It wasn't exactly pocket change, though he thought that perhaps for Mina, as the company's director, it really was a small amount. Shiwu just asked why she wanted to do this, and she replied that this was the house where Charon and Shiwu would live. He was surprised to hear this, but Mina simply handed him a business card with her personal number, not just the company number, and then walked away. Later, Shiwu went out to the park and sat next to his sister, while Fenrir played with a butterfly on the lawn. He had already noticed that Charon and Mina were treating him differently, which is why a misunderstanding had arisen that needed to be cleared up. However, he could see that So-ah was getting much better in this hospital, and his sister was finally beginning to recover. Minjung had previously told him that she had already told So-ah that her brother was a hunter and had a channel, so he was thinking about how to explain everything and where to start. But suddenly, the same man whom the protagonist had saved earlier approached them. He said that he was doing fine now thanks to Shiwu's help, and the hospital also said there was nothing critical. The man's daughter also approached him, and he told her that it was Shiwu who had saved his life recently. The girl was delighted, and then walked closer to the Fenrir, wanting to play with him a little, but they left shortly after. Shiwu was left alone with his sister again, and Soa mentioned that yesterday she had the same dream she'd been having ever since their mom left them, and usually their mom's face looked very sad in it. But this time, Soa said their mom looked happy, and even thanked her for something, so Soa decided that this was the last time she'd seen her. Shiwu just hoped that their mom would sometimes visit them in good dreams. He knew that starting on So-ah's next birthday, everything would be completely different, and exactly as it was meant to be. Shiwu could only think about how, if he'd been just a little faster, he could have saved that man and avoided the explosion, but it didn't work out. He thought that Hercules would probably have managed it and simply destroyed the explosion himself. But Shiwu knew he wasn't Hercules, so he looked at his phone again, thinking that since he'd gotten a free subscription, he could follow someone who could help with speed. However, Hercules suddenly appeared, so Shiwu simply started talking to him, putting his own business on hold. Hercules said he had lost a bit of strength because he was focused on the video, but he had lifted only 34 megaton. 1 megaton equals the energy released during an explosion of 1,000,000 tons, meaning that when Hercules performs a pull, it is equivalent to 34 T-bombs exploding. Shiwu apologized for interrupting such an important session, but Hercules replied that since the teacher had called him, he couldn't refuse. Immediately after that, Hercules asked why the boy had called him now. After the young man explained everything, Hercules said that studying speed and technique separately wasn't the best idea. Right now, the protagonist was studying Tai Chi, and that involved not just kicks, but movements of the entire body, so one couldn't be used without the other. If he started learning a different movement technique, his Tai Chi would no longer be as good and would become distorted. However, the boy didn't want to stop studying this technique and wished to continue studying speed. But Hercules said he also thought everything would be fine if the guy just got a little faster. Shouwu was surprised, as if Hercules just wanted him to increase his speed, and Hercules explained that the arm muscles are the only muscles the young man uses when clenching his fist. Starting from the lower body, there are muscles needed to clench a fist, and here, good and coordinated work is important, as he explained. Then he decided to explain it more simply. If the boy learns to move faster, he'll be able to improve his Tai Chi technique as well. If the protagonist can achieve such speed, then there won't be any problems. Hercules also added that, in that case, the young man would be able to use magic much more effectively. Shiwu also decided to see if there was a deity of speed, since he couldn't even think of anyone. Until he subscribed to the channel, he wouldn't know what power the deity possessed, so it was a shame he couldn't cancel the subscription. Then Hercules said he could recommend one to him, namely the Hermes channel. He was a deity from Greek and Roman mythology, and also one of the Olympian gods who, thanks to his speed, serves as the messenger of the Olympian god. Shiwu realized that most likely Hermes is not only fast, but also has a special ability. Hercules said that he really did sometimes like to trick him, and the man even wanted to destroy him, but he could never catch him. However, Hermes himself said that he never lies. He just sometimes leaves things unsaid. He said that because of his tricks, Zeus would hurl lightning bolts at him, but he never managed to hit him. In that case, the young man realized that Hermes wasn't just about speed, he was also a real troublemaker. So he wasn't sure if he should subscribe to him, but Hercules really recommended him, so if something went wrong, he just decided to find a way to get a subscription to him. After a while, he went to Hermes' channel and saw that he seemed to be posting nothing but pranks. After that, the young man decided to subscribe and focus on training and went to the parking lot on the hospital grounds, thinking that he had almost fully recovered. The young man decided to test how much his speed had increased after subscribing to the channel, even though his skill level was still at 0. And eventually, after trying it out, he realized that his speed had indeed increased significantly, though it put a lot of strain on his body. But looking around, the young man noticed he was on Mount Quanok, which he had managed to reach in literally a second. He also realized that this wasn't the limit of his power, because if he could improve it and raise his skill level, he would become even faster than he was now. So, the young man decided to focus on improving his skills, thinking that he needed to be more careful because he had simply been lucky this time. Suddenly, he could have crashed into a building or a car. Moreover, people could have been injured, and he would have had to pay for it. That is exactly why the young man decided he would practice this skill in the dungeon after he was discharged from the hospital. After some time, he did just that and encountered some level B+ demon hounds there. Li Jun was also with him in that dungeon and understood that this was the beast from the demon world that had invaded the earth in the past. The young man understood that no matter how fast the Shumwu was, these creatures' speed didn't reach the speed of sound. Despite all this, the boy was actually handling these creatures very well, jumping from one to another and destroying them all. Li Jun was still standing in front of him, holding a camera, and after a while, the boy turned to him, asking if he had managed to film everything. Later, he handed the camera back to him, and looking at the phone screen, the protagonist began to realize that he was gradually gaining control over his speed, but he was pleased that he was already fast and could become even faster. Shu thought that if he tried hard enough, he might even be able to outpace Heracles. He also realized that Li Zhong needed more training, even though his rating was A+, which should have been enough to keep up with that kind of speed. Heracles said that when the body is weak, the mind suffers, so if he continues to train this hard, he might get results. But finally, the time had come to build his new house, which made the boy very happy. He was also glad that the materials were found quickly, and the man explained that Han Mina had specifically asked them to do everything quickly, so that's what they did. Shiwu was surprised that they had a stockpile of all these materials, and the man replied that with the company's reserves, they could start construction at any moment. Park Jae-goon was the president of SH Construction and said he'd heard from her that this guy was planning to build a house using only the monster's remains. The protagonist confirmed that was the case, and the man replied that while it would certainly make the house more durable, he hadn't thought it was possible. Shai Wu calmly replied that he wanted to try, and if it didn't work out, they could change it. But Jae-goon was surprised at how casually he spoke of it, since these materials cost a fortune. Besides, they're very hard to come by, and this guy thinks it's no problem what other materials might be needed. The only point is the construction itself. He was happy simply because Han Imna was different. She had studied for a very long time, starting from the basics, even though there was no need for it, but she took pride in the smell of cement on her, and instead of loud words, she proved absolutely everything through her work. Jae-gong also asked if this guy had any experience in construction. The young man replied that this was his first time, even though he had made many weapons before. The man was surprised that Shi-woo, who had never done any of this before, was now going to build a house. Besides, it didn't seem to him that Shi-woo had ever even held a hammer in his hand. Of course, he didn't know how this young man had met Mina, but she was very kind and helped Shi-woo with the construction process. And she didn't just mean help with building materials. She wanted this man to help Shi-woo with the actual construction. Jae-gong asked if the young man knew what the earthen walls he was going to build were like. The young man replied that he had a general idea. This man said that construction must be done carefully, and before starting, one needs to have basic knowledge. Additionally, knowledge of aesthetics is necessary for the proper use of space, and even an understanding of human psychology is needed to feel comfortable in the building. It seemed to Jae-gong that this young man wasn't thinking at all about how other residents would live there, while he himself believed that the philosophical combination of applied sciences and psychology should be fundamental. Likewise, the design of engineering and technical equipment must never be overlooked. Architecture was the key to all the disciplines developed by humanity, and Shi-woo simply said that he had probably been too frivolous about architecture. However, he then showed the man the blueprints, thinking that since they belonged to a true novice, there couldn't be anything good in them. But in reality, it surprised him, because although he had been in the construction industry for a decade, he had never seen such perfect drawings. Jae-gong was very surprised because this guy was a hunter and also ran a channel, so he asked if it was a channel about architecture, and the guy denied it. The man agreed that the plan was just a drawing and a projection of his imagination. That's why he said they needed to start construction, because turning this vision into reality was a completely different matter. Shi-woo was the first to get to work, and he immediately knocked down an entire wall in literally a second. Jae-gung was extremely surprised by what he saw when the guy lifted such a heavy object all by himself. The main character himself began using his superpowers to gain more physical abilities. Meanwhile, Jae-gung watched in awe. Although he knew hunters possessed superhuman strength, he hadn't expected it to be quite like this. Lee Jun also decided to come help, so the guy asked him to assist with moving the construction materials. Of course he agreed, but realized he couldn't even budge the thing. Literally within seconds, Lee Jun fell to the ground and was pinned down by the wall. Shi-woo quickly approached him, asking if he was okay and if it hurt a lot. But I think Lee Jun was just pretending, and he wasn't actually in pain. The guy told him to stop complaining and get back to work, even though Lee Jun was actually saying he needed to go to the hospital. Shi-woo replied that he had the ability to regenerate, so he should just use it, and that would be that. But it turned out it wasn't quite that simple. After a while, he decided to help him himself, and Lee Jun really did start to feel better, so he asked what Shi-woo had done to make it happen so quickly. Shi-woo explained that he had pressed an acupuncture point and opened up an energy channel, at least he thought that's what it was called. Then he said he'd go back to building since there wasn't much time, and told Lee Jun to rest and help out later. When Lee Jong approached him again, Shi-woo asked if nothing bad would happen if he pressed it a few more times. After a while, that's exactly what happened, and his mastery of divine magic and divine medical skills continued to grow, and Shi-woo did all of this to become stronger. He thought he just needed to work a little more, and it would be enough. It took him only 3 days, even though he had expected it to take longer. He then turned to Lee Jun, who was still helping him, and the boy told him to be more careful and handle things more gently. Soyeon's brother also mentioned that he wasn't helping enough, though the protagonist felt that Lee Jun was actually helping him a lot. Even though he wasn't like Chae-rin, the boy was glad that Lee Jun was gradually starting to learn Tai Chi and was doing pretty well. This is a power that cannot be fully mastered even if you have the highest level, and although he is not far from Chae-rin, it is still impossible considering that Lee Jun is only at the A+ level. However, precisely because he has regenerative abilities, everything might work out, since divine magic helps every time the boy gets injured somewhere. Shi-woo also glanced at his phone screen, seeing that his proficiency in divine arts had also greatly increased. This was enough to at least help his sister a little, so he thought he could level up the skill even further. He wanted to keep experimenting with potions and give them to his sister, so she'd get even better. But soon, he heard a scream nearby again. Lee Jun had fallen again and was pinned down, so Shi-woo stepped closer, reaching out a helping hand, and told him the boy could rest now while he built the house himself. After a while, everything was finished, and Lee Jun was very surprised that the boy had managed to build an entire house on his own, especially right before his eyes. Moreover, when the protagonist checked his phone, he noticed that his skill level had shot up significantly. Lee Jun also suggested attending the housewarming, saying that such a major event as building a house needed to be celebrated. Shiwoo thought about inviting his close friends and family, but then remembered that there were people who had helped build this house, and that was more important. That's why Lee Jun said goodbye to the guy, saying they'd meet in 3 days and that he'd pass everything on to his sister as well. Shiwoo wanted to give him something to eat right then, but Lee Jun said it would be better if he didn't prepare too much food for the housewarming party. After that, the main character thought about who else to invite, but decided that Soa and Fenrir would be enough. Meanwhile, Mina asked how the construction was going and progressing. The woman was very surprised by what Jaegong said about everything already being finished, since it had literally only just begun. Mina added that it had all started just 3 days ago, and that it was impossible for them to have already built an entire house. But the man began to explain that when Shiwoo built this house, he seemed to fly and cut through everything like tofu. She couldn't understand how a house could be built in such a short amount of time, and didn't believe it. But the main character had already invited his sister to show her the house and asked if she liked it. Soa said she liked the high ceilings and the fact that there were many rooms, which was completely different from their previous house. The girl also mentioned that they should have a housewarming party, and the young man replied that he had already invited a few people. Soa suggested going with her, saying they needed to buy groceries to prepare a lot of food. He was surprised that she was going to cook, since he was worried about his sister. Even though she really was a great cook, he was concerned about her condition. In the end, she insisted, so her brother agreed, thinking that his sister was doing better because she had received good treatment. After all, she looked wonderful, and her complexion had improved significantly. Meanwhile, the head of Pandemonium, sitting at the table, was once again thinking about this guy who had caused them so much trouble. Juan was thinking about how this guy had destroyed an entire branch and derailed the mass production plan they had been preparing for so many years. He also wanted to meet with him himself, which surprised his subordinate. He argued that the inspection might notice this, and it would be very dangerous, so it was better not to act that way. But Ju-won no longer cared, so he told him to give him the guy's contact information. However, another manager arrived, saying he would handle the matter himself. Buk-jong said there was no need to make such a fuss over one idiot, so he wanted to handle the matter himself. Ju-won was against him getting involved in this dispute. Besides, they had a lot on their plates, and he said he could handle it himself. After that, Buk-jung said they had another problem that Ju-won knew nothing about. He added that things weren't that simple, especially with the inspection bureau getting in their way. Suddenly, Ju-won hit him hard, saying he wouldn't have to repeat himself, and he immediately apologized. Buk-jung said they needed to find a suitable person to sacrifice for the resurrection, but the inspection bureau was indeed hindering them. Buk-jung also mentioned that the inspection bureau had hindered Sonjae precisely because he had personally been involved there. Only the leader could stop Sonjae, and no one else had that kind of power. But Ju-won understood that the plan to create illegal reanimated beings was just a small step toward the plan they were preparing. The man asked if Buk-jung was sure he could handle it, but he was offended that Ju-won was comparing him to Ji-won, who had ultimately lost that battle. Buk-jung simply said he would handle it, and that he should leave everything to him. Meanwhile, Shaiwu returned to his sister, who was no longer preparing a table full of food. But then he saw Fenrir eating a huge amount of meat all at once, and it became clear that there wouldn't be anything left for the guests. When So-ah asked when the guests would arrive, the boy replied that they should be coming soon since he had invited them over for dinner. Eventually, So-yoon and her younger brother were the first to arrive, carrying gifts. The girl began asking if they had built this house themselves, and if they had arrived on time, and the main character replied that they had just been waiting for the guests. Lee Jun just clarified that he thought his sister would take a long time to get ready and that they might not make it. But fortunately, that didn't happen. However, immediately after that, he got a slap from So-yoon, who told him he was talking nonsense. But soon after, Soa arrived, so So-yoon greeted her, mentioning that she was Shiwoo's younger sister, and the girls greeted each other. Lee Jun also greeted her when his sister stepped away, and So-yoon noticed a small animal nearby that reminded her of a dog. Shiwoo continued to watch her reaction and recalled that Fenrir had only started looking like that when he saw So-ah. Before that, he had looked different. So-yoon then turned to him, saying that Palgwan had sent word that he couldn't come because he was busy with work he wanted to demonstrate at the seminar. It's a blacksmithing competition where absolutely everyone from all corners of the world gathers, and there's also a prize for the winner. So-yoon explained that this was also the technique her husband had learned from Shaiwu, which is why he wanted to demonstrate it. She also added that the prize varies, and this time, Master Aurelian himself must present the prize to the winner. A short while later, Jong Ayun arrived as a guest. She was the daughter of the people who owned the house and greeted the main character. Shiwoo immediately asked where her mother was, and the girl replied that her mother couldn't come because of work, so she had come alone. The boy replied that it was a bit of a shame, since it would have been cool if her mom had come too. But then they went inside the house, and Ayun greeted Soa, asking how she was doing. Meanwhile, as they continued preparing for dinner, the Inspection Bureau continued investigating what Pandemonium had done. Taemin Park, who was the head of the capital's Inspection Bureau, was bewildered by what was happening in the city. Kim Do-nan, a member of the capital's bureau team, came to him and said the investigation was complete. It was hard to survive in such a meat grinder, so Taemin asked about the director, and it turned out he was pursuing Ju-won. But suddenly, they saw him right in front of them, and the man was approaching them. However, just as suddenly, he simply began to fall, losing his balance. The director excused himself, saying he just felt dizzy, and Taemin caught him. But then Taemin saw blood on his hands. However, the director ordered him not to tell anyone, and added that he was fine. He said that, as the director of the investigation, he couldn't behave that way after hunting down a criminal, because people would get worried. Ju-won wasn't doing well either, and he could barely walk, so his team started to worry as well. The man replied that thanks to him, the ritual hadn't been interrupted, but the director asked if the Bureau had found out about it. This was their first real confrontation with Song Jae, and Ju-won realized he had underestimated him. But in the end, it turned out to be a bit foolish, since he had to pay for it with one eye. Meanwhile, other guests arrived at Shiwoo's place, including Dokgu and her younger brother and sister. The boy thought the house was worth $1 million, and immediately imagined how many chickens he could buy with that money. After that, Shiwoo realized that everyone had come except the homeowner and Paul Guan. Deciding that the others he had invited wouldn't come, they all sat down at the table to start dinner. It turned out that Shiwoo had also hastily made the table and chairs, which surprised the guests. They had already sat down at the table when Shiwoo received a notification on his phone that an unidentified object was approaching, even though everyone had already arrived. Jo Buk-jong, one of the leaders of Pandemonium, found out that Shiwoo was currently at home with someone and gathering friends. They realized that things could get worse, so the assistant asked what they should do next. At that moment, they decided to eliminate them all just for the fun of it. A short while later, Shiwoo and the others were already seated at the table, but an awkward silence hung between them. They realized the situation was very awkward because Shiwoo had decided to take matters into his own hand. Immediately after that, they introduced themselves to the guests along with their sister. Then, Jong Ayun introduced herself and said she was the daughter of the house's owners. After that, Sabin and Lee Jun introduced themselves, and Lee Jun added that he worked with Shiwoo filming his videos. Then, Doku also introduced herself, but she sounded very unsure. She also introduced her sister and brother, after which the children greeted the others. But very suddenly, Minjung's voice was heard, and she said that she was the head of the Seoul branch of the Inspection Bureau. Chi-rin also introduced herself and added that she was a master of the SH Hunters Guild. Shiwoo had invited the two of them out of politeness, so he didn't expect them to come. Shortly after, they began eating, wanting as much as possible, even though the older sister tried to stop them. But the protagonist and So-ah said they had prepared it specifically for them to eat. So-yoon and the others had also prepared a small surprise, presenting him with an ogre's tendon. The protagonist was surprised, as this was exactly what he needed to finish building his own house. But he thought it was too generous a housewarming gift, since this item was very expensive. Lee Jun said that the young man had saved his life last time, so he still needed to repay him somehow, and he and his sister told him to take it. The owner's daughter prepared a gift for the main character's sister, giving her materials for the entrance exam. Dokgu also prepared a small gift and showed it to Shiwoo. It turned out to be the camera the guy used to have. The guy was very surprised, because it was indeed a very expensive gift. Minjung just lowered her gaze, saying she had never been to a housewarming party before, and didn't think she needed to bring a gift. At that moment, Chaerin spoke up, saying that people usually give household items as housewarming gifts. Shiwoo looked around and realized that the girl was planning to give him a sofa carpet. So-yun was truly shocked by this item, as it costs an incredible amount of money, perhaps millions or even billions. It turned out that only about a dozen of these sofas are produced each year, and there are only 1,000 of these cabinets in the world. Chaerin simply replied that her aunt was in charge of selling this style of furniture, so she was the one who chose the gifts as well. So-yoon immediately began advising the main character on what to choose, since he understood that this decision would be difficult. At that moment, Chaerin thought that he simply didn't like the gift. But the point was that all this furniture was very expensive, and there was an incredible amount of it. After a while, the guy decided to go to the store to get some groceries, but he was still thinking about this expensive gift. At one point, he wondered if it looked like a wedding gift, but after that, he headed home. As he left the supermarket, he thought that he had simply misinterpreted everything. A short while later, he saw a notification that an unknown object was approaching the house and thought it might be Palguan or the homeowner, who had finally managed to arrive. But the notification also mentioned aggressive magical power, so the house was switched to emergency mode. Literally a moment later, while the boy was standing there, a powerful explosion occurred and a huge crack opened up before him. Meanwhile, Buk Cheon and his army were already on the scene near the boy's house. He remarked that the house was actually quite nice, but now they were going to tear it down. However, Buk Jong also realized they were drawing too much attention and wondered if bureau agents might be sent here. But just then, they saw Minjung appear before them, furious, saying that they were acting strangely by attacking the house like this. Of course, everyone from Pandemonium was surprised to see this woman here. She said that ordinary criminals don't attack from a distance. They simply don't have the courage. So these people came here with a specific goal. Chae-rin also came out to fight and protect the house. And of course, her presence surprised the team even more. One of the subordinates asked Buk Chong what they should do now, since they all understood that messing with the SH group was very dangerous. But despite this, they were about to take action, and he ordered his subordinates to eliminate these people. Literally at the last moment, Minjung managed to protect Lee Jun, who was standing behind her and was very anxious. The boy was very shocked that these criminals had come here, but there was no time to explain. Immediately after that, Minjung rushed at her opponents again, intending to take them down. Chae-rin didn't lag behind either and began attacking them, intending to destroy them all. At that moment, Buk Cheong-woo thought only of how much more fun it would be, since such an interesting battle was finally unfolding after so long. He was already ready to strike Minjung, but the girl deftly dodged and blocked his blow. For a while longer, they continued to fight each other, neither giving an inch. Lee Jun watched closely what was happening. He understood that it was very dangerous, and he had no idea what was going on here. The only thing he realized was that these criminals were trying to break into the house. And since Chae-rin was also busy at the moment, he couldn't talk to her. He wondered if he had known what was going to happen here, he would have brought a shield, but now he didn't know what to do. Just a moment later, the boy ran back into the house and grabbed a table, thinking it could be used as a shield. His sister and the others gathered nearby, asking what was going on, since they could hear loud noises from outside. Lee Jun simply replied that they all had to stay inside because it was very dangerous outside, and ordered them not to go out under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Chae-rin also continued to fight the criminals from this group. But when Lee Jun came out, he also tried to help by attacking their leader, who immediately fought back. Only then did the boy realize that Buk Jong was too fast, so he wouldn't be able to dodge him. Literally the next second, Lee Jun lost his arm after a single well-aimed blow from the group's leader. Well, he was already ready to finish him off completely in order to end the boy's life once and for all. But just as at the last moment, Chae-rin managed to protect him and prevent the leader of Pandemonium from harming Lee Jun. And despite the fact that Buk Jong recognized her as a strong hunter, he knew that this girl was still just a child. Buk Jong knew that it was his acceleration that allowed him to rise to his level within the entire group. His speed and incredible sharpness of vision accelerated. Not only his thoughts, but even the speed of his entire body increased as well. Nothing happened in slow motion, and he saw every frame clearly and distinctly. It was then that he continued to fight Minjung, for he could easily exceed the speed of light, because this was a world that moved at his pace, and everyone else was as slow as a snail. It was a world where everyone stood still, and the only one who could move was himself. But suddenly, something appeared behind him, and the man began to think that if he didn't escape, he wouldn't survive in this place. Immediately after that, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred very close by. He was thrown violently backward against the wall and no longer understood what was happening around it. Only after a while, when the head of the entire organization opened his eyes, did he notice that there were bags of ice cream and other food items lying in front of him. After a while, he also noticed Shiwoo in front of him, though at that moment he still didn't know who this guy was. Shiwoo immediately approached Lee Jun, as he was greatly surprised that the boy was holding a table, and even more surprised by the absence of his hand. Immediately after that, Minjung approached and explained that these were criminals from Pandemonium. They needed to deal with them quickly. Shiwoo wasted no time and approached their leader, saying they had come to this place for nothing. At that moment, Buk Jong was certain that the guy standing before him was Shiwoo, the one he had been looking for. Ju-won warned that it was best not to mess with this guy, since Ji-won had already suffered because of him. However, despite this, the man decided to fight, claiming that one blow wasn't enough, and added that Shiwoo would soon regret getting involved. Bukjong knew that this was a world that belonged only to him, and that only he could move freely here. But the protagonist struck him again with all his might to knock him off balance. Shiwoo didn't stop, and continuing to use his strength, attacked his opponent, even though the latter was surprised at how the boy had managed to penetrate his ultra-fast world. Their two forces clashed, and they continued to fight for some time. Bukjong clearly remembered hitting this boy, but nothing had happened to him, so he began to panic. He realized that his opponent wasn't just some random guy, but now it turned out that Bukjong himself couldn't run after him and catch up. He didn't understand what was happening at all, but it was definitely not just about the speed. At that moment, Shiwoo began to unleash a devastating strike, and Bukjong realized he definitely couldn't withstand such power. The man realized his boss had been right, and he wouldn't be able to defeat this awakened hunter. Bukjong could think of nothing but that he had to run if he wanted to survive now, because there was no other way for him to survive. But it was still too late, because Shiwoo began attacking again, and everyone else stood nearby, watching. Lee Jun was surprised that he couldn't make out a single frame or a single movement. The fight he was supposed to see with his own eyes was completely indistinguishable, and it simply couldn't be called a battle. Bukjong realized that this guy was a real monster, and he was getting faster and faster with every move. Realizing that escaping from him was definitely impossible, he understood that he couldn't give up, so he mustered all the strength that remained in his body. The others stood back, watching everything that was happening nearby. Minjung just shouted to Shiwoo that under no circumstances should they destroy this leader. They needed him alive. Shiwoo heard her words, but said he couldn't promise anything, since he simply couldn't control his power. Until now, they had only competed here in speed, but without realizing it, the boy had simply been holding himself back. It became clear as he watched him use his ability, not just speed, and expand his very perception of speed, thereby accelerating his entire body. Shiwoo realized this would be something akin to a divine skill, and began to apply it. He wanted to erase his subconscious limitations and expand the concept of super speed in order to win. On this planet, everything is subject to time, both day and night. And in a world where they experience every second of a full day, even a slight increase in speed would result in significant changes. He realized he could accelerate for even a couple of minutes, meaning he could speed up to the limits of the entire world, though this is inaccessible to other people. He began to use the speed of Hermes, for he possessed a divine skill, and took advantage of this opportunity. Bukjong tried to escape from him for a while longer, but it was all in vain, for the boy was able to spot him there. Immediately after seeing Shiwoo, he rushed toward him, catching his opponent red-handed. He didn't wait another second and attacked him, though not with all the strength he possessed. In the end, it was all over, and just one use of this skill added nearly 9% to his superpower. The boy thought it might be due to other skills, so now he could control this speed and nothing would suffer. However, in terms of percentages, it seemed too little to him. But even Hercules couldn't outrun Hermes, as he had told him earlier. After a while, Minjung and the others approached those lying on the ground, but they began to restore their strength, as they had to deliver them to headquarters alive. Of course, it wasn't easy for her at all, but Shiwoo thanked her for protecting everyone while he was away. He understood that the woman had worked as a guard, so she had faced such situations hundreds of times. Therefore, this mission might have been a problem for her. Then he turned to Lee Jun, asking if the boy was okay, and it turned out that his hand had also healed. Chi-Rin was also standing next to him, and outwardly she seemed fine too, though this was likely the first time she'd ever faced anything like this. Fighting monsters like these is incomparable to fighting people, especially when it's your first time. Even for a genius, it can be really difficult, though Charon looked completely emotionless during the fight, like a robot, despite being very young. Shiwoo thanked her for helping him figure out everything that was happening here, but he added that if she were to also fight Pandemonium, this might happen again in the future, so he said that if she wasn't ready, it would be better to refuse right now. Fighting and winning was cool, but sometimes retreating can be the beginning of victory, for he remembered what Confucius once said. That old man said that when they first decide not to do something, it isn't a failure or shirking responsibility. It can be a choice in favor of another opportunity because their spiritual growth cannot be unattainable. Shiwoo told her not to try to win every time and not to give in to such emotions. After hearing all this, Charon thanked him, for she was pleased to feel his support. The protagonist realized that she simply lacked experience right now. If she didn't get discouraged or give up when faced with such challenges, she would one day become the hunter known throughout the world. Until then, he wanted her to develop her skills while staying safe, because as her teacher, he wanted to ensure that. Eventually, after some time, Everyone said goodbye to each other following the housewarming, and Shiwu was glad that none of the guests had been harmed and that they would be able to return home safely to the pandemonium hadn't even been able to get inside the house. And it was all thanks to his guests. But he realized that if they had managed to get inside, Fenrir would certainly not have let anyone get hurt. The inspection bureau arrived on the scene, and Minjung asked if the verification of all these people was complete, and it was confirmed that they were indeed from this group. All these people were wanted, but one girl noticed that one of them was the only one still alive. They decided to finish him off because if they left him alive, someone would start killing innocent people again, so no one wanted to give them the chance to get their hands dirty again. Since it was their commander's order, they went to carry it out, and Shiwu realized why she was called the Butcher. Meanwhile, Minjung approached him again, saying that the guy who had attacked him was Buk Jong, and that he was one of the leaders, so the woman asked if he would mind if they interrogated him. Of course the protagonist didn't object, saying that this was their job, and now he understood why it was necessary to spare their lives, so he gave his permission. However, they weren't sure whether they should interrogate them themselves or leave the matter to the professionals. Shiwu said that since they had ignored the first warning, they should #redo the same thing. Minjung also mentioned the housewarming gift she never ended up bringing, and said that from now on, their team would always protect Shiwu's home. He thought she hadn't discussed this with the group, and felt it was wrong to abuse the guards for personal purposes. Minjung replied that one of their tasks was to control the territory, and his house falls under their jurisdiction. Besides, Shai is currently a target of pandemonium, and their inspection bureau, just like the guards, is obligated to protect citizens from danger. Thus, she thought it would be possible to destroy this group. Minjung said that was roughly how it would go, but first and foremost, it would be a housewarming gift. The young man realized that even though he had built the house, much was still missing here. Even though he hadn't let the criminals through, he hadn't been able to scare them off either. The young man wasn't too worried, since there was Fenrir to protect everyone. And now, if the guards constantly patrolled the area, he would be sure his sister was safe. Minjung returned to her team, who weren't thrilled that they would always have to patrol this place, but she said they needed to put an end to this situation. At that moment, Shiwu thought about Buk Jong, who was the leader of the entire group, and he turned out to be stronger than anyone could have expected. Jiwon couldn't even be compared to him, since Tam had easily dealt with him, and even though there was only a one-level difference between them, it felt like night and day. Shiwu realized he was lucky to have superpowers, because otherwise he might have lost his arm entirely. After all, if that man had managed to reach him with his spear, who knows how it would have ended for him. The boy was certain that eventually pandemonium would come to seek revenge on him, which meant that in the future, he would have to deal with someone even stronger than this man. In other words, Shu thought he had reached his limit and peak in bare-handed combat, but he would have to try even harder and make himself a weapon. He had teeth, but they weren't sharp. He had nails, but it was hard to call them claws, so he made weapons. He used wood that was harder than his nails, and stones that were harder than his bones, thus overcoming his physical limitations by using what nature provided around him. That is precisely why he gained an advantage over most animal species and hunted beasts he had previously thought he could never defeat. Humans reached the top of the pyramid in the brutal wild, and managed to break free from their shackles to become the apex predator. And so it has been throughout human history, which is why weapons are also so diverse, and why the young man didn't know what to choose. The safest option was a metal gauntlet, since he found martial arts easier than handling weapons. Besides, as Hercules said, the ideal armor is that which makes a person stronger. Now his level of divine metallurgy is nearly 6 times higher, so even if he uses the same ingredients, the result will be different. That's why the boy decided to start by focusing on malleability and strength, aiming to find the perfect balance between the two. After some time, he actually managed to forge a gauntlet, and he thought it turned out pretty well. Charon had paid an incredible amount of money for a similar gauntlet, and since it was a one-time use weapon, even Hephaestus would have appreciated it. But as soon as the boy put the gauntlet on his hand, it tore to pieces. Of course, he was very upset by what had happened, and thought he had done something wrong, wondering if perhaps the materials were defective. However, that would be strange, since the ogre's tendons were imbued with the creature's strength. That's why it was the strongest material on the entire planet. However, even such tendons cannot withstand Heracles' strength, which means materials of even higher quality are needed. Shiwu didn't even know if there was a creature capable of withstanding Heracles' strength, and he generally thought that Heracles might not need to use any weapons at all with his might. But then he remembered the Nemean lion, which didn't even flinch from Hercules' blow because of its extremely tough hide. It was then that Hercules pounced on the beast and tried to kill it for an entire month, never letting go of its neck. Eventually, he did manage to defeat the lion, and as the body began to decompose, Only the scalp remained, from which Hercules fashioned a helmet. Shiwu thought that to create a weapon capable of standing up to Hercules, he needed that very lion. However, he had no idea how to find this animal, and even if he did find it, he had no idea how to capture it. Shiwu thought that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, but suddenly Palguan arrived, surprised to see the young man there. The young man began to complain to him that he couldn't use the weapon anymore, and looked at his hand. The man just smiled, saying he didn't know what had happened, but that he needed to cheer him up, so he offered to go with him since he wanted to show off the weapon he'd made. Shiwu later saw his sword, and as expected of Palguan, he'd used not only his own skill, but also the Hephaestus technique he'd taught Shiwu. The boy said it really looked very cool, and asked if it was for some high-ranking hunter. Palguan said that wasn't the case, and that he wanted to present this sword at the new seminar. This was the very same seminar he had heard about last time from Soyun, so Shiwu thought this was indeed a very important matter. Palguan explained that it was the most prestigious competition among blacksmiths, but said that if Shiwu were to compete, he would most likely win. To participate, one must be a member of the World Blacksmiths Association and possess the necessary qualification, so a great deal of paperwork would be required. Shiwu realized he wouldn't be able to do it, because even if he were registered as an unawakened, no one would want to take him there, period. Palguan said that it was just a formality, and none of that would be necessary this time, since Master Aurelian himself would be there. Shiwu had no idea who this master was, and simply asked what the prize would be this time. The man explained that it would be a metal unlocked after the 5th evolution, called orichalcum, a metal that could not be destroyed. The boy thought that this was truly a useless thing, because no matter how noble this stone might be, it was impossible to work with it. Shiwu asked what the point of such a prize was if it was impossible to work with, but Palguan replied that it was a kind of symbol. He understood that the seminar brought together blacksmiths from all over the world, and he didn't know to what extent all of this could be considered art. But this man definitely had every chance of winning. Shiwu also pondered the fact that he was sure he had seen a stone like this somewhere before, and he remembered that the thing Hephaestus had made was created from that very same metal. He pondered that, with the help of divine metallurgy, he might be able to create something. Hephaestus had crafted an incredible number of weapons for the gods using such metal, so he wondered how he could gain the same opportunity. Shiwu decided he had to do this, but he couldn't attend the seminar, though he didn't want to give up. He considered participating under Palguan's name, but the young man doubted Palguan would allow it. However, realizing he had nothing to lose, he proposed a deal. Shiwu began explaining what exactly Palguan was doing wrong, and the first mistake was obvious. The young man explained that one must strike at a different angle, which would maximize the weapon's power and durability. Immediately after that, Palguan struck again, and he did the same thing. Shiwu was disappointed and stopped him, saying that at the very end, one must do it completely differently and strike elsewhere. He added that it needed to be done a little further back, and Palguan didn't understand a thing, though Shiwu believed he was saying that only because he was relying solely on his intellect. Palguan asked what else he needed to use, and was told that he should rely on his senses, feel every centimeter of the metal, and sense its structure. Shiwu added that he had never fixated on this because if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have suspected. So, stepping closer, he began to explain how to do it correctly and asked if Palguan could feel it. After a while, he tried striking again, and at that moment, something finally happened. Palguan shouted in frustration, saying he definitely wouldn't be able to do it again. But Shiwu insisted they try, so the man picked up the hammer again and agreed. Only then did Shiwu say that he should almost put down the hammer, and they would start training, though Palguan was surprised that this guy had so suddenly started talking about physical exertion. He began speaking in the words of Hercules, saying that one needed more muscle to achieve good results. Palguan replied that there was less than a week left until the seminar, so if he started training now, it wouldn't help Peter much. But Shiwu reassured him, saying that everything would be fine if he drank a special potion he had recently prepared. Immediately after that, they began training, and Shiwu made Palguan start doing push-ups. He told him to breathe evenly and not forget to do so, as well as to maintain his pace. In the end, Palguan underwent special training all week long that was supposed to help him. A week later, it was all over, and they were still together at those training sessions. Then Shiwu picked up the sword that Palguan had managed to forge and said it was a work of art and had been made simply perfect. Shiwu also mentioned the doppelganger, a monster capable of taking on the form of an opponent, and he brought it up because Palguan had utilized that creature's muscles. In reality, it was impossible for ordinary people to incorporate a monster's abilities into a weapon, so the man thanked him for teaching him so much. Palguan admitted that he had learned more in this 1 week than in his entire life. In just these few days, Palguan had made tremendous progress, and Shiwu was amazed that such progress could be achieved in such a short time. Thanks to his 20 years of experience, though not perfectly, this man had mastered divine technology. Once, Confucius said that there are 3 important plants: the plum, the chrysanthemum, and the bamboo. But the bamboo was special. It took a full 5 years for it to grow, and until those years had passed, the bamboo would not put down roots. But precisely because of those 5 years, it would happen. And in just 5 weeks, the bamboo would grow all the way to the sky. However, the question was whether the bamboo grows in those few weeks or over several years. Of course, 5 years had already passed, but personal growth was also similar to the growth of bamboo. The main thing was not to give up, and in time, the moment for change would come. Shu said that he had simply helped a little, but first and foremost, it was all Palguan's doing, since he had done it all himself. He said that if the man presented this very sword at the seminar, that gratitude would certainly be enough. Eventually, the blacksmith's competition was set to take place in Paris. The host welcomed everyone to this important event, greeting all those present. The first piece to be presented was Master Antonio's work, who showcased his sword. He explained that this work of art was called the Dragon's Breath. It was similar to what this master had done before, and people knew he wouldn't disappoint. So many decided that Antonio would be the winner. But someone said it was complete rubbish, and that man was Pierre de Boux Aurélien, a master metallurgist who believed it was impossible to call this a work of art. A man said that such a sword shouldn't be disparaged, even if it was Master Aurélien, but he started talking about the red color again. Aurélien said he had added a pigment that dissolved into the metal, because if he just painted it, the paint wouldn't stick. That's exactly why the weapon became very brittle and won't last long. It will most likely just break after a few strikes. Aurélien added that if he really wanted to make it red, he could use the bone of a red worm or a red dragon. He added that, while it's an accessible material, if you want it, it's hard to obtain, but he also noted that most likely, he simply lacked the skill to use such a valuable material. Besides, the shape seemed completely pointless to him, and it made no sense because it would be awkward to use in battle. The purpose of this piece was simply to be displayed at the exhibition, even if someone wanted to call it a work of art. Aurélien thought it was actually quite good, but only for a one-time display, so they asked to put out the next lot. It was a work by a Korean master named Palguan, but it turned out that this sword had no name. Aurélien said that this sword had piqued his interest, so he immediately asked who had made it. It turned out that Master Aurélien was due to arrive in the region soon, and this was reported to the hunter's headquarters. Kim Cheong-gyu was surprised by this information, as the master's trip to Korea was far too spontaneous, even for him. No one knew why he was going to that country, so Cheong-gyu asked why he was going there, as it was important for him to know as the president of the association. It turned out that he was already in one of Korea's cities, so he ordered all meetings cancelled, even though there were already some plans for today. Cheong-gyu said that the meeting with the congressman wasn't that important, so without further ado, he ordered everything planned for today to be cancelled. He said to do this for as long as Master Aurélien was in Korea. The highest point a person could reach was the peak of his power, and these were hunters of the highest classes. After all, there were very few of them in the whole world. One of them stood before a gigantic monster that was already ready to attack him, but could do nothing against his strength. Li Si, who was one of the hunters of this class, merely smiled contentedly, knowing that such monsters usually couldn't withstand lightning. But this monster was unusual, for even without an arm and other limbs, it continued to attack him. Immediately after that, he decided to use an explosion to finally destroy this ogre. Moreover, right after that, another hunter approached him, and said that experimenting here wasn't necessary. Li Ha was also a hunter of the same class, and said that they wouldn't receive the full payment if the materials were damaged. However, he simply asked the others if they had heard any news, specifically that Master Aurélien was coming to Korea. Li Si said that no one knew why he was coming here, but they thought the reason might be Chirin's weapon. Li Ha said there was nothing special about that girl, and that it annoyed her that people talk so much about her, since she was just a kid who happened to get that rank. The guy replied that they were all kids once, and after all, Li Ha wasn't born an S-rank kid either. The girl thought he'd become a fan of Chirin, but he was just telling the truth. It seemed to him that his friend was jealous of Chirin, but Li Ha replied that she couldn't be worse than that kid. Of course, it annoyed her a little that everything had come so easily to that girl, but it just drove her crazy that she got everything so incredibly easily, especially for a newbie. Li Si just didn't know anymore if it was envy or jealousy, and Li Ha replied that it was precisely because of conversations like this that she didn't like getting involved with mages. She herself started asking him if he was jealous of Yu Hani, since he was constantly being compared to her. The boy just calmly replied that he didn't think she was better than him, and asked if that could be considered a form of jealousy. In the end, the girl just left, and he stayed with the monsters she had recently hunted so skillfully. Lee Si decided that, given the situation, he also needed to meet with Master Aurelian, since he thought it would be great if such a person could make him a new staff. Meanwhile, Charon and Shivu continued training at her group's headquarters. She attacked him very skillfully, never letting up for a moment, but the boy could see that the whole thing was becoming very dangerous. After that, he also began attacking her more fiercely, and eventually it ended with her slamming into the wall and flying down. Shivu was very frightened and ran up to her, asking if she was okay, but he saw that her shoulder had swollen up badly, though nothing was broken. Her last attack had been very powerful, so he used his own accidental superpower to try to soften the blow. Charon replied that everything was actually fine, since after all, she was the one who had started attacking harder. It was clear that the girl was trying her hardest, but she was overly confident in all of this because, after all, she had far more talent than she realized. In the end, he helped her, and the level of divine medicine rose slightly again. For a while after that, Charon kept looking at him, which puzzled him a bit. Shiwu also glanced at his phone, not understanding why the level had risen by more than 3%. After all, the recovery of Li Zhong's arm and leg had been less, even though he had used a slightly different technique there. Or perhaps the reason is that Charon is the most gifted, and everything comes down to that, because the human body is like the cosmos. Every person has their own universe and their own characteristics. That is, their constitution. Among the many constitutions, there are some that are, by their very nature, exceptional, and among all these talents, the constitution is called the celestial body, and hers is the celestial body of martial arts, for the energy of 1,000 universes exists harmoniously within this constitution. Shiwu had wondered before why she handled things so easily, and had assumed the girl was simply lucky. When he begins to heal her, he heals thousands of universes, and that is why he gains great experience. After that, Shiwu asked her when the highest level exam would be, and the girl said in about a month, because it was a hot topic of conversation all over the internet right now. It was the same with the housewarming. She had always tried very hard, but now she was getting too caught up in it. Shiwu advised her to take better care of herself and not stress too much before the exam, but he knew those words wouldn't make a difference. Then the girl suggested they go together to meet Master Aurelian. Shiwu remembered who he was from his conversation with Palguan, so he thought that his uncle had indeed won. The young man thought that perhaps Aurelian wanted to test her skills before the exam, but he refused the girl, saying that he probably didn't need to go. Shiwu turned back and said it would be better for her to go there alone, because he thought that even though Aurelian was a master of metallurgy, he already possessed that skill. Meanwhile, the people of Pandemonium also learned that Aurelian was coming here. Moon Taebom was the head of the High Pandemonium in Korea and was delighted that this master was coming here. Later, Charon, accompanied by her bodyguard, went out to meet the master who had already arrived. When she asked him, he said he was still just an ordinary blacksmith, and the girl replied that even though they hadn't seen each other in a long time, he was still the same, and then invited him to dinner. However, he declined, saying he had already eaten, and suggested she take a look at what he had brought with him. Aurelian, along with his bodyguard, opened the box where the sword was kept, and said he wanted to meet the person who had forged it. After the protagonist built his house, he returned to his normal life and resumed filming videos for his own channel. He went on dungeon raids and crafted weapons from the materials he obtained, but training with Hercules continued to exhaust him greatly, so he realized the cause lay in his daily life. After Shaiwu uploaded a new video in which he had raised his rank to Class A in just 1 month, the number of subscribers increased significantly, but for some reason, they were fixated on his previous rank. Although there were several dungeon raids, it was surprising that the speed of editing and uploading videos remained consistent, so he wanted to thank his editor for her work. Everything was going well with his channel, so he thought he would eventually raise his rank. Besides, Hercules' strength was also improving. Shiwu thought about the fact that he now needed to make his weapon, since he wanted Palguan to win for sure. He understood that Palguan's training wasn't easy, so he hoped he hadn't injured himself, and if he came, he thought he should check him out. Shiwu pondered that it might be better to first improve his metallurgy skill and prepare the materials he'd acquired so far. Starting a dungeon raid was much easier than carrying materials and storing them somewhere. He realized it would be nice to have some kind of bag that was infinite and could hold a large number of items, but he had no idea how to create one. It would be something like magic, since there were other types of spaces connected by portals that could be useful for storage. He knew that even Hephaestus hadn't been able to do such a thing, because only high-level mages can use magic of that caliber. After that, the boy began to use the power of Hermes, and he recalled that Hercules had mentioned the fact that it could be called a power that surpasses all possible human strength. In other words, it might be possible to gain even more by amplifying the power of the gods, and then, using the metallurgy of the gods, create something similar without casting spells on weapons. He wanted to try doing this because it could be the power that would help him level up his divine metallurgy skills. Logging onto GodTube, he saw Osiris's wife from Egyptian mythology and the famous mother of Horus, who was the goddess of magic named Isis, and thought, I'll definitely choose her. But he didn't know what aspects of her personality she developed, so he figured it must be something related to magic, though nothing specific came to mind. The young man considered asking Hercules, but the latter knew nothing about magic. That's why he decided to start by watching a few videos from this girl's channel to understand more. But he was suddenly interrupted by Sharon, who had unexpectedly come into the workshop. Master Aurelian stood behind her, watching what the boy was doing. She was surprised to see him there, but then she remembered that the boy had told her about how he'd made the very gloves that had later ended up with her. As for Aurelian, she said that the master wanted to meet Palguan. This surprised the young man greatly, but she explained that he wanted to see the person who had created this sword, and that person was Palguan. Shiwu knew that Aurelian had been a judge at the seminar, but he had flown to Korea just to see Palguan, and he had even brought his work here. The young man was delighted at the thought that this precious metal would definitely be theirs, so he thought he would finally be able to create some armor capable of withstanding its power. Shiwu replied that his uncle wasn't there at the moment, and Aurelian asked when they would be able to meet. The young man knew that Palguan was feeling very unwell right now and didn't want to bother him, but he understood that the reward was great, though one could say it would be a last resort, even though for him, it would be a special moment. Deciding to call him, the boy said that Palguan would arrive here very soon. Suddenly, Shiwu also thought that as soon as he received the orichalcum, he would immediately start making a weapon, but for now, they were waiting for his uncle. During this time, the boy thought he might watch a few videos, so he took out his phone and started watching. After a while, Izida, the goddess of magic, appeared on the screen, and she immediately started saying some very strange things. Shiwu was immediately surprised by all this, because he knew it was ancient and sacred magic, but this girl was talking about a function through which children are born and insisted there was nothing to be ashamed of. She added that she was very sad, just like her husband, so this problem was familiar to both of them. She also added that they had faced some limitations during this time, so she thought the problem would never end. Shiwu realized that Greek and Roman mythology were about to go mad, while Norse mythology was quietly weeping in the corner, and in Egyptian mythology, there was complete chaos. Then Isis said that she had come up with something to help her husband not feel so sad, and after that, she began to dance and hum something. Then she pointed to her heart with her fingers, and Shiwu had absolutely no idea what was going on. He had no idea what he had just seen, and after seeing it, he remained composed, though he could be certain of one thing. He realized he was right that this girl's ability was to grant power-ups. And maybe he could even equip his weapon with a subspace storage function. Since she had, after all, created Osiris, anything was possible, and he decided to see how much this subscription cost. 2,358, but suddenly someone distracted him again, and Palguan appeared at the door, still looking tired but wanting to see Master Aurelian. Soon he entered the room where Master Aurelian was standing. The man approached him, saying that he had really wanted to meet him, and also to win at the seminar. Charon translated for him, explaining that Aurelian had really wanted to meet the one who created this sword and greeted him. Of course, Palguan hadn't expected to win at all, so he was very happy to hear that. Just as the protagonist had thought, his uncle had won, so he began to consider that he should finish what he had started. Then he looked at the subscription, which cost a whopping 4 billion, even though the previous ones had been half that amount. But he thought about how he would earn a lot of money from teaching Charon, as well as 300 million from making weapons, and also make some money from his videos. Of course, he understood that this was a lot of money, but he realized he could afford the subscription. Shiwu thought that the tuition wasn't that high, so he immediately went to subscribe to the channel. Immediately after that, he received a notification stating that it was 400 million, not 4 billion. He thought that if he were to spend all that money on a family of 4, the amount would last for more than a century, yet he was spending it in a single month. When he heard the notification sounds, he realized he would be spending that much money on the subscription every month. But suddenly he saw something else, and realized that this wasn't about some ordinary magical item or skill. It was the manipulation of reality, from the smallest details to the ability to alter the laws of the universe. He thought about how this was an SSS rank ability, but given this girl's reputation, it was no wonder it had been completely forgotten, even though she used to be the most influential goddess in the entire world. In any case, he needed to level up his skills, and there are currently 2 ways to do that. The cosmic horror that emerges from the abyss, but he didn't want to think about that, because if he wasn't careful, he simply wouldn't survive. That's why he decided that in this case, he'd have to handle it alone, and first test his strength by creating what he wanted. He wanted to retrieve things from nowhere without having to carry them around, so he needed to manipulate reality to create such a portal. And the greater the power to control reality, the greater the cosmic backlash. So, in the worst case scenario, the caster might vanish somewhere himself. Shi-Wu understood that this was his first experience with such a matter, so he thought it would be worth looking into it on other channels. But he immediately changed his mind, deciding to do everything himself, and it didn't matter what he used to make it. The main thing was that it be sturdy. Meanwhile, Aurelian and Palguan continued talking, and the master said that this sword had perfect balance, and that he could barely hear this world. He said that the shape changed depending on who held the hilt, and this surprised him greatly. The quality of the swords Palguan made had indeed improved significantly, but he was capable of that too, so Aurelian began to think about what he could do even better. The hilt changes shape depending on the user, but in fact, it was precisely because of it that he had come here to meet the creator. Palguan explained that he had used the facial muscles of a doppelganger for this. Sharon helped translate all of this into French, though Aurelian was greatly surprised by what he had just heard. That means this man used the characteristics of a monster, and that seemed impossible. Since then, they began using monster remains in metallurgy, but then a major breakthrough occurred, and materials appeared that were significantly stronger than the previous ones. But the use of monsters was, of course, limited, since there are physical characteristics that remain constant. But some characteristics cannot be incorporated into equipment, and they disappear when. Aurelian thought that Palguan must have been a god of metallurgy if he was able to create such a thing, since doing so is incredibly difficult. The man replied that he had a teacher, and pointed his finger at Shi-Wu, saying that he was his master. Aurelian thought that this guy didn't look like a blacksmith at all, so he didn't think he could be the one who taught this man to create such brilliant things. Palguan admitted that he couldn't believe it at first either, but it seemed like Shi-Wu was about to do something, so he suggested they see for themselves. For the master himself, this was very strange, but since Palguan said so, he decided to agree and take a look. It had to be done while it was hot, because only then could a good weapon be forged, but this guy was just staring at the metal. Only later did he strike it once, and Aurelian thought that he had done it on purpose. When working with material that is still very hot, the weapon or other item will be stronger, and it will be easier to shape complex parts. But when it cools down, the metal must be completely cooled before striking it. Otherwise, if it is hotter than necessary, it will deform. Aurelian was amazed at how clearly this young man could sense the temperature when it was time to strike. It seemed simply impossible to him, and he still didn't believe it. After all, people can't even dream of anything like that. After a while, the boy looked at what he had managed to make and thought it was nonsense. But then he realized that it's not so easy to make something out of metal. But after that, he began to use his strength to try to create a structure under the open sky. Suddenly, Aurelian approached him and started saying that all of this was simply ridiculous. And only then did the young man stop. Meanwhile, at the airport, it turned out that Mr. Aurelian had come here to visit a certain blacksmith. The director didn't know how such a master had ended up here, but for now, they didn't want to panic and were going to find out where he was headed next and where he was currently located. And Moon Taebyom remembered Ju-Wan, saying that this was exactly where his career at Pandemonium had ended. Che-Rin translated Aurelian's words for Shi-Wu, and he said he had unintentionally interrupted him because he was so impressed by what the young man was doing. It also turned out that the man wanted to talk about metallurgy, but Shi-Wu asked her to tell him that he didn't want to talk to him, and wouldn't. He'd rather watch Hephaestus's video during that time, so he asked when they would finally be able to talk. Shi-Wu said he'd think about when to talk if Aurelian gave him orichalcum, and Aurelian agreed, but asked why the boy needed that metal. The young man replied that he wanted to make armor out of it, and was happy that he would have another precious item. After a while, they said goodbye, and the master left with Sharon, leaving the protagonist alone. A short while later, Palguan approached him and said he didn't want it to turn out this way, since the boy thought his uncle had been expecting this meeting, and he had ruined it. The elder simply replied that everything was fine, since what mattered most to him was working with Shi-Wu, not this meeting. And since there was nothing else to do there, he said he would leave. Finally, the boy just told him not to overexert himself. And after that, When he was left alone, he began to use his power to finally create the very item he wanted so badly. All of this was about the cosmos and expansion, and he wanted to make something he could use to his advantage. Shiwu realized that the backlash was incredibly strong, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. It was even worse than Heracles' training, and it was truly incredibly difficult for him to cope with it. But he also remembered and saw that nothing had changed here, so he picked up the bag. The boy thought the space here would be as big as a soccer field, and in the end, it was worth the effort. But suddenly he was interrupted again, and he looked around in annoyance, not knowing who had done it this time. There was a team of high-ranking hunters led by a commander, and the boy had no idea who they were. They left very quickly, and it turned out that Aurelian had already left Korea so fast that they hadn't even had time to meet him. Lee-ha didn't know at all what was happening in that workshop, but she was curious if she would be able to get a weapon this time from a master like Aurelian. In fact, that would be incredible, and Yuhana, who was sitting next to the commander, agreed that it would be very interesting. She was a witch and a hunter of the highest rank, but she said that in reality, it would simply be impossible. Any sufficiently advanced science might not differ from magic, since magic doesn't contradict the laws of physics. Hannah mentioned that many people consider magic to be something supernatural. Then she asked why the water was boiling right now, and Lee-ha replied that it was because the water was in contact with fire at that very moment. But after that, it turned to ice almost instantly because the witch had simply hidden the fire using a spell of invisibility. Using these laws, the law of atmospheric pressure is formed, and water boils at a temperature of 100 degrees. In other words, they're simply using the laws of the creation of the world and physics. Fire carries cold, not heat, and water will never, under any circumstances, boil, because that's an impossible concept. However, Lee Si himself saw the bag that the boy had created, and it changes all the laws of the entire universe. Lee-ha said that he himself had just said that it was simply impossible, but Hannah added that if it were impossible, no one would have done it. Some can stand above the laws, and only deities can do that. In the end, they discussed the topic for a while longer, but suddenly the president was contacted again regarding Aurelian. Meanwhile, Pandemonium reported that the treatment was going well. But there was one catch. They reported that his right eye would not regain its sight. There was no major news, but the manhunt had been called off in the capital, though Pandemonium was still in the danger zone. The man asked if the leader knew that Aurelian had arrived in Korea, and the leader replied that he was aware of it. But they also mentioned that Charon was involved in this situation, which surprised him greatly. He hated these kids because his organization was already suffering terribly, yet apparently that wasn't enough for them. Aurelian was a very important person and a world-class figure, so if they were involved in anything, everything happening in Korea would be all over the news. Ju-won asked how they managed to pull this off, since it wasn't easy to get past security, especially with that girl, the hunter there. His subordinate explained that since the master's trip this time was a spontaneous decision, the French side hadn't had time to send reinforcements to the security detail. It also turned out that Moon Tae-bom was personally overseeing the entire operation, even though it was impossible for her to know what was currently happening in Pandemonium. Ju-won smiled, thinking that it really did sound and look like fun. The man also wanted to mention that he had another piece of information besides the master who had arrived here. He explained that Shiwu, who had previously ruined their plans, was also involved in this matter. Meanwhile, Shiwu was trying to fight the giant snake that was squeezing him tighter and tighter. He struggled and used all his skills against the creature. Lee Jun stood next to him, watching everything that was happening with amazement. Only after a while did he lift the snake that the boy had destroyed, even though it was incredibly heavy, and his whole body trembled under the weight. After that, he saw a small bag in front of him, and was surprised, because Shu Wu had told him to put the whole snake right in there. Hearing that this was indeed the case, Lee Jun began to do as he was told, but he was still puzzled by what was happening here. The younger man asked if he had done this all by himself, and Shu Wu said that was indeed the case, and that Aurelian hadn't helped. He also asked the boy if it had been difficult for him, and Shu Wu said that since another dimension was attached here, it wasn't really that hard. Although that wasn't exactly what he meant, in the end they had to clear 3 more dungeons, but Shu Wu asked them to be more careful with the camera. Only a short while later, when they came out, they saw Minjung approaching them. The girl said she needed a minute because it was an urgent conversation and she had something to tell them. Meanwhile, the whole team had already arrived at the airport, and it turned out that Aureliana had been kidnapped from the wrecked plane. This surprised everyone greatly, but most likely the kidnappers had been on board, although the whole team also doubted this, since they had checked the list of all airline employees. Lee Si also came to them, saying that he felt as if they had been brainwashed, because something was definitely wrong here. The mage said that a mental magic technique had been used here, since there were no signs of a struggle anywhere, not even on the plane itself. The president said that Sharon was also present, who could be considered a top-tier hunter, though it was strange that there was no resistance during the battle. Since the opponent used such powerful mental magic, he was most likely a high-level mage, and, most likely, a genius. Lee Ha added that Sharon was still just a child, but the president felt it was too early to think about mental magic. Hannah also joined them, saying that, at the very least, all of this meant there was a person among their opponents and the kidnappers who possessed magic. So he said, most likely if they say so, then it's true, and asked if they could track down this person. Lee Sai said it was possible, but if the magic had been corrected, it wouldn't be possible, and even now it wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, Ju Wan had already heard the name Shi Wu. He didn't know how many times, and it was starting to really annoy him. He would have liked to deal with that guy right now, but he needed to focus on eliminating all the consequences the organization had suffered, so now was not the time to waste on him, period. The assistant said that this hunter was connected not only to Aurelian, but also to Charon, meaning he might come to her defense. But he also knew that, in the end, they would inevitably clash with one another, recalling yet another person involved with Pandemonium. He added that it didn't matter at all which one of them won, since it was none of his business. He simply had nothing to lose in either scenario. But the bigger the battle, the larger the battlefield, and his profit would definitely increase. Eventually, Minjung started a conversation with the main character, saying that a video had been uploaded today about the book that the guy had caught. No one knew why the kidnapper would do that, or why they'd want to draw even more attention to it. The girl said she didn't know, but maybe it was Pandemonium's doing, and maybe they just wanted to cause even more chaos. It wasn't exactly unusual, but Shai Wu thought it was to get you released. However, it really could have been the work of that organization. He was certain that Bukjong definitely knew something important, because otherwise they would have eliminated him long ago. But the thing was, since Aureliana and Sharon had been kidnapped, and since the video had been published not only in Korea, but worldwide, the whole world knew about those who might be targeted, because most likely they would have to do whatever was demanded of them. But the protagonist said there was no need to do that, which greatly surprised Minjung, and he understood her shock. But he explained that this was certainly not her first time dealing with a kidnapping, so he asked what ordinary kidnappers usually demand. The girl replied that it's mostly money and a deadline by which it must be paid, so if they make every effort, the hostages will be returned alive. And that was indeed the case. But while they promised to release them, they refused to say where the hostages were being held. This meant that Bukjong wasn't in control of the situation, and could only reveal the hostages' location. So, Shiwu concluded that the kidnapper hadn't posted the video. The young man didn't know exactly who did it, but if they gave in to him, this person would just be toying with them. Shi Wu then stood up, saying that they could try to use this whole situation to their advantage. Eventually, they returned to the Soul Hunters Inspection Bureau to further investigate the case. The other employees there froze in place and fell silent. Minjung asked where Buk Cheon was being held, and they told her he was in the interrogation room. Right after that, she let Shai Wu go in to see the criminal, who was tied to a chair. To exert more influence, the protagonist moved closer to him and began to taunt him a little. The other officers asked why they could hear from inside, since there was no soundproof, and of course. Shai Wu, meanwhile, continued his work, saying that there were many organs capable of feeling pain, and that he could take advantage of that. He said that Buk Jun would be in so much pain that he would simply beg for mercy and to end it, but Shi Wu said that this was nothing compared to what he had done to innocent people. Min Jung and another girl who were sitting in the room, watching what was happening, froze in place upon hearing. Shi Wu continued to interrogate Buk Cheon, who was screaming that there was actually a taboo. Mingjung heard the criminal say that he couldn't tell anything even if he wanted to, because he knew nothing. Only the one who cast it can remove it, because this chain restrains certain actions and completely blocks some thoughts. That is why the protagonist began to use his power on him, placing his hand on his head. The girls sat there, surprised by what they had just seen him do. The protagonist simply said that now the chain was gone and the man could tell everything that had happened. Shi Wu didn't know exactly how they escaped from prison, but the criminal's legs and arms were completely intact and unharmed. Usually Shao looked like an ordinary person and posed no threat. But as soon as he saw the criminal, he became a completely different person, and a cruelty emerged in him, so it was unclear who he really was. With his younger sister, he was always very kind and gentle, and in everyday life, he wasn't evil either. Minjung felt warmth from him, so she said that now they could let Buk Cheon go. The protagonist realized that this man had told him everything he needed to know, and everyone would think they were simply doing what the kidnapper had asked. Hardly anyone would guess that they had managed to lift the taboo, since controlling reality is a very advanced skill in Isida. In a little while, they were supposed to reveal the location of the hostages, and the boy didn't know what would happen next. But he understood that he would have to act quickly and decisively so that no one would figure out when to expect it. Meanwhile, Charon was being held captive by the criminal who had kidnapped her. Min Taebom was the leader of Pandemonium and possessed the skill of mind control. Now, Charon was completely alone, and she said that no one would save her. Her parents never came home, but she didn't cry because she had been told that if she was strong, her parents would return. When someone came, they started saying that they would raise the girl themselves. She said that being such a wealthy heir posed a great danger to the child, but at that moment, the girl thought it would be so nice if no one argued. The next day, her nanny left, telling her she was leaving because the job was too difficult. Everyone was leaving, so she decided she wouldn't complain anymore and wouldn't make people's lives difficult. Suddenly, as the girl ran on, she saw that a woman had become ill and had fallen. The woman with white hair was clutching her throat, begging to be saved. But eventually, they determined that she hadn't survived and concluded that it was poisoning, since poison had been found in the dumplings she had eaten. From that moment on, Charon never saw that cook again, and every time she liked someone, that person would dump her. After a while, she was told that starting today she would be living with her grandfather. For a while, she was afraid of this grandfather, but she didn't want to argue with the others, so she agreed. Taebom knew that this girl came from a wealthy family, but the problems were the same. It was easy to trigger her trauma, no matter what. It seemed to her that there was very little time left, since Charon was still just a child. Aurelian said that the girl had been released from here because she had nothing to do with him, so he ordered her to be let go. But Taebom said that this man wasn't like an ordinary blacksmith, since he could resist her magic of control. She moved closer to Charon and said that someone more important than Aurelian had appeared. The man thought that Taebom needed money since she had become attached to her, so he said he would give her his. But she approached him, saying she was one of the leaders of Pandemonium, so she had no problem with money. A short while later, the girl was interrupted, and she stepped closer, asking what had happened. It turned out that guards had found out where they were, even though the gang was sure they'd covered their track. Her subordinate said that, most likely, Ju Wan had leaked the information to the guards. Another said that there were also several top-class hunters with this group, and they would be here soon. The director of the department was there, along with 4 other top-class hunters, including Hana, Lee Si-yoon, and Lee Ha. What worried her most were the mages, because the biggest problem for one mage is another mage, so there was nothing to think about here. She ordered all members of the organization to prepare to retreat, but only a few seconds had passed when that same hunter, Shiwu, appeared before her. The boy looked around, and Taebom couldn't understand why the guards were acting separately, since they knew this had never happened before. Only then did she smile and say that he was a fearless idiot who didn't even know where he was. And then she began to use her magic, telling him to leave this place immediately, since it belonged to her. Despite the fact that she was using powerful magic, Shiwu managed to stop the needles she threw at him. The girl could only think that this was simply impossible. She even began to think that he wasn't human, because the power emanating from him was vastly different from that of a human. Taebom thought it was all a lie, and didn't believe in such power. She shouted that he couldn't do that, and that she would send him to the afterlife if he continued. Shiwu had previously spoken with Hercules, who had said that magicians should be avoided whenever possible. But Hercules also said that if it was impossible to form an alliance with them, they should be destroyed as quickly as possible. That was exactly what the boy set out to do, preparing to destroy the Dom right now. Hercules' power can destroy the laws, while Isis' power is capable of drastically altering them, allowing anything conceived to be brought into reality. Since these were 2 different but incredibly powerful forces, Shiwu didn't argue about which was better. Isis's magic was very powerful. After all, she was capable of altering even the laws that had existed for so many years. Despite what was happening, the bomb continued to fight, even though she knew she was powerless against it. Eventually she fell, clutching her shoulder, and knew that Shiwu was now considered the strongest of them all. Her arm was gone, but the girl got back up, saying that his power was simply impossible. She thought that such a thing simply couldn't exist, then realized she hadn't blocked the blow, having made a mistake. Although she had used short-range teleportation magic, it had been of little help despite her desperate attempts to dodge. Taebom knew this was merely a glimpse of that immense power, and thought she must have been born with it. However, she also knew that a crisis could become a new opportunity and wanted to seize it. So, Shiwu realized that she would indeed be harder to deal with, but he didn't back down anyway. When Shiwu asked why one should avoid mages, Hercules fell silent for a moment, thinking about his answer. Then he said that mages were very cunning, and no one knew what they would do next. He emphasized that it was better to stay away from them, or make a deal. and if that wasn't possible, then you had to destroy the mage as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Taebom was trying to regain control of her own body right then and there. She said that if they took her life, she would take the lives of her 2 captives. Shi Wu knew that to deal with her, he would have to use the Heavenly Fist of Destruction, even though it was a risk, since he could only use it once. He thought he might even be able to do it twice, but remembering the consequences, he realized he shouldn't act rashly and without thinking. The boy said that even with such power, he would definitely be able to save them. But Taebom was capable of controlling spatial magic, something beyond comprehension, which meant she could also control time. There was no guarantee that what was happening here would still be happening a moment later in such a situation. Taebom laughed again, wondering how this guy could possibly know how to use such powers. But she simply said he was finished, regardless of what he might have just imagined. Her ability to control consciousness could turn anyone who entered it into a true victim. And she knew that even if the boy had superpowers, they wouldn't help him avoid this attack on his consciousness. But suddenly she found herself inside his consciousness and was very surprised by what she saw before her. By nature, the human mind is unstructured and a complete chaos. So Taebom could use her power to evoke fears or memories and put pressure on the victim. But now, stepping closer, she saw Hercules continuing his training. The girl suddenly clutched her throat, realizing she couldn't even take a single breath. Only then did she hear Heracles' voice telling her not to distract him, as he wanted to continue training. After that, she returned to the real world and began to breathe, though she didn't know what had just happened. She couldn't remember anything, but it seemed as if her memory itself had been completely blocked. Taebom looked at Shiwu again, still unsure exactly what kind of creature he was, but he was already ready to attack her again. Meanwhile, the hunters had already arrived at the scene, but suddenly heard that someone had come to join them, as sounds of a struggle reached their ears. The president realized that the information about Pandemonium's location was confidential, so only those present could know it. Realizing he needed to figure this out, he first suggested going inside to see what was there. Meanwhile, the main character continued to fight with all his might against Taebom, even though he was already exhausted. She tried again to use her skills to confuse him, or tie him up, but so far it was all in vain. Only when he got close did Taebom create an illusion of herself so that he wouldn't know where the real one was. Taebom also unleashed a lightning bolt, continuing her attack while Shai Wu paused to consider his next move. But he didn't hesitate for long. He began to harness the divine power of Hercules and lunged at her. However, as he closed in, he saw that Taebom wasn't there and assumed she had escaped through the portal. She grabbed all her captives and approached the portal again. The boy realized he had already used up all his strength and had no time to hesitate. Then he lunged at her, but all she did was throw Aurelian at him. After that, the girl said it was already too late, and she was leaving. The bomb simply said goodbye to the boy, while standing with Sharon in her arms by the portal. Shiwu realized he couldn't do that, and left a magical trail that would allow him to find her. But suddenly, the boy felt very ill and began coughing up blood, unable to do anything. Shiwu had expended too much energy in the battle, but even in this state, he could use reality manipulation and could create a portal to track his rival. Although he realized he didn't have enough strength to survive the consequences, if he were reckless, using his powers would simply destroy him. However, he also understood that Sharon was currently under mental control. If her consciousness were completely destroyed, even divine methods wouldn't be able to heal her. That is why the protagonist realized he had to catch up to his rival, even if it meant risking his own life. He was determined to do it at any cost. But suddenly the very same top-tier hunters entered the room, unaware of what was happening here. The two stood there in surprise, seeing Shiwu before them. But they found it hard to believe that this was the very same hunter who had caused all this. The young man realized he didn't have time to explain everything, but he understood that if 2 brilliant mages could open a portal and do all the dirty work for him, then they might have a chance. That's why he asked if they could help him, and he would piece everything together, including the traces of the teleportation the bomb had used, after which they would find where she had fled. Li Sai replied that a completed teleportation couldn't be found. Even if they used magical power as a guide, they wouldn't be able to calculate the exact coordinate. But the protagonist was determined, for he said he had connected the 2 spaces. Hannah was greatly surprised to hear this, for space was a concept that could not be connected. However, the protagonist exclaimed that they simply didn't have time. They needed to try what he had suggested. In the end, they decided to agree to help him, so both mages tried to create what the boy had asked for. Shiwu knew he needed to change the laws that still govern these changes, and he wanted to try. His head felt so heavy, it seemed as if it might burst at any moment, and his heart was pounding so fast, it felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. But despite all this, the boy didn't give up. and after a while, he managed to create that very portal. Shiwu was already breathing heavily and told the others to go ahead while he would follow them. The president was already beside them and said that they really shouldn't delay since they needed to find Charon. He asked those who remained behind to take care of Aurelian and lead him to a safer place than this one. When they entered the portal, Taebom was already in her spot and realized she felt bad about having to leave Aurelian there. But despite that, that guy was a real monster. So she was glad she'd made it out alive because luck was still on her side. Besides, she still had Charon, who was a very powerful sacrifice. Taebom knew that soon the girl would become a puppet, but suddenly she felt very ill again. She wondered if it might be because she was missing her left arm, but her magical power and the chain inside had already been completely destroyed, so if she wasn't careful, it could all end fatally. However, just as suddenly, a portal appeared behind her, even though she thought she had managed to close it completely. Very unexpectedly, the president and top-tier hunters began to emerge from it. She just turned around and looked at them. She started laughing when they all ended up in her space. Lee Ha didn't understand why she kept laughing, and it seemed as if this woman had gone mad. However, Taebom simply replied that they had come here without having any idea what was going on, since she had teleported them right here because this was her space. They had walked right into the tiger's mouth, with no way left to save themselves or escape from here. Lee Si noted that Taebom's power here encompassed absolutely all the space around them, and they couldn't accept that. Taebom, meanwhile, was simply delighted, realizing that they were now easy prey, for to her, this was the final arena. Here, her power to control minds knew no bounds, and here she was almost a god. She even controlled space and time here, for all the laws of the world were subject to her in this place. But just as spontaneously and suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the portal, emitted by the main character. Despite this, she continued to use her power, saying that no one here was a match for her. But then the girl stopped abruptly, realizing that something was wrong. The bomb realized that this guy had pulled her into his mind, which she couldn't control. Suddenly, Hercules appeared before her again, furious with her. He repeated the same phrase a second time, telling her not to interfere with his training. By then, the girl had already been thrown away, and she began to fall after another blow. Meanwhile, Shiwu continued to attack her, showing no intention of stopping or falling behind. After a while, she was lying on the ground, unable to get up, and the other hunters approached her. She was truly powerless against them, and they started shouting for no one to come near her or touch her. But Shiwu had no intention of approaching her. He didn't care, so he immediately went over to Charon. He sat down next to her, telling her that she didn't need to try to handle everything on her own, because sometimes even the strongest need time to rest. He began untying all the ropes, thinking that she was the youngest granddaughter of the group's owner and was the hope of the hunting party, a girl who had to live up to everyone's expectation. However, he wanted Sharon not to try to be what the world sees her as. She should just be herself. All secrets can simply be forgotten, and nothing terrible will happen if the mosaic is still incomplete, because imperfection is the norm. He wanted her to stop making sacrifices and think of herself first. Then other people would also be able to understand everything. Shai Wu told the girl to make herself a priority and not to put the needs and expectations of others above her own comfort. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses and looked at him in surprise, not knowing what was going on. By the time they had left, the news had spread that Aureliana and Sharon had miraculously been saved, and everyone was now talking about nothing else. Ju Wan was happy to read all this news, and hoped that Taebom had indeed been defeated, and there would be no more trouble with her. But his assistant said that he might not believe it, but she had been defeated by fighters who weren't top tier, and on top of that, Shai Wu, whom the boss disliked so much, had also been injured. It was clear that this guy was definitely no ordinary person, and knew how to deal with leaders who were overly confident in their abilities. Ju Wan asked what had happened with this pandemonium in the Gyeonggi-do area, and the assistant said that since they had lost Taebom, the branch manager might have trouble recruiting other fighters. This was excellent news, because now there was neither Bukchon nor Taebom, who had been nothing but obstacles to Ju Wan. Suddenly, another assistant burst in and began telling the director about a major problem. Specifically, what had happened to Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi-do area. It turned out that it had been completely destroyed, and all its strongholds had been wiped out by the hunters and the inspection bureau. Ju Wan was, of course, shocked to hear this, since destroying all the checkpoints would have been a lengthy process, and besides, it was impossible to determine their locations. The leader said there were supposed to be taboos in place, but for some reason it had happened anyway. However, he began to wonder if the taboos might have been lifted, since that was the only explanation for what was happening. Ju Wan pondered the fact that the taboo on Bukchon could also have been lifted, and since he possessed all the information in Pandemonium, that was why the leader was trying to deal with it. This meant that now the entire Pandemonium was under their control, and they would have to play by their rules. The assistant also said he had one thing to say, and asked him to look over here. Juwon mentioned that the video he had previously uploaded to Shiwoo's channel wasn't going to be his last video on the channel. The assistant handed him the phone, and when he turned it on, he heard the boy say that he would be next. Meanwhile, all the hunters, along with the president, returned to the group's headquarters. Han Tae-sun sincerely thanked them because Chaerin was now safe thanks to them. He said he would fulfill any requests they had, but the hunters said they couldn't accept any reward for it. After all they had done was scream and lose consciousness. That was all. Then the president asked if they had heard of a hunter named Shiwoo, who also has his own channel and uploads videos there. Meanwhile, the young man was already in his workshop when Minjung suddenly arrived and began thanking. The girl said that thanks to what he had done in the Gyeonggi-do area, the criminal underworld had been eradicated, but they were still strong. Despite this, the young man had dealt them a major blow. Since Pandemonium appeared in Korea, they had never fallen so far. The young man replied that she didn't need to praise him so much, but Minjung responded that her boss had also asked her to praise him. Director Son Jo of the Inspection Bureau also wanted to convey these words to him, but the young man replied that he had done it for personal reasons. They talked for a while longer, but were suddenly interrupted by Aurelian, who had arrived. The man approached Shiwoo, saying that he didn't even know how to thank him for saving his life. He said that the ability that had awakened within him was metallurgy, and he easily did what others couldn't, so he was ready for things others couldn't even imagine. But before he knew it, he was already being called the world's best blacksmith. Yet, that was still not enough for him. He continued to rank at the very top and constantly pushed himself, but suddenly he hit a wall with his divine skill. Faced with the consequences, he tried to overcome it, but could not do so no matter what. Aurelian thought there was no rival who could stand up to him, but in reality, he simply couldn't overcome himself. That's why he came to hate metallurgy, and the sword he made for Chaerin became his final work because he didn't know how to make anything better. The man said that later he met Shiwoo, who was very cool and incredible. On one hand, he was jealous and envied him, and now he wants to apologize. Aurelian said that if it were possible to go back in time, he would do so and fall in love with metallurgy all over again. He tried to break free from all this high society and regain his fighting spirit, but he was already old and weak. So, the man said he would send the boy some orichalcum as soon as he returned to France, but he would like to see the crafting process with his own eyes. But suddenly the boy stopped him, asking if he had heard of Confucius, and he spoke of one of the masters. He was just like Aurelian, but he never gave up until the very end, no matter what. In those days, people lived mostly to be 37, and Confucius was over 50 and very old. But even in such an old body, he wanted to fulfill his dream, even though there were constant wars back then, and the whole world was in chaos. As a result, the man was able to achieve his goal and became one of the 3 strongest masters, so Shiwoo said that Aurelian could also accomplish what he desired. The man smiled, saying that the young man had saved him twice and promised to start over. Then the young man offered to make armor for Minjung, which greatly surprised her. The girl replied that Shiwoo had already done everything there, so it would be better for Aurelian to make the armor specifically for him. The young man replied that she was already protecting his home, and thanks to that, he could work here in peace. So, in his opinion, Minjung deserved more. Besides, she heads the Inspection Bureau, and weapons from such a master would definitely help. Aurelian said he'd heard a lot about this Chicken Inspection Bureau, since these were people who worked for the sake of peace, so he promised to make the best weapons for her. After that, he said he'd still have to go to France to send Shiwoo to orichalcum. He also asked if he could watch while he worked on it, to which Shiwoo replied that learning from him was quite expensive. He explained that he would receive one for winning the seminar, a second for saving a life, and a third for the training. Of course, the young man agreed to these terms, saying that they needed to celebrate such a beginning and that he would give him a discount. Aurelian promised to return in 2 weeks, and when they met, they would begin the training. The protagonist was very pleased to have so many precious metals, because if he succeeded, he could make something other than gloves. Then he turned to Minjung again, saying that he had one request: to continue guarding his home. The girl said she was ready to give her life for this house and promised she would start right away. Since he was now free, he decided to make another weapon. Then, hearing a loud noise, he looked out onto the street and saw that Minjung was incredibly happy, happier than he had ever seen her. Meanwhile, in the office of the SH Group president, he was standing looking out the window when someone suddenly arrived. Han Tae-sen said that he personally wanted to meet that guy, Shiwoo. So, The assistant said he would find him right away and do it as quickly as possible. Shiwu himself, meanwhile, continued training with Hercules in the level B+ dungeon. Hercules was quite strict with him, telling him he needed to work on his neck strength and ordering him to stop whining. It was truly very difficult for the protagonist. Besides, the training seemed harder than the battle with Taebom and the others. After a while, he finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, and Hercules said the boy was still very weak. But it seemed like a plus, since no one was bothering him like last time. Hercules began to explain that when he was training, some person had appeared, and since he was busy, he had ordered them to leave. He said he hated it when someone intruded into his mind. Shiwu, who was surprised and exhausted, began to understand everything. It turned out that Taebom had ended up in this state precisely because of that, although the boy hadn't even suspected such a thing. Taebom's ability is mind control. He amplified it 100-fold using a magic circle. And even despite the taboo, he was able to resist when the other began asking questions, which is why Bukchan was the only one who could know Taebom's whereabouts. Hercules said that only a powerful mage could do this, but it turned out that Hercules had destroyed his consciousness, but didn't know if he had destroyed the ability itself. And he asked if the two might be connected, because if the consciousness is completely destroyed, then the ability itself might be destroyed as well. Finally, he stood up, realizing that no one could destroy the bomb, but it seemed Heracles had managed to do so. Then he picked up his phone and noticed that his skill level was rising too slowly for some reason, and Heracles asked how much it had increased. It turned out there wasn't even 1%, and he said that perhaps this meant the time had come. Shiwu was growing very quickly, and since GodTube didn't have any subscribers before, he became a pioneer and doesn't know the ins and outs. The game added that here you can discover the power of the gods, but perhaps now the boy's progress might stop. He said that you need to evaluate yourself professionally, and if your power level isn't increasing, then your skill level won't rise either. Hercules said that this was the maximum the boy could achieve right now. The young man looked at his phone. The conversation was now about superpowers and other skills as well, meaning he wanted to know at what point he had reached his peak. Hercules said there was no need to worry, because if he didn't give up and kept training, he might be able to cross that threshold. Becoming a deity had previously seemed like nothing more than a myth, and the young man began to truly believe that the answer might lie within his own body. However, he understood that even if he went to extreme lengths, medicine in their time couldn't always help. If you thought about it, divine magic had reached its peak long ago. He knew there was a way to brew stronger potions, for he had seen them on the channels. Confucius said that, in addition to life, nature gives them defense mechanisms that are woven into the life force of nature, so they can be effectively used as a philosophy of survival. Shiwu thought this was going too far, and he didn't want to eat poisonous plants, even though he didn't know if this plant was actually poisonous, and he didn't want to test it either. Next time, he thought he'd have to eat fugu fish or mercury-poisoned food, so he was afraid to go through with such experiments. But he knew that if he ate a little at a time, he could gradually get used to it, even though it would take far too long. Of course, he had discovered a few secrets for preparing highly poisonous meat, and wanted to subscribe to the Immortal Hydra's channel. The 9-headed Hydra had the ability to be immortal, since it regenerates even if you cut off one of its heads. Hercules said it was nostalgia, since he'd heard that it made a living by selling its head, or rather, the meat from it, and he'd also heard that it was very tasty. In fact, this was really very strange to the guy, and he began to think that everyone there was a little crazy. But before that, he also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to gain resistance to poison, because one of the Hydra's most formidable traits was its poison, which could destroy even a deity. Hercules said that the Master Chiron had been poisoned by the Hydra's venom, and ultimately, this was indeed a very powerful move. This poison caused incredibly intense pain, and since there was no antidote, Chiron, whom it had poisoned, appeared before Zeus and ended his life in terrible agony. The protagonist thought that if even a deity could be destroyed by this poison, then he needed to get his hands on it as well. The slime covering the Hydra's scales was also poisonous, but the fact that its poison had no effect on the Hydra itself meant that it possessed an antidote and a resistance to poison that no god possessed. Regeneration wasn't the Hydra's only ability, which is exactly why he subscribed to her channel. The guy thought that if he could become immune to the Hydra's poison, it would be easier for him to fight, but if he drank the healing potion, there wouldn't be any problems. But what bothered him was the fact that subscribing to her channel cost 8 billion. That's why the protagonist returned to the workshop and thought that even if he sold 3 orichalcum, he wouldn't receive the money for another 2 weeks. and even that wouldn't help. Plus, he'd have to spend that much money every month. He continued working on something while mulling it all over, but suddenly the door behind him opened. The young man looked around, asking who would come in, and in response, he heard his own name. The boy was even more surprised the moment he saw SH Group President Han Tae-san, because he didn't know what this man was doing here. They sat down to talk, and the boy asked what he was doing there, and the man apologized for such an unexpected visit. Tae-san thought that this young man was very young, and had only just begun to take his first steps in society, yet he had saved Aurelian and Sharon, something that was hard to believe. In the end, everything was as it always was. Appearances were deceiving, and in his long life, he had already seen many people. Someone who might seem to have no hope in humanity suddenly does something beyond others' capabilities. So, one must not judge by appearances alone. Tae-san said that he had already been told everything, and as Sharon's grandfather, he was very grateful to the person who had saved him. The young man replied that he had simply done what was necessary, but the president promised that he would do everything in his power to help him. The young man reflected that for hunters who had reached a certain level, money was no longer so important, since self-development was the main priority for them. Therefore, most of what they needed to buy was impossible to obtain. Tae-san asked the young man what he wanted, and he himself was curious about what Shi-woo would say. Then the young man thought for a moment, and said somewhat hesitantly that he would like the president to pay him a little more for his fencing training. In fact, this surprised the president, as he certainly hadn't expected this young man to ask him for money. Shi-woo immediately backtracked, saying that asking for 5 billion for that would probably be too much, so he said 4 or even 3 would be fine. After that, he immediately said he was joking, and that even 2 billion would be okay, and the president thought the boy was just haggling. Tae-san had completely lost track of who the guy sitting in front of him was, and couldn't figure out what kind of person he was at all. Meanwhile, Sharon continued training in the Hunters Guild Hall without stopping at all. The girl had been dedicating all this time to training in order to become even stronger. One of her trainees began to worry about her, since she had been training for 20 hours straight and showed no signs of stopping. She believed it was all because of her shortcomings and felt weak and helpless. As the youngest granddaughter of such a large organization, she bore a tremendous burden all on her own. Meanwhile, the main character finally received the desired payment and realized it had doubled, and the president immediately deposited 10 billion. It was clear that for the president of such a large company, this money wasn't that much. But now the protagonist realized that he could subscribe to the Hydra channel and receive 20 billion a month, so he could easily afford to spend that much money on subscriptions. Shi-woo realized that it was too late to back down now, because he had to push himself and reach a new level. It turned out to be easier than he thought, and after a while, he started to get the hang of it, even though he'd expected something like divine poison. Hydra venom consists of bile and blood, so the guy thought that since he couldn't see anything, his blood might have become toxic. Curious to test this, he went into the dungeon of the Hellhounds, along with Lee Jun, who still didn't quite understand what this guy was up to. He asked what the guy was going to do after he destroyed one of the monsters. The young man replied that he wanted to try something and poured a little of his blood into the monster's mouth. Sure enough, it turned out to be toxic, and Lee Jun realized you never know what's going on in this guy's head. After that, Shi-woo asked where the guy had put the herbs they'd gathered. He pointed back, saying he'd just thrown them away, and the only thing his regeneration doesn't work on is poison, so he knows a thing or two about plants. After a while, Shi-woo sat down next to the plant, and Lee Jong added that eating it would severely damage one's internal organ. But to his great surprise, the boy began chewing on it, so Lee Jong asked in alarm if he felt any discomfort, but Shi-woo simply replied that the plant was quite bitter. It turned out that he hadn't subscribed to this channel for nothing, because now he could eat one poisonous plant, and it would reduce the effectiveness by a certain percentage since it neutralized other toxin. The poisonous plant tries to poison the body, but he didn't know if the Hydra's poison could neutralize it, or if it was a case of poison fighting poison. So the boy realized that if he wanted to fully benefit from the transformation, he needed to achieve resistance to poison. After that, they went to the next portal with Lee Jun, and the boy asked a few questions, saying that Shi-woo had met with Aurelian and Sharon, and he wanted to know if the Elder had really saved them, along with the other hunters. Shi-woo replied that no one was supposed to know about it, but Lee Jun cheered him up by saying that all the media was talking about nothing else right now. He himself was proud of the Elder, having heard that the culprit turned out to be a top-tier hunter as well, and that even Sharon had been injured. Shi-woo was also surprised that Lee Jun called Sharon Nuna, since he thought Lee Jun was older, but it turned out the girl was a year older than him, which surprised Shi-woo. However, right now, that wasn't all that important to them. But Lee Jun didn't know why it didn't matter, since he was sure Charon was Shiwoo's girlfriend. Of course, he was surprised by what he heard, and didn't know when she had become his girlfriend. Lee Jun replied that they had held hands at the housewarming party, but Shiwoo didn't think that was something only couples did. Lee Jun said there couldn't be friendship between a guy and a girl, but Shiwoo immediately replied that it was possible, since he was friends with his sister. He was surprised that Lee Jun didn't have any female friends, meaning everyone he dated had been his girlfriend. But Lee Jun said he had never dated anyone before. He asked the same of his older brother, and after a few minutes of discussion, they decided to explore all the dungeons of the capital together. Eventually, after some time, they returned, and the boy found himself back at home trying to brew a new potion. He remembered that if they kept buying ingredients to level up, all those ingredients alone would cost about 500 million. Then he recalled that thanks to such an elixir, an ordinary person could become a top-tier hunter. And they also said that the skill of working with poisonous plants was an art worthy of the gods. So, even though his potion didn't inspire any confidence at all, the boy decided to drink it and take the risk. Literally a few seconds later, he spat it all back out. It definitely tasted like the worst poison recipe ever. The young man decided to check his stats and found that his strength had increased, meaning he was beginning to push the limits of his own ability. On top of that, his other skills had improved as well, so he thought that perhaps this awful taste had awakened a new consciousness within him. But in any case, if he wanted to keep pushing those limits, he'd have to drink this stuff in the future too. He didn't know why everything that was good for him tasted so bad, and it sounded like some kind of universal law. He also thought that reality manipulation could change the taste, because if he could alter the taste of the elixir, it would not only improve the flavor, but also help boost his reality manipulation skill. Shu decided to try exactly that, using the flavor of Coca-Cola. When he tried it, he felt an incredibly strong reaction, even though he had simply changed the flavor. But after trying it, he realized the taste hadn't changed. It just had a lot more sugar added. After a while, he called his sister over, saying it was time for her to take her medicine. Soa came out to him, and Shiwoo said it had already cooled down, so she could drink it all at once. His sister came closer and started speaking, even though she looked like she was feeling very sick. She said the onions tasted like socks after gym class, but in reality, her health was improving, and Shiwoo's mastery of the divine arts was also growing. The boy realized that although there was still no cure for a blood clot, he was confident that in a year, he would be able to cure Soa. Fenrir also appeared nearby, and the boy realized that he had also drunk some of the medicine left in the cup. However, shortly thereafter, the young man noticed an unauthorized figure approaching the house. Of course, he was frightened at first, but after a while, a man approached who introduced himself as Jun's secretary, Kim Min-jae. It turned out that Master Aurelian had safely returned to France. The protagonist added that he was supposed to return to Korea in about 2 weeks, which meant it would be today or tomorrow. Later, Min-jae asked the young man for help with Chaerin. He began to explain that ever since childhood, the girl had tried to take everything upon herself and had grown up enduring the whims of many people. That's why she wants so badly to become stronger, because only then did she think she could be happy. The girl believed that if she were strong, she could be sure no one would leave her, and now the main character understood all her emotion. The secretary said that perhaps, because of the latest kidnapping, she's been training much more, about 20 hours a day, without thinking about sleep. Shiwoo realized that this was too much. It wasn't even training, but simply torturing her own body. Then the boy agreed to help, telling his sister that he would go visit Sharon. Soa simply asked him to give her regards and said she would be waiting for her to visit. Immediately after that, they drove to the Hunters Guild training ground and saw Charon there, still training relentlessly. Her hand was already worn down to the bone and bleeding, but she had no intention of stopping, even in that state. She understood that she had to be strong, and only then would everything turn out as it should, because she would be able to protect people. Charon was certain that if she was strong, people wouldn't abandon her, and that would be her own doing. I thought that as soon as she became strong, she'd be confident that no one would leave her, but then the girl collapsed. Mingji and Shiwoo arrived just in time, so they were able to catch her before she hit her head on the floor. Back when she was a child, I told her that starting tomorrow, the girl would live on her own. Minjae said at the time that maybe he was taking on too much, but this child was still at an age where she needed protection. However, the president didn't agree with that, since she was continuing the SH group. He believed she had to keep facing various threats because if she couldn't overcome them, there was no telling how she would live on. At the time, Charon was only 13, and when Grandpa said she would leave the mansion starting tomorrow, the girl simply agreed. Back then, she was still a teenager and knew little about the world, but now the girl woke up in a hospital bed. He asked if she was feeling better, though Sharon was surprised to see him in the room. She said she was indeed feeling better, so Shiwu suggested they start training right away, which also surprised her. The young man said that since she was feeling better, he wanted to know if they could train right away, or if she still wasn't feeling up to it. Sharon replied that she didn't want to rest any longer, and was ready to start training right now. After a while, they arrived at the workshop where he often spent his time, and today they were going to train right there. The girl wasn't sure if they would actually be training, but he replied that today they would be doing blacksmithing. First of all, to make a weapon, you need to melt the necessary materials, which requires heating the metal and then cleaning it of all impurity. The girl wanted to try, so she went to the table and put on some gloves. Right after that, they decided to strike the metal while holding it with the other hand. In reality, she wasn't doing very well because the temperature wasn't right. If you start working with metal that isn't heated enough, nothing will actually turn out right. Shu handed her another piece that was already sufficiently heated and suggested she try again. He believed that when crafting weapons, the quality of the finished product depended on the metal used, and that an analogy could be drawn with human talents. To make a good weapon, you need high-quality equipment and metal. If you compare it to people, you could say that a person is like metal. And since that's the case, Charon is very good metal, but no matter how high quality it was, there were nuances. If you don't heat it enough and rush, it won't become what's needed. Doing all this work and putting in the effort or testing your endurance is really cool, but there were nuances. Before that, you just need to know what a person is ready for. And as soon as they start doing what they're not ready for, they might lose their talent. Shu Wu said that the Charon he knew was the best metal in the whole world. But even the best metal, even the hardest, needs a hot flame and will withstand it longer. He asked what she often used to motivate herself, since he couldn't even imagine it. The guy started thinking about the secretary who was very worried about Sharon. It was obvious that Min Jae was very anxious that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. But it was interesting to find out what exactly drives the girl forward and motivates her, because there's no point in extinguishing that fire. He said that now she needed to use the flame in her heart to keep herself warm. Shiwu assured her that she shouldn't worry so much, even if everyone around her left, even if everyone in this world abandoned her, and even if she lost herself. He promised her something. So he said that no matter what, he would always be by her side, and he reflected on the fact that he simply couldn't be anywhere else. He was making 20 billion from working with her. Then she thanked him for that, and he gave her a bracelet. So the girl thanked him and said she would always wear it with her. Shiwu thought that the bracelet didn't look very impressive as a gift, so he approached her again. He asked if she could give him the bracelet for just a minute. After that, he began to cast his magic directly onto the bracelet, hoping he could do what he wanted. The protagonist wanted to use the Hephaestus skill because he felt as though he had discovered a new way to use his super speed, and his power had also increased. Charon was surprised after he finished because it felt as if she were feeling a different hand. Shiwu found it hard to believe that this was even possible, though he didn't know how much the skill had been enhanced. Charon said she would never forget the words he had spoken to her, and then she decided to return to the hospital to have her condition checked, as she wanted to rest a bit. Enhancing the weapon's engraving could make it even better, so the boy began to think about upgrading its engraving. Thinking of everyone he had signed up, Shiwu wondered if he could use the enhancement for his own abilities. Meanwhile, the president was approached by his aide, who reported that Aurelian had returned to Korea again. It was known that the man had only recently returned to France, but now he had suddenly flown back here. The assistant said that the master had mentioned an important meeting with the hunter Shiwu, which was why he had flown here again. They didn't know exactly who this hunter was, but another man sitting in the office said that the media had the same question. Yongjun Lee, who was a hunter of the highest rank, knew who Shiwu was, so much so that Aurelian himself decided to go to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already in the workshop. Having put on an apron, he was thinking about where to start. He had already created 100 items and applied many engravings, so there were only two options. The first was to apply the same engraving to every item, and the higher the skill level, the better the engraving would turn out on the piece. But the most important thing was that, for some reason, these advantages didn't add up. They could be used separately. Nevertheless, he was still thinking only about Aurelian, who was supposed to bring the orichalcum soon, so he figured that after that, he'd be able to do all this better. Shiwu, having a little free time left, decided to watch a video on how to work with this metal. When he went to the website, there were many different videos from Thor, who said that he needed to start right now, or else he would destroy the entire workshop. Hephaestus just laughed, saying that he would start, but as an apology, he would simply make a weapon for him. The man replied that since he was going to do it anyway, he wanted to ask him to lend him his tool. Since he agreed to fulfill his promise, Hephaestus said he would go heat up the furnace and they would start right away. Taking a hammer, he said that in order to remove all the excess and turn this stone into molten metal, it needed to be struck hard with a hammer. He raised the hammer high and then struck the metal with all his might to create the desired object. Immediately after that, an explosion occurred and the entire room blew up. But he managed to do what he wanted. At least, the protagonist thought that would be the case, but it turned out that the stone hadn't split. However, another explosion followed. Seeing that Hephaestus himself couldn't do it, the protagonist thought he wouldn't be able to do it at all. But then Aurelian arrived and greeted the boy, who was delighted to finally receive his medal. Since they had agreed that he would show everything he did with the stone, they went down to the dungeon, even though Aurelian had no idea why they had brought him there. And the bodyguards standing behind him were also quite unhappy. But since he had been kidnapped in Korea, it was no surprise that they considered this place very dangerous and strange. Shiwoo realized he would go mad without an interpreter, so the boy hoped that Aurelian would interpret everything correctly. Orichalcum withstood the blow of the heaviest hammer, even though the hammer had defeated Jormungandr. So now it was unclear how to purge the stone of its excess. But the protagonist focused, realizing that to purify it, he would need to strike it with even greater force than Thor's hammer possessed. The force of the blow was key, for this hammer was the most powerful weapon capable of destroying everything that exists on Earth, and only the end of the world in Norse mythology could overcome it. Nevertheless, the protagonist had no intention of giving up. Stepping closer, he began to strike the stone with all his might, using the strength of Hercules. Of course, Aurelian, who was standing there, was greatly surprised by what he saw, and the bodyguards were just as baffled. After a while, the dust and sand gradually settled. The power of the dragon's leg that the protagonist used was stronger than that hammer, and deformed the stone more than he had thought. In any case, he wouldn't be able to improve his technique that way, so he needed to adjust his own strength. Meanwhile, Doku continued to sit at the computer, realizing that he still had a few more videos to make about how to become an A-rank hunter within a month, and they weren't even fully edited yet. Recently, she had been worried that word of her boss's involvement might leak to the press and lead to some kind of repercussion. She had heard that dangerous criminals were present here, and with the housewarming party fresh in her mind, she began to worry that she might be kidnapped too. The girl started wondering if her boss would come to her rescue if she were kidnapped. But suddenly, she was snapped out of these thoughts by what was happening on the monitor, and she saw another massive explosion there. Shiwoo said that the cleanup was necessary for processing, and was now complete, though the girl had no idea what he was filming this time. On top of that, she was greatly surprised to see Master Aurelian there, standing in shock and watching it all. Also present was Clement, a well-known YouTuber. Moreover, she was a top-tier hunter from France who could cook with monsters and had tens of millions of subscribers, using the monsters she hunted as food. Doku didn't know why such celebrities were in her boss's video, but then she saw that something truly strange was happening in this video. Before long, they all returned to the workshop, and the protagonist was ready to start working with the material. He thought that to achieve this result, he had to destroy 31 dungeons, but at least he managed to record a video for his channel. He also noticed that his level had gone up, and thought it was due to reality manipulation. Aurelian approached him, asking what he planned to do next, and he decided to explain a little. Shu said that he was about to start working with this material right now, since all that was left was to craft a weapon from it. The young man said he would use the same hammer. Immediately after he picked it up, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred in the workshop. Just as it had happened in Hephaestus's video, the workshop simply exploded, leaving only debris from the walls. However, nothing worked out, and although he thought it might be due to his mood, he began to doubt whether it was even possible to do anything with this stone. Shiwoo replied that most likely there simply wasn't enough heat and it needed to be heated even more. Apparently, the fire hadn't penetrated inside at all, so he decided that the temperature wasn't high enough, even though the maximum there was over 3,000 degrees. However, for the heat to penetrate inside, the temperature would need to be 3 times higher, and ultimately, the metal had reached the level of the gods not only because of its strength, but also because of how well it withstood fire. The protagonist pondered the idea of making armor from this stone, since it could certainly become divine. But he knew he wouldn't survive such a temperature himself, so he wondered where he could get such a high temperature. The first thing that came to mind was magic itself. After all, manipulating reality, though not exactly magic, could help. But the main character didn't want to risk his life. Shiwoo was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do, since nothing was going the way he wanted. Only later did an idea occur to him, and Lee Ha, who was standing next to the monster, asked what the team was going to do, especially since so many days had already passed. Lee Ha said that Taebom had simply vanished on his own, though it was impossible to know what level of power was involved. Hana said that what had happened there wasn't just teleportation, but rather a passage through space itself. Teleportation wasn't actually that advanced a form of magic, but Hana had overlooked the possibility that it could be higher level magic. They didn't know that it was even impossible to classify it purely as magic, since the merging of spaces was merely a theoretical concept and impossible to replicate in reality. Lee Si said that if a giant tree that had been growing for 1,000 years suddenly vanished in an instant, what would they think? It would be an absolutely impossible scenario, and no one would even agree to put forward such a theory. However, Hana said she had received a notification from the owner of the Ranker channel, and began to wonder what might be if he was indeed the owner. She was surprised to see him here again, the very same hunter they had encountered just recently. She was a high-class hunter, and had a massive audience of over 40 subscribers. She attracted attention with her fire magic, which amplified her cunning 100-fold, and the use of this magic was an incredible spectacle. Lee-ha had no idea who this guy Shiwu thought he was, and she didn't know what kind of strange job offer this was. It wasn't a job offer from the court, but for some unknown reason, he had summoned them to his top-tier dungeon. Lee Si replied that he was curious to find out who this guy was, so he was going to go too. Eventually, after some time, they arrived at his dungeon. The hunters were greatly surprised to see Aurelian and the famous Clement standing before them. Hana immediately asked what the guy was planning to film, and why he had offered to collaborate. Shiwu was at a loss for words at that moment, but he asked if she could help him ignite a flame. He was simply trying to smelt orichalcum, but the temperature was too low, though the hunters would have been surprised that he possessed this stone. He said that thanks to its heat resistance, it could withstand temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. That's why he thought Hana might be the one to help. Lee-ha was actually surprised by what she heard, and she said they couldn't even imagine what such a gigantic temperature would be like. After all, the sun's surface temperature doesn't even reach 6,000 degrees, and they want a full 10,000. He also suggested that after this, he could appear on Hana's channel in any video, though he wasn't sure anyone would agree to that. But despite this, the girl decided to agree, saying that she would try to do it. Lee-ha stepped closer, saying that the temperature was too high, and that even if she could do it, she didn't know why she would want to. Hana said that this guy would then appear in her video, so she decided to give it a try after all. The girl moved closer to the stone, and began using her most powerful magic to ignite it and heat it to the required temperature. Eventually, after some time, something started to happen, and the protagonist thought that it might actually work. Immediately after that, he ran to the stone and decided to use the Dragon Strike to finish it off. Shiwu could only hope that the process would be successful, and struck the stone even harder. He began to use the Divine Battle of Hercules, round 2, and the power of the Heavenly Fist. While everyone else stood in shock, the boy saw that he had indeed managed to make those very same red-hot gauntlets. He thought that if he made a weapon like the one Hephaestus had created, it might possess incredible abilities, and he put the gauntlets on. Moreover, the most important thing was whether this gauntlet could withstand his strength. But he was already pleased that it hadn't broken, so he thought it must be indestructible, though he wondered if that was even possible. This ability in the armor was unique, and it was something that could not be destroyed under any circumstance. After that, he sat down next to the gauntlet, realizing that even if it was something that couldn't be destroyed, he was curious to see if it could withstand the strength of Hercules. Without thinking twice, the boy decided to test it right then and there. Immediately after he struck it, he noticed that the barrier instantly cracked and began to shatter into pieces, so the boy said they should get out of there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Doku woke up lying next to her younger brother and sister. Still very sleepy, she went to the chair and realized she had to get back to work because there was still a lot to do. On top of that, she received a notification from her boss, who had sent another video, even though she had just finished editing the last one and was hoping to rest a little. However, a 20 million won bonus also arrived, as the guy said that, thanks to the new content, the number of subscribers had increased, so he thanked her in this way. Eventually, they were back in the room, and Shardwu mentioned that this bracelet was already incredible because it was made of such a rare metal. Now, with the purified orichalcum, things were easier, and there was no need to go through any difficulty, though it became interesting to wonder what other abilities this bracelet might grant. The protagonist knew he controlled his powers through Tai Chi, but he had no idea how to handle magic, or whether this item was suitable for that purpose. In fact, the use of magic can be divided into several stages. First, the accumulation of power within the body. Second, the circulation of magical energy. And the third stage is bringing that magical power under control. Among all forces, Tai Chi replicates the energy of nature, and its accumulation occurs through complete acceptance. and although the boy didn't know how to use magic, the bracelet skips the second step in this process. Of course he was delighted, but for some reason he also felt that he had a lot of energy within him, so he thought he had truly become stronger. Although it's also possible that abilities grant this by chance, even so, one can bypass all the stages by creating special equipment. He also began to use his power, but the backlash was again very strong, and he couldn't get used to it. However, he understood that his skill would increase significantly since it was a bracelet made of orichalcum. It turned out that each of his abilities had increased by 10% at once, which was hard to believe. Shiwu was delighted, for the higher his skill level, the stronger he could become in wielding Heracles' power. He also overheard a conversation about the shaping and processing stages and other procedures using different machines, and it turned out to be Palguan and Aurelian. Shiwu recalled that they had witnessed the processing procedure and were so amazed that now they talked about nothing else. It seemed that these two were now not only rivals, but also friends. The young man also began to think about how to enhance the gauntlets, but first he wanted to imbue them with immortality. Besides, he hadn't fully perfected them yet, because despite all this, there are laws that no power can change. Apart from unprecedented power, even the most powerful laws can be destroyed, though they are all unstable. Shiwu also considered that the gloves might break as his skills grew stronger, and, thinking that he would become even stronger in the future, he decided to make them more durable. He thought that in that case, he could simply use a growth imprint, and that would be enough. Strengthening the weapon means that its capabilities will exceed all possible limits, and in ordinary reality, this is simply impossible. But now that his reality manipulation skills have grown stronger, he can do it. The protagonist began to use his magic, and it was as if all of infinite existence and space refused to acknowledge his very existence, as if he were trying to turn the whole world upside down all by himself. He thought his skill level had increased, but it was all just terrible, and nothing worked out. But the boy still didn't know how to make the weapon more durable, and he wasn't interested in how to use orichalcum for that. Meanwhile, Aurelian and Palgvan continued talking, and the boy pondered where to get all the necessary materials, since everything else had already been used for the armor and the bracelet. And orichalcum is incredibly expensive, and rumors say its price starts at 100 billion won, which means Aurelian had spent at least 300 billion. Although they say this stone can simply be found in the highest ranked dungeon, and since he was going to become such a hunter anyway, he would have to search those same dungeons. The boy was exhausted. He had been so happy making this armor, but it turned out there was still a lot of work left to do. Meanwhile, the boy was already on his way to his quarters via the Yojun Guild. He kept watching Shiwu's videos, because this guy just wouldn't leave him alone with what he was doing. It was as if he believed that dungeons could only be cleared through sheer human strength, but Yojun thought that was nonsense. Even if his weapons had certain hidden abilities, he believed that this armor had been obtained for saving Aurelian, and he thought that this was definitely not a merit for a guy like that. Yojun also thought that it didn't suit him at all, and that Shiwu looked pitiful in such armor. In 3016, he decided he needed to find a suitable owner for such fine armor. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Sharon continued their training. After a while, they stopped, and the boy realized that all these sessions had benefited her, and now she had become even better. In martial arts, there were 3 elements: energy, consciousness, and warmth, and Sharon's energy was Tai Chi. Her body was also strong, but her consciousness hadn't been able to keep up with everything else. Until now, she simply lacked balance, but now everything had changed, and her heart and consciousness were firm, so now everything was interconnected. The young man was very glad that he had managed to do all this, but in order to raise her level and self-confidence, he thought it would be best to simply let her win. In that case, she would feel more confident in herself, and although she appeared to be a delicate girl and the youngest granddaughter of the company owner, in reality, she was a true martial arts master, ready to destroy anyone. For someone who wanted to explore the limits of martial arts, this was unacceptable and considered an insult. After a while, he tried to attack again, but the girl kept up and drew her sword to strike him. However, Shiwu's weapons were already lying near her. In an instant, he found himself literally a few centimeters away from her, and everything fell silent. The sword fell, which meant he had lost, even though the girl didn't know he could throw swords. The young man simply replied that the girl needed to be prepared for absolutely anything, because in the real world of combat, you never know what will happen next. Sharon said that for a moment it seemed as if she had gotten close to him, but she still had a lot of work to do to become better. Shawu replied that that was enough for today, And in fact, today's training was different from what it had been before, and it was clear that she had started to control herself better. Just then, Min-jae arrived and caught their attention, standing quite close by. It turned Shai-woo said he'd seen this hunter somewhere before, and Chaerin explained that he was a high-ranking hunter. It was strange to hear that he had come specifically to Shai-woo, but the hunter was curious about what the boy was holding in his hand. Yo-jung was even more surprised when he noticed that this boy was able to use a spatial bag. In the end, Wen-kong began to think about what price to set, and added that he had used 2 orichalcum, and, on top of that, spent an incredible amount of effort and time on all of this. So, he set a high price. It amounted to 300 billion, which of course greatly surprised the hunter, and he said he would give a maximum of 30. Shu said he might not even give that much, and then Yojun just sighed and laughed, saying there was nothing to be done about it. A treasure only becomes valuable when it can be protected, and for the weak, a treasure will only be a source of disaster. Shiwu had no idea what this idiot was talking about, and thought he was going to fight to take the items by force. He said he wanted to see if this guy was worthy of possessing such a weapon, and if not, he'd just take the gloves in the bag, though Shiwu seriously doubted he even understood what he was saying. Very unexpectedly, Sharon stepped forward and said that such words were too rude towards Shiwu. But when Yojun started laughing loudly again, it became clear that he was just a lunatic and thought like a real criminal. The girl then put forward a challenge, saying that in that case, let him prove his strength first. Shiwu tried to tell her not to get involved, but the girl was already serious. I said that if she won, Yojung would have to apologize to Shiwu. She said she was a hunter of the highest rank, so she would fight with all her might. Yojun just laughed again, saying that it sounded ridiculous that she thought she could give it her all and win. People just say she's a genius or something like that, and he'd already thought that was the case. But he also knew the rumors that had been circulating about her recently. He brought up the recent kidnapping and added that, as expected, she was just too cute and couldn't do anything. However, in the end, he agreed to the duel and said that in that case, she would show what true strength was and allowed her to go first. While the boy was laughing, she had already managed to attack him for the first time and nearly grazed the hunter's hair with her own sword. Yojun realized he hadn't even seen it move and didn't understand how it happened, but Charon was indeed very serious. Even though he jumped back from her and prepared to attack, the girl caught him again and pressed a knife to his neck. After that, Charon said he was obligated to apologize to Shaiwu immediately and do so right now. Yojung replied only that he couldn't do that, and besides, it was an incredibly unexpected and cowardly decision and attack. He said he hadn't regretted starting it all, but simply hadn't thought the attack would be so unexpected. Charon just shouted that he was a top-tier hunter, so he should know such basic things, and ordered him to get down on his knees and apologize to Shaiwu for everything he had said recently. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood there, wondering what he should do. He wanted to stop it, but then thought it would be better to post it on YouTube. They were very strong hunters, so that's exactly what he decided to do, and he began recording a video of their fight. Ming-jae stood nearby and still suggested stopping them, but Shiwu still refused, even though he could see that Charon was struggling. But then again, how important it was for her to win right now. Even though she had been practicing Tai Chi, the girl still couldn't fully control her own strength. On the other hand, in South Korea, they only had 6 opponents, and one of them was Yojun. His habits, weapons, attitude, and deceptive personality, which mimicked his opponents, were a threat, and in the end, he proved to be a formidable opponent. The protagonist was still watching this, realizing that Yojun wasn't all-powerful after all, because anything beyond the scope of his skills couldn't be replicated. Despite all this, the girl didn't give up, and this hunter was already starting to annoy her, so she lunged at him again. She was gradually losing control of herself, and simply wanted to destroy him as quickly as possible. After a while, Yojun calmly stood on the ground, asking if that was all she could do, and it all seemed too trivial to him. Shou exclaimed that he was feeling very troubled right now, and asked what 3 things Taichi had mentioned earlier. It turned out that she had fallen for her opponent's provocation and began to recall those 3 things: energy, body, and soul. Yojun, who still didn't understand anything, noticed only that the atmosphere around him had changed drastically in the last few seconds. It was definitely the same energy as that of nature, so the girl said that right now she would show everything she was capable of. Yojun thought that she had some kind of hidden power, but if he tried to copy it, she would be finished immediately. However, he couldn't copy it, and Charon struck him one last time with her sword. The protagonist had already realized that this would indeed be very dangerous. Minya collapsed to the ground and fell completely. Eventually, a few more days passed, and a lot of people subscribed to the channel. The guy was tired but didn't accept many subscriptions. He understood that people were happy because Sharon had won and believed that to be the case, but the girl had lost consciousness. When it happened, he ran to her as fast as he could to make sure she was alive. Sure, Wu used those same needles to perform divine healing, and if he hadn't done it in time, who knows how it would have ended. With Yo-jun, it was almost the same, but in the end, despite the fact that he was a very high-class hunter, Charon used Tai Chi. A short time later, after the guy read the message that came to his phone, he arrived at the company's office and they thanked him. Even though the request was unexpected, he had responded. He replied that she was Aunt Sharon, to whom he couldn't help but respond, and she noted that he was very polite. Mina began to explain that she had recently watched a video he'd uploaded to his channel, and they wanted to use that video as a promotional clip for their company. Now Shirwu realized that Mina and Sharon were indeed almost identical, since they both got straight to business, so it seemed to him that this was their main family trait. The guy asked why she needed to use a wrestling video for advertising, and she explained that there were a few nuances. This time, Charon was supposed to work with Maotao Enterprise, and they were planning to sign a very large contract. It turned out she was referring to a Chinese hunting company, and the woman confirmed this. She took a sip of coffee, saying that if they could use this video, it was thanks to Charon that this contract might succeed. But first, they needed to conduct a very thorough analysis, so she asked if he would be satisfied with a sum of 20 billion, which, of course, surprised the guy greatly. Shi Wu had already thought he'd misheard something, but suddenly the woman received a call and said she had to step away. She suddenly stood up and, saying she was very sorry, added that she had been called to the director's office, so she had to leave. The young man was left sitting alone. Meanwhile, Mina burst into the office, asking if they really weren't going to sign the contract between Charon and Mao Tao. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Guan Guk, said she didn't have to yell so loudly about it. The second son, Han Jae-min, said this wasn't a family gathering, but a very important discussion for the management. Zhang Jin, the third son, said that even if she was the youngest in the family, it was time for her to stop acting like a spoiled and mischievous little girl. Then Tae-sen began to say that Mao Tao had called and said there would be no contract with, but in reality, this contract was worth 11 trillion, so it was strange that they just abruptly turned it down like that. The president replied that they had said they didn't trust the hunters from their guild, but in that case, they shouldn't have offered the contract in the first place. Mina said that this contract could only improve Charon's position, since it would be more beneficial for everyone. And then they asked if the company hadn't been able to acquire the shares, and that was why it had acted this way. The youngest son said that her assumptions were ridiculous, since this contract was also important for the company, and he wanted to take his niece's share because she wasn't someone who would benefit the company. Then the woman said that when she became the head of this company, everything would be different, and then she asked if they remembered whose fault it was that they had suffered so many losses. But the eldest son found this rude, as she seemed to be accusing him of using cheap materials without any proof. However, Mina said that if he wanted to fight anyone, it would be her. But the woman said that he shouldn't involve himself with a child who suspects nothing. Only then did they start talking about how it was just a shame that Tae-sen, who had caused all this, said he wasn't done with Mao Tao yet. It turned out that Zhang Wei would eventually come here to Korea, and he was one of the heroes who saved humanity, as well as Jung Wei-ran's first disciple. Mina was surprised and said that in that case, Charon should also participate in these negotiations. Tae-san said that would be the case, but the woman replied that Charon was too young. She was just a child and still had a lot to learn. The president replied that the entire political world was watching them, and her leader would face trials far more difficult than these. Meanwhile, Shiwu, in the training dungeon, was trying to knock something off Mikhailovich with his fists. Hercules was with him, but didn't understand how the boy had managed to level up so quickly and so high. He asked if the young man even felt the difference himself, but Shiwu replied that he didn't even know how to answer that. Hercules said that it was obvious at first glance that his level had increased, and the boy thought it was because of the bracelet. But if you look at the rate of growth, it turns out there's no such thing as a genius. If you look closely at the nuances, you won't find a bigger idiot on the planet. The young man said that even if his skills had improved, Hercules' level was still out of his reach, and he didn't know if he could overcome it. When Hercules began talking about form, he added that his combat skills consist of a formula and a form. The formula was a sequence of movements that link basic techniques, and the form is connected and continuous movements. Shu tried to understand at least something of what Hercules was saying, which is why he agreed to demonstrate everything himself rather than explain it in words. The first formula embodied the essence of kicks, and the second was a fist capable of destroying everything around it, and if you combined all of this, you would get the form. Hercules then demonstrated that very movement, starting to swing his arm. The protagonist stood there at that moment, watching it all in amazement, wondering if he would ever be able to repeat it, and Hercules confirmed that sooner or later he would succeed. He added that it might take many years, and the boy thought that was exactly how long it would take to transform Hercules' power. The man replied that perhaps, if Shiwu were to complete this transformation, it would take about 4 years. But in any case, if he had a special rank, everything would be significantly different and easier. Meanwhile, a large crowd of journalists with cameras had already gathered at the airport and couldn't be ignored. Jiang Wei had already arrived here, and together with his assistant, they were walking through the airport, and he demanded a report. She then informed him that negotiations with the SH Guild were scheduled here, but they wouldn't take place for another 2 days. Meanwhile, the main character continued riding the bus to his stop. The guy started thinking about what it would be like if he really had a special rank and realized that even if he made progress, things wouldn't be the same and it would take a long time. After that, he decided to find another way to level up much faster. But when he saw how much the subscription cost, he realized he'd be spending a whopping 31 billion a month and started screaming about it on the bus, causing people to think he was crazy. It was an incredibly large sum, and the main character even thought that in the Squid Game, the stakes were lower. That's exactly why he decided to leave right away with the money, not intending to wait any longer. Mina was already sitting in her seat, and after that she started talking, and the woman said that the advertisement she had mentioned would have to be postponed for now. Shiwu, of course, was not at all pleased to hear that the advertisement had been cancelled. Mina had hoped her niece's position would be more secure, but there are people who absolutely dislike it. The woman also said that Jiang Wei wanted to come to the Pride event to see Charon for himself, and Shiwu was delighted, thinking there was a chance to reconnect. Mina replied that it was a kind of network, and in Chinese culture, it's called guanxi. She explained that this network is completely closed off to outsiders. If the cultural issues can't be resolved, negotiations are effectively impossible. And after all, there were only 2 days left until these negotiations, and everything possible had to be done to ensure they took place. Very suddenly, while you were still speaking, another man burst in, not even waiting to see if he would be allowed in, as something critical had come up. He rushed inside, looking very anxious, and it turned out that Jiang Wei had already arrived, so after a while they all met in the conference room, where Jiang Wei began assuring them that this contract was not profitable for his company. Charon began to say that they were going to give up 30% of what they earned on the raid, and for them, this was actually very profitable. Jiang Wei thought about the fact that there was a Chinese dungeon for hunters here, but he didn't really like the idea. The girl replied that she'd heard there were many dungeons in China that people were afraid to enter because they feared disturbing them. And precisely because they aren't disturbed, major problems arise and many civilians suffer. So she added that it would be much easier if they signed the contract, since that wouldn't happen again. The man just sighed, saying that he didn't trust this hunters guild and didn't think they had the necessary skills. In the end, it all came down to Jiang Wei wanting to see Charon's power with his own eyes, which is why they went to their training ground to witness it firsthand. The girl explained that Shiwu had taught her this martial art, and that he was her master. After a while, they found themselves back in the conference room, and he looked at Charon again, thinking how incredible she was. After a while, Jiang Wei turned to him and asked how the young man had learned to use the martial arts of the school where he had studied. Shiwu was surprised by what he had just heard, but now he began to realize that this man's school was most likely the same as Zhang Shangfeng. In China, every martial arts school has its own unique style, and it was now clear that these two were from the same school and had not studied Tai Chi. The guy figured that if he played his cards right, the Guangxi culture would work in his favor. So he started saying that it was a secret passed down from generation to generation and that he couldn't reveal it. Mina didn't say anything out loud, but she was surprised by what the young man had said, because it was almost like declaring war. Of course, Jiang Wei didn't like that answer either, since he had studied under Chang Sanbon himself, and it was Chang Sanbon who had been his master and taught him this art. Shi Wu Liu smiled and realized that this man was close to the original sources, and the young man asked how well he knew Taiji. And to all the questions he had, he said he just wanted to see the reaction and share what he himself knew well. Of course, such an answer greatly surprised and alarmed Jiang Wei, so he said he had to see it with his own eyes. Eventually, they returned to the Hunters Guild training base, and Jiang Wei explained there that Tai Chi is a shamanic martial art of self-defense that has existed ever since Chang Sanbon himself founded the school. The man thought that even if Shiwu was a descendant of the Ming dynasty, he had long since lost any connection to Confucian tradition. In other words, to him, Shiwu was simply a criminal who refused to use this divine power. And as the head of the school, Zhang Wei couldn't turn a blind eye to this, so he was ready to fight to the bitter end. Immediately after that, they began to fight, and the young man attacked first. Zhang Wei was surprised because Shiwu began attacking from the air, and it turned out he was very skilled at it. In the end, the fight didn't last long, and after a while, the protagonist successfully landed on the ground. Zhang Wei was less fortunate and began coughing up blood after that blow, and Shiwu realized that his Tai Chi had absorbed his opponent. The man himself couldn't believe that such a thing was possible, for the roots of Tai Chi were supposed to lie within him alone, and eventually Zhang Wei fell into a state of unconsciousness. Shiwu realized that there was neither a beginning nor an end to this, for Tai Chi is the supreme harmony of the entire universe. Only after some time did it all come to an end following a tremendous struggle. And although Zhang Wei tried to reach out to him in some way when he lost consciousness, the man eventually opened his eyes. One of the assistants explained everything to him, but then Zhang Wei asked how he had regained consciousness, and they explained that Shiwu had taken control of the energy. Charon and Mina continued to sit beside Shiwu, who was also trying to bring him back to his senses. Zhang Wei then approached him, but the girls said they should stop there, since everything was already clear, and he did. The other brothers discussed everything that was happening, but they didn't know why Mina had gone to these negotiations. They suspected she was simply worried about her niece, which is why she decided to stay there. They acknowledged that although she was the youngest among them, she wasn't someone to be trifled with, and one had to be very careful around her. Very suddenly, someone knocked again, and this man also didn't wait for a response, saying that they had huge problems. When asked what had happened, it turned out that the contract with Mao Tao could still be signed, and they were ready to do so. This man said he didn't know any details himself, but they said that the founders of that very Tai Chi were cooperating with them, so Mao Tao was ready for absolutely anything. Of course, this was strange, and the director demanded an explanation, but this man said he knew absolutely nothing, though he believed it was all because of a man named Shi Wu. Eventually, after some time, he found himself back at the group's hospital, but the contract with Mao Tao, which they had wanted so badly, was signed after all. Mina was, of course, very happy, and at first Zhang Wei wasn't happy with the 30% commission, but then they said they weren't claiming any profit at all. At that moment, the woman was on the phone, but suddenly Shiwu came to his senses and started looking around, realizing he was back in the hospital room. Mina immediately ended her phone call, asking how the young man was feeling, and he replied that there were no problems. She moved closer to him, seeing that he was looking for someone, and asked where Charon was, which pleasantly surprised her, but the woman said that she was currently finalizing the contract with Zhang Wei, so she wasn't there. Mina explained to the young man that they had successfully managed to sign the contract they had been discussing after all. After a brief conversation, the woman also told him to come to the office, where she would explain everything. Right now, she needed to make a very important call. Mina told him to get dressed and go out, since the doctors were already ready to discharge him when he woke up, even though the guy hadn't even opened his eyes yet. Shiwu looked around, realizing he'd lost consciousness because he'd used the heavenly fist, and the backlash had been just as intense. Suddenly, someone started calling him, and it turned out to be Hercules, who immediately began saying that he had been trying to create a program for special training. Then, seeing where the boy was, he realized that he was back in the hospital. Hercules was surprised to hear that the boy had managed to use martial arts rather than superpowers, but he was glad that the boy hadn't lost, at least. The protagonist simply said that he had been wrong because he would be able to use them after all, but only because he hadn't been able to control the power. Shais began to explain that this happened when he tried to combine Tai Chi and the Heavenly Fist, and Heracles said that it even sounded very strange. The man thought it was impossible, but Shiwu replied that it had been said before that the secrets of Tai Chi lie precisely in synthesis. For a moment, Heracles fell silent, but then said that just because he had mentioned it didn't mean he had used it, since the individuality of styles is akin to the uniqueness of being. It's impossible to change who you are. After all, in other words, Master Chang Sambon himself could only use Tai Chi. Hera smiled, saying that his magic was accessible only to him alone, but if one were to refer to other personalities and interpret them, one could assume such a possibility. If one were to rely solely on what Shiwu knew, the boy could create his own style based on the original, but it turned out that the boy lacked the fundamentals. Hercules began to explain that he needed to accept his unique personality as it is, but he simply decided to mix the two personalities instead. That is precisely why their unique characteristics clashed, and this is simply unacceptable, impossible, and wrong. Hercules also said that he should review the special training program, and then asked which personality the boy was now studying. The boy opened up his skills, noticing that they had indeed grown significantly, but Hercules saw nothing that could unite. He said that, first of all, he wanted to revamp the training program, but for now, he needed to focus on something else. He wanted to use video content for training, since the hero himself wanted to prove he was better than the other gods. Shu smiled, and Hercules said he would do his very best to teach the boy what he needed to learn. The protagonist also said he wanted to tell him something very good, and Hercules immediately asked what kind of content it was. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered again at the company office, and after the boy was discharged from the hospital, he also arrived there. His arrival certainly surprised the others, but Jiang Wei now treated him with respect, unlike before. Charon said that on behalf of their Hunters Guild, she planned to give him the difference in commission after the contract was successfully signed. He already liked it when they got straight to the point, and the girl added that more detailed information could be found in the very contract she had given him. Charon added that this contract belonged specifically to him, and she was surprised by the 30% rate. Although he was very surprised, Charon informed him that the hunter Jiang Wei fully agreed to this, and had refused to take the commission from their guild, instead giving it to him. More precisely, the company had decided to give this money to She Wu, and he would be paid an annual sum of approximately 540 billion won. Of course, such a sum also surprised the young man, and at first he thought it was a joke, but it turned out that this was just the amount from their guild. The Mao Tao had promised that they had also come up with something special for him. Jiang Wei showed the orichalcum he had been keeping all this time, and added that it belonged to his teacher, and he had brought it to pass it on to Master Aurelian, who is currently in Korea. But the man said that he had now met a person who is a descendant of the great teacher, and this person had saved his life, and although it was only a small gesture, he wanted to thank him somehow. Of course, the protagonist was thrilled by how much they wanted to pay him, and the fact that they had given him such a valuable gift, so it felt like New Year's, rather than an ordinary day. Later, he met Heracles again, who was ready to serve him and prove his determination. It turned out that he had managed to find something after all, because Aphrodite and Persephone had recorded the video of their duel and began sharing many interesting details. Hercules thought this was incredibly wonderful content, and thanks to it, their husbands found out about their betrayal. Shi Wu didn't fully understand what was going on, but Hercules explained that this was exactly why Hephaestus and Hades had prepared a small gift for the boy. Hercules also said he had a small gift, but added that there was both good and bad news. Deciding to start with the bad news, Hercules said that Hades had seen the video and wanted to give him a single horn as a gift, and the guy stopped listening completely. Shi Wu was so happy that this might be true that he was ready to do absolutely anything to get it, and with such a thing, he could get absolutely everything. So, he wanted to make sure it was the very same horn they were talking about, and Hercules confirmed that it was. He took it in his hands, saying that with this thing, he wouldn't even need to cook fried rice anymore. The young man realized that if he had this thing, no matter how much he earned, he wouldn't be able to get absolutely anything he wanted. So the boy ordered that the horn be given to him, but Hercules spoke up again, saying that he couldn't come to where the boy was to deliver it. Shi Wu didn't see this as a problem, saying that even if Hercules himself couldn't do it, he should have the other gods deliver it. After all, the first one he met, the blonde guy, had managed to get into this world somehow. Besides, Hercules realized that there was a way to convey the message and reach him, but he still had no idea how to do it. Of course, he promised to think of something, and then the boy decided to ask about the good news he also had. Then Hercules smiled again, saying that Hephaestus was ready to reveal the secret of how to create the very horn he wanted to give him. Shi Wu was surprised for a moment, since he knew he was already studying metallurgy under Hephaestus, and hadn't expected there to be anything else. But upon hearing that he could make something like this horn himself, of course, he was delighted. Heracles began to explain that this was Hephaestus's technique, and besides, no one else had been able to master it. Simply put, the boy would be able to learn how to create such a thing, thanks to his superpower, which only he possessed. On top of that, Hercules added that they also teach the art of the sword there, which he could master as well. Shi Wu understood everything after that, thinking that Hercules also wanted to learn this, and Hercules admitted that was indeed the case. The protagonist was already thrilled, so he said they would start right away, and Hercules promised he would pass all this on to Hephaestus immediately. After some time, they arrived at a hotel near the capital of Korea. Ju Wan was very worried, likely thinking about what had happened with Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi-do area, as he was deeply troubled by the events there. That place had been completely destroyed, and he didn't know what to do next, fearing that they were all in danger now. After a while, An assistant approached him, and the leader asked what was going on with Son Jue, to which the assistant replied that there had been no word from him at all. Ju Wan was, of course, very angry upon hearing all this, since the other weaklings who had merely become obstacles to their group had simply vanished or been completely eliminated. He understood perfectly well that Song Jae was now the only one who knew everything, and was most likely preparing something as well. But he realized that there was almost no time left, which is why the boss said they needed to act as quickly as possible. Then he asked if his subordinate was certain that Zhang Wei had recently become close with Shi Wu, and the subordinate confirmed that this information was absolutely accurate. Juan was very worried because this guy kept getting in his way and ruining his plan. Very suddenly, they were interrupted by a knock on the door, and a voice announced that there was very important information for the boss. The assistant added that he would come out shortly and explain everything. But the man didn't wait. He walked straight into the office looking very flustered and told the boss that the matter concerned Kwang Guk, as well as the director of SH Company. It turned out that he said he wanted to speak with the person in charge of the branch, and of course, Juwon was surprised by what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Shi Wu went out for a walk, thinking that until Hercules contacted him, he would stay at Palguan's workshop. But as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately received a video call from Adonis. The guy answered the call, and Adonis immediately asked if Shi Wu was free to talk right now. Shi Wu didn't say a word at first. He just stared at him, thinking that a person simply couldn't be that beautiful. Realizing he needed to pull himself together, the guy still couldn't stop thinking about that beauty. Shi Wu thought that in the face of such incredible beauty, it no longer mattered whether he was interested in guys or girls, because he liked him so much. Finally, when the protagonist managed to pull himself together, he realized that just one glance at Adonis's face made him forget everything else, so it was no wonder that others were ready to fight for him. Finally, Shi Wu was able to speak normally and asked why Adonis was calling him in the first place, and Adonis immediately smiled in response.